Prologue. Well now, it goes without saying that we all love Jack Holland, especially us women. But the midwinter miracle? Oh gosh, can you even imagine? Not that we were surprised that Jack was wonderful. Of course he was. First of all, he's John Holland's son, the only boy in the family, though I guess we'd have to say man now, of course. And he was in the Navy, too, just in case he hadn't already won us over by being the nicest thing ever. Not to mention handsome. Those blue eyes. Even Kathy and Louise were talking about those eyes the other day. Jack's just about royalty around here, since the Hollands are a founding family of Manningsport, and Jack's the head winemaker at Blue Heron, the Hollands' vineyard. Guess we won't have to worry about them selling their land to a developer, not with all those kids in the family business. And then there's the way Jack treats those 3 sisters of his, and his stepmother. A prince, that's what he is. Don't get us started on that ex-wife of his. She never deserved him. Anyway, what were we saying? Oh, yes, the midwinter miracle. Well, now, sure, it was a group effort. Levi Cooper, our police chief, he was wonderful. No relation to Anderson, and don't think we didn't ask. Levi and his deputy, Luann Macomb's granddaughter. What's her name again? Emmeline? Anyway, they did the CPR. And that handsome Gerard Chartier, him too. But mostly, it was Jack. Which was no surprise to us. It was quite, well, exciting isn't quite the right word, is it? But it was remarkable. No disrespect meant to that poor family, of course. Manningsport just about shuts down in the winter. Just us year-rounders left, no tourists until spring when the wine tastings start up again. So the midwinter miracle brought all sorts of media celebrities here. Brian Williams stayed at the Black Swan, did you know? So charming. And just about everyone and their brother had to drop by O'Rourke's when Anderson Cooper was in there. That night put our little lakeside town on the map. And given that it happened in January, well, we could all use the distraction. Lainey Hughes even opened up the gift shop off-season. There were so many people flocking to town. Unloaded plenty of Cuca Lake t-shirts, she sure did. Lorelei's Sunrise Bakery sold out of everything by 8 o'clock a.m. that entire week. What's that? How's Jack doing? He's fine. He's wonderful. A true hero. Anyone will tell you that. Why would you even ask? Chapter 1. Nothing kicked off Emmeline Neal's weekend like using a taser. Okay, she hadn't used the taser yet, and she probably wouldn't get to, dang. But the tiny thrill of anticipation didn't lie. If indeed there was an intruder in the McIntosh house, it would be deeply satisfying to apprehend him. Barb McIntosh suspected a sex offender, and if she was right, Em knew exactly where she'd target the electrodes. Granted, Barb had already admitted to being addicted to Law and Order Special Victims Unit. That Christopher Maloney, so handsome, but she'd heard strange noises in the utility part of her basement, and her grandson, the notoriously creepy Bobby, wasn't home.
"Approaching cellar stairs,"
Everett Field whispered. "Yeah, I can tell that, Ev, since I'm right behind you," Emmeline said, "and there's no need to whisper."
"Roger that,"
Everett whispered. Despite the fact that Emmeline had only been on the job for 9 months and Everett was more senior, they both knew she was a better cop. Ev wasn't the crunchiest chip in the bag. "You sure Bobby's not here?" Em asked Barb over her shoulder. "No, I called him on the phone and yelled down there, so—"
"Roger that,"
Everett said, reaching for his holster.
"Alert for incoming hostiles."
"Get your hand off that gun, Everett," Emmeline said. "And where do you get this language?"
"Call of Duty."
"Great. Just calm down. We're not shooting anyone." Taser at most, and only then if there was a struggle. The crime rate was pretty low in Manningsport, New York, population 715, a tiny town at the base of Cuca Lake. Everett and Em made up 2/3 of the police department. Their boss, Levi Cooper, was the other third. Traffic patrol, the occasional DUI, vandalism, parking tickets. That was about as exciting as it got around here. Em ran a group for at-risk teenagers, of whom there were 4. In the summer and fall, when the tourists came to taste wine and swim and boat on Keuka Lake, they were busier, but this was January and things were quiet. In fact, this was their first call in 3 days. Something thumped, and Everett squeaked. Chances were that it was a malfunctioning furnace, possibly a raccoon. Levi always said if you heard hoofbeats, expect to see horses, not zebras. They were in the cellar now. In front of them was Bobby's apartment. To the right was the door to the other half of the cellar, which housed the furnace and water heater, and, Barb had told them, several dozen jars of pickled vegetables she'd put up this summer. Thud. Okay, something was in there. It's probably an animal, Em murmured, taking the mag light off her belt. The utility room wasn't accessible from the outside, so a person would have had to come in through the house, and Barb always locked up. Again, the mighty influence of law and order. Everett put his hand on the doorknob and looked at Em, who nodded. Then he flung open the door, and Em flashed the light, and something moved inside, and Everett screamed, and before she could stop him, drew and fired. Damn! The noise slapped her eardrums hard. "It's a cat! Everett, it's a cat!" she yelled. "Holster your weapon!" Everett obeyed. As he did, a ball of black and white leaped on him, hissing, and sank its teeth into his thigh. Apparently, Puss in Boots didn't appreciate being shot at.
Officer down, officer down,
Ev yelled, swatting at it.
10-0, officer down.
Shut up, Em ordered. You deserve it. He'd missed the kitty, of course. The guy was a terrible shot. She lifted the cat gently by the scruff of the neck and pulled it off Everett's leg. All of a sudden, Everett was grabbed around the throat by Bobby McIntosh, who apparently was home after all.
"Why did you shoot my cat?"
he yelled. "Bobby, let go of him," Emmeline said. "We don't have a cat," Barb said from upstairs. "Bobby, did you bring a cat home?" Everett was sputtering and red-faced. Em sighed. "Let him go or I'll have to use this," she said, taking her taser off her belt. "It hurts." He hesitated. She cocked an eyebrow, and with a sigh, he released her partner. Drat. "Thank you, Bobby," she said. "So close." "Bobby, what were you doing down there?" Barb said. "I called you and you didn't answer. Where did you get that thing anyway? I hate cats."
"I love them," Bobby said. "I got it from the shelter."
"Okay, so we're good here," Emmeline said. Everett's eyes were wide. "Come on, Ev, let's go. You're gonna have to file a report for discharging your firearm, you know."
"I thought it was a sex offender,"
Everett said, his hands shaking. "It wasn't. You're safe now, buddy," she said, patting his arm. "Come on, back to the station."
"You shot a cat,"
Chief Cooper said 15 minutes later, staring at Everett.
"I'm sorry."
Ev stood there like a chastened kid. "He missed," Emmeline said. Now that the ringing in her ears had faded, it was hard not to laugh. The suspect was quite fast. Levi gave her a look.
"File the report, Everett. The incident is under review, which means you just increased my workload." "Sorry, Chief. Bobby McIntosh attacked me. Because you shot at his pet. In self-defense."
"Not really," Emmeline said. "The cat was the one acting in self-defense." Levi bit down on a grin.
"Your mother won't be happy about this, Ev. Do you have to tell her? She's the mayor, so yes." "Shit."
Everett heaved a sigh.
"Anything else, Chief?" "No. Fill out the report and get out of here."
Everett left the office and swiped a cookie from the desk of Carol Robinson, their newly hired administrative assistant, who'd been shamelessly eavesdropping.
"Thanks for not letting Bobby kill Everett,"
Levi said to Emmeline. "I was kind of hoping to use the taser."
"Could have used it on Everett,"
he said.
but good to see cooler heads prevailed."
It was about as high praise as the police chief gave, and Emmeline felt a small rush of pride. Granted, it had been an idiotic call in the first place, but still. Levi, who'd been a year behind her in high school, stood and picked up a bouquet of red roses wrapped in green florist paper and tied with a white ribbon. His look warned her not to say anything. "Aw," she said, "flowers for the wife? You're such a snuggly teddy bear, Levi."
"Inappropriate, Officer Neal,"
he said, giving her his famous "I tolerate you because I have to" look.
"By the way, about that crisis negotiations class, I got you a grant. You start in 2 weeks.
"You did? Oh, you're the best. I take back every complaint I ever filed about you."
"Very funny," her boss said. "I'm going home. Maybe I'll see you at O'Rourke's later."
"Maybe. Tell Pregnita I said hi." He smiled and left the office, stopping to say something to Carol before he left the station. It was hard not to feel a little jealous. Levi and Faith had been married a little over a year and had a baby on the way. Seemed like everyone was getting married these days. Em had been to 3 weddings over the summer. In fact, she was considering marrying herself, just so she could register for the fun housewares. Well, time for her to go home, too. The O'Keefe Emergency Services Building, which housed the fire, police, and ambulance departments, was about 5 minutes from town. Em drove past Hastings Farm, past the high school, and into the village part of Manningsport, 3 blocks around a small green at the edge of Cayuga Lake. Emmeline lived on Water Street, right next to the library, and often parked the cruiser along the green where the good people of Manningsport could see it and reconsider any bad decisions, like driving under the influence. O'Rourke's Tavern, the only place in town open year-round, glowed warm and bright. Maybe she'd eat there tonight, since she didn't have any plans. But first, home to the Wonder Pup. Sarge, her recently acquired German Shepherd puppy, who'd need a walk and some exercise, despite his doggy door to the backyard. She got out of the cruiser, her breath fogging in the cold, clean air. "Hey, Em," called a voice. Lorelei Bazzetti and Gerard Chartier waved as they went into O'Rourke's, and Em waved back. Gerard was a firefighter and paramedic. Em saw him nearly every day at work, and also saw Lorelei, who owned the bakery and could make the angels weep with her chocolate croissants. The two had started dating a while back. Through the windows she could see Colleen O'Rourke, now Colleen Campbell, kissing her gorgeous husband, Lucas. There was Honor Holland and her husband, the lovely Tom Barlow. Polly Petrosinski and Bryce, who ran the animal shelter and had fixed her up with her puppy just 2 weeks ago. Seemed like couples' night at the pub. Maybe she'd stay in tonight. She and Sarge could watch YouTube videos of hostage negotiators, eat Kraft mac and cheese. Don't judge, it was delicious. Maybe binge-watch The Walking Dead. She had a stack of books from the library, too. Or she could call around the Bitter Betrayeds, the name her book club had given itself, and see who else was climbing the walls. Suddenly, the weekend spread vast and empty in front of her. No shifts till Monday. No plans other than a hockey game on Sunday. She played in the town league. She could do laundry and clean. Maybe buy some new towels. Go to the shooting range. That'd be fun, if solitary. Her feet were getting numb. Time to get moving. Still, she stood there on the tiny town green, looking into the cheerful pub. Maybe she'd drive to Penn Yan and see a movie, but it was a half an hour away, and there was more snow in the forecast. And after the big accident, everyone was feeling a little wary about winter driving. Speaking of that, there was Jack Holland. He stood outside O'Rourke's, staring at the building as if he'd never seen it before. Maybe she should check on him. They played hockey together, and he was her boss's brother-in-law and an EMT, so it wasn't as though she didn't know him. He didn't move, seeming to be trying to decide whether or not to go inside the bar. Em crossed the street. "Hey, Jack," she said. He didn't answer. "Hi, Jack," she said again. He jerked, then looked at her.
"Hey, Emmeline,"
he said, forcing a smile. How you doing?
Great.
He was so not great that her heart ached, looking at him stalled there, dead in the water. Poor choice of words, but he was clearly not great.
You going in?
He asked, aware perhaps that too long a pause had elapsed. No, I'm headed home. I just got a puppy, Sarge. He's a German shepherd, very cute. Hopefully he hasn't pooped on the floor. Oh yeah, the babbling thing. See, in addition to all the above, Jack Holland was ridiculously gorgeous. As in, hi, I've just dropped down from Mount Olympus, how you doing? Tall and blonde with eyes that were so clear and perfect and pure that they made a person think of all sorts of ridiculous synonyms for blue. Azure and cerulean and aqua. His smile stopped traffic and made trees burst into flower and all that crap. So yes, he rendered women stupid. Even women who were slightly prejudiced against very, very good-looking men. But everyone, including Emmeline, also knew that Jack was a tremendously nice guy. Jack, you okay?
Yeah,
He said too quickly.
sorry, just a little tired. You take care, Emma.
No one called her that. More than likely, Jack Holland had just forgotten her name. He opened the door to the pub. There was a roar of Jack and Hey the hero and general cheering. The iron bell behind the bar clanged. The O'Rourke twins rang it in times of celebration. Poor guy. Emmeline knew that the good folks of Manningsport and America had been quite dazzled with what Jack Holland had done. So had she. How many people could have done what he did, after all? It was dazzling. Which didn't explain the look on Jack's face. Well, he had a big family and a lot of friends. Everyone loved the Hollands. He'd be well taken care of. With a deep breath of the frigid air, Emmeline went around the corner to her house, a little bungalow. She'd left a couple of lights on for the puppy, and her little house fairly glowed with welcome. Emmeline wasn't a Manningsport native, but she'd gone to high school here, living with her grandmother in this very house. Nana had died 4 years ago and left the house to Em and her sister Angela, who lived in California. But to Em, the bungalow meant more than just home. It was where she'd found refuge and normalcy back in the day, and again when she'd moved here 3 years ago. She'd kept a lot of Nana's furniture, bought some of her own, painted here and there, and the result was a pleasing mix of old and new. No real style per se, but comfortable and cheery, and it never failed to make her smile. She scooped her mail from the little brass mailbox, unlocked the door, and got down on all fours. "Mommy's home," she said. The scrabbling of paws and yips of joy were happy music of the soul. Sarge ran to her, Squeaky Chicken, his favorite toy, in his jaws as an offering. Emmeline gathered the puppy into her arms and kissed his furry head. "Hello, puppy," she said. She resisted the strong urge to indulge in baby talk to the dog to preserve his dignity and her own, but she couldn't help laughing as he licked her face, wriggling like a little otter. She stood up, did a few twirls since he loved that, then encouraged him to go outside before he peed on the floor from excitement. He galloped out, chasing a leaf across the small, fenced-in backyard. Em flipped through her mail. A flyer for a discount on heart-shaped cookies and cupcakes at Lorelei's Sunrise Bakery. Valentine's Day pre-orders now accepted. No need to save that, unless she wanted to buy herself some goodies, which she did, though her uniform pants seemed a little hostile these days. A bill from the cable company. A postcard from her sister. Saluti da Milano. Right. Flawless Angela had been in Italy. At, yes, an astrophysicist's convention. Em flipped the card over. "Hello, sis. Hope you're doing well. I haven't been able to see much of Milan yet, but I hope to squeeze a few days of holiday after the convention. Hope to catch up soon. Love and kisses, Angela." That was nice. Her sister, younger by 4 years, was incredibly thoughtful. She was daughter 2.0, adopted from Ethiopia when Em went away to high school. The kind of daughter Dr. and Dr. Neal hoped to have, though they never said anything like that. Angela was brilliant, kind, cheerful, and also stunningly beautiful, With her glowing brown skin and enormous expressive eyes. She'd modeled in college even. If Emmeline didn't love her so much, it'd be really easy to hate her. Sarge came back in through his doggy door, a clot of snow right on his nose. Ridiculously cute. She gave him his supper, then poured herself a Blue Point toasted lager. Yeah, the Finger Lakes were known for their vineyards, but there were plenty of great microbreweries, too. Oops, there was one more piece of mail on the kitchen floor. She leaped for it, snatching it up just before Sarge pounced. He loved paper. It was a wedding invitation from the look of it. Thick ivory envelope, red calligraphy, a flower stamp. It was postmarked Malibu, California, her hometown. Her knees gave a warning tingle. She sat down at the little enamel-topped kitchen table, opened the envelope to find another envelope inside. Miss Emmeline Neal and guest, it said. She opened that as well. Together with their parents, Naomi Norman and Kevin Bates joyfully request the honor of your company at their marriage ceremony. Sarge put his paws against her knee, and she scooped him onto her lap. So, she said to her dog, her mouth dry, looks like my fiancé is getting married. Chapter 2. On Saturday afternoon, Jack Holland drove from the hospital in Corning back to Blue Heron, the vineyard owned and run by his family. The radio was tuned to a talk show, though what the topic was, Jack didn't quite know. Still, the voices were comforting. It occurred to him that he was probably alone too much these days, that a battered cat was insufficient company, that he should be with people. But last night at O'Rourke's had been a circle of hell, all those people clapping him on the back and offering to buy him beers, asking how he was doing, how Josh was doing, thanking him, telling him he was one brave son of a bitch, and the town wouldn't stop talking about this for years, which made Jack's hands sweaty. Still, he'd smiled and thanked people for whatever it was they were saying, because he knew in one corner of his mind that they were saying nice things, or what they thought were nice things, and he knew that the longer he stayed away from regular things, the harder it would be. He was fine. It was all fine. It was okay. He'd stayed as long as he could take it. Colleen O'Rourke, who was like yet another sister, in addition to the 3 Jack already had, gave him a hug, and so far as he could tell, he'd returned it. But once he'd gotten home, he just sat on the couch, Lazarus next to him, not touching but still there. So, being with his family, doing normal things, that was a good thing. He loved his family. They weren't a circle of hell. Well, not completely. He put on his turn signal even though he was alone on the country road, ever the cautious driver. If only he could see Josh, go when the parents weren't around, just to see him. Shit, he might have to pull over. Once, when Jack was building his house, a bobcat had wandered in, lured by the smell of Jack's meatball sub there on the sawhorse. Jack came into the great room, and the animal panicked, ran straight for the closed slider and hurled itself against it again and again. That's what Jack's heart was doing right now, smacking and thudding against his ribs. His hands were slick on the steering wheel, but it was okay. It was fine. He didn't have to pull over. He was fine. There looked to be 1,000 cars at Honor's house. Jack and his sisters, Prudence, Honor, and Faith, had grown up here in the new house, built in the 1800s. His middle sister, Honor, now lived with her husband, Tom, and Charlie, the teenager they'd sort of adopted. Jack's father and stepmother, Mrs. Johnson, technically Mrs. Holland, though no one called her that, lived in a spacious apartment over the garage. Today was Faith's baby shower.
Hey, Uncle Jack.
Prue's son, Ned, approached Jack as he got out of the truck.
Why are we here again? I have no idea,
Jack said.
Solidarity for Levi, I guess.
Sure enough, the men of the family, Jack, his father and grandfather, his 3 brothers-in-law, and unofficial nephew Charlie, were manfully hiding in the kitchen as a wave of feminine laughter came from the living room.
Jack, said his father. Wine? Thanks, Dad. Hey, Levi, how you doing?
Levi looked pained.
They were just talking about nipple infections,
he said, nodding toward the living room, which was hung with blue streamers.
I call them the Coven for a reason, Jack said.
Levi, called Faith, come see this, honey. It's a diaper genie.
Ooh, a diaper genie, said Ned. Grandpa, can I have some wine too, please? Quickly. Are you old enough? I am. Hurry.
Levi!
They're calling for you, mate, said Tom, slapping Levi on the shoulder. Best not to keep the pregnant wife waiting. Your turn will come, Levi muttered darkly. The baby I'm all for. It's the stuff that's making me nervous.
He sighed and went into the living room to admire the diaper thing.
A new baby, Dad said contentedly. About time, right, Jack? Another nephew for you. We can only hope he'll be as cool as Charlie and I are, Ned said.
Jack smiled. His wine was gone, he noticed. Funny, he didn't remember tasting it. Mrs. Johnson bustled in, a towering plate of food in her hands.
I thought I heard your voice, Jackie, my darling boy. Would you like something to eat? You look thin. Mrs. J, Jack said to his stepmother, you look beautiful today. And every day, now that I think of it.
His voice was pretty normal, he thought.
Oh, you terrible liar.
She cuffed his head and beamed.
Come, see your sister. Make haste and then you can eat.
Jack allowed himself to be led into the living room where Faith sat, a plate of cake balanced on her baby bump, pastel-colored wrapping paper and tiny outfits strewn around her. A dozen or so women talked at once, sounding like a slew of metal trash cans bouncing down a brick staircase. Jack, how are you? Jack, you were amazing! Jack, thank God you were there! Jack, Jack, Jack!
Ladies,
he said. The bobcat started ramming the door again, over and over and over.
Hey, sis.
He bent down and dropped an obligatory kiss on his sister's head. Jack, Faith said, reaching up to pat his arm. Thanks for coming, buddy.
Sure, which sister are you again?
The pregnant one, the queen. He smiled. See? Perfectly normal. Faith was funny and he reacted appropriately. Honor flashed him a smile, telling him he was doing okay. Well, I hope your labor will be better than mine, Faith, their grandmother said grandly. 3 days. No painkillers back then either. It was the ether or you toughed it out. Sometimes you died. John, where are you, son? Dad appeared in the kitchen doorway, already looking guilty. 3 days of labor with you.
I'm sorry, Mom, he said. Still.
He sent Jack a pained look. I loved giving birth, Prudence said. Ned slid out like a little otter, and with Abby, I didn't even have time to get to the car. She was born on the kitchen floor. Ass first, no less. Thanks, Mom, Abby said. I'm so glad everyone got to hear that.
It explains a lot, her brother yelled from the kitchen.
Make sure you get an episiotomy, Faith, said another woman. Otherwise you tear, and you wouldn't believe how much. Anyone else have stitches in their butts? Sadly, Jack had heard it all before. 3 sisters who took no prisoners when it came to sharing. It was like comparing war stories, he guessed. Though his own stint in the Navy hadn't resulted in any, he'd been in research down in D.C. It was a little weird being in the new house, so-called because it was newer than the original house built on the property, which had burned down last year. Honor had overhauled the new house this past summer, and while it was still the same friendly, sprawling old place Jack had grown up in, it took some getting used to. More power to her, but still a little disconcerting. Or maybe that was just how everything was these days. The same, but off. Levi came over and sat down next to him.
You hear some of those stories? Good God. Yeah, well, I grew up with 3 sisters. They can't be in the same room without talking about blood and ovaries. And then there was the crying and snarling when they were teenagers. Terrifying. Makes me glad I was in Afghanistan when my sister went through puberty, Levi said. Probably a lot safer there.
He was quiet for a minute.
You doing okay, Jack? Oh, sure. Sleeping all right? Pretty much, he lied. Levi shouldn't have to worry about him. Well, even with a good outcome, sometimes these things can be traumatic. Yep, sure. If you ever want to talk, just say the word. Thanks, pal. I appreciate it.
The bobcat was back. Thud, 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 thud. He wondered if Levi could see the pulse in his neck. Jack stood up as another peal of laughter came from the living room.
All right, I've had my estrogen dose of the day.
He paused.
Have you heard anything about the Diener kid?
Levi looked up.
No change. Okay, thanks.
He tried to take a deep breath, but the air wouldn't fit in. Nodded at Levi, waved to the women, then made his way into the kitchen, where the other guys were now playing poker.
Pull up a chair, Jack, said his grandfather. We can deal you in. I have some stuff to do at home, he said, squeezing Pops's shoulder. Dad, we should check the Pinot tomorrow, okay? Whatever you say, son.
His father smiled at him, and Jack made sure he smiled back. He went out to his truck. The sky was nearly dark. Another day passed, so that was good. Not that the nights were easier, just the opposite, in fact. The door closed behind him. Tom this time.
Hang on, mate, he said. Just wanted a word. How are things? Thanks, Tom. Things are fine.
His sister's husband was a good guy. In fact, all his sister's husbands were good guys. They were even his friends, though he hadn't known Tom, a transplanted Brit, as long as he'd known Carl and Levi.
If you need anything, say the word, yeah? You're always welcome here, of course. Honor's hoping you'll come watch one of those disgusting medical shows with her.
Tom smiled, his eyes kind.
I definitely will,
Jack said. He probably wouldn't.
Thanks, Tom.
He got into his truck and headed down the driveway. The road crew still hadn't repaired the guardrail, and a makeshift memorial had sprung up there the first night. Now the flowers were dead, rotting in their plastic florist wraps. A sodden teddy bear holding a heart had tipped over in the snow. Don't look. The truth was, he thought as he drove up the road, turning onto the long driveway that wound through the woods to Rose Ridge, he didn't want all the concern and attention and questions and hugs. He wanted not to think. He wanted Josh to get better. He wanted to have a do-over. He put his key in the door and stopped dead in his tracks. The house smelled like perfume. Candles were burning on the table, and a fire flickered in the fireplace. A beautiful woman unfolded herself from the couch. "Jack, oh baby, how are you? I've been so worried." Shit. The very last person on Earth he needed.
Hadley,
he said, and with that, his ex-wife wrapped her arms around him. She was here, she said, because of course she'd seen the coverage on TV and come as soon as she could. What a wonderful, amazing thing he'd done. The midwinter miracle indeed. Daddy was so proud, all of them were. Of course, it was just like Jack, too.
Hadley, what are you doing here? Really?
He interrupted. She settled back on the couch, wrapping the throw around her. He'd have bet that she'd checked herself out in the mirror before he got home. Blanket on or off? Do I want to look waifish and lost, or confident and strong? Hair up or down? She sipped her wine, which she'd helped herself to, he noticed. "I just had to come," she said, "and I don't want you to worry about a single thing. I took a leave of absence from my job, and I'm here for as long as it takes."
As long as what takes?
She took a deep breath. "Jack, I know how hard this all must have been for you, and I know we've had our problems." He laughed. That was one way of spinning it. "And I want to be here for you, take care of you." She paused, looking him directly in the eye. "Make things up to you."
I haven't seen you for 2 years, Hadley.
"I know exactly how long it's been. I can't tell you how much I've regretted what happened between us. I've done some serious growing up these past couple of years, and I want to show you I'm not that person anymore." It was a pretty good speech, he thought.
That's nice, but I'm not interested.
She looked down at her hands. Can't say I blame you one bit. She'd always had a way of making everything she did look beautiful.
You need to leave now, he said. Thanks for coming by.
I understand, she said, and her voice was husky. She stood up and folded the throw. Well, I'm staying in town for a little while at any rate.
Why?
Because even if you don't see it yet, I know we have unfinished business, and I want to help, Jack. I do.
I don't need help, but thank you and good luck in the future and all that crap.
You're angry. I don't blame you. Be that as it may, I'm here for the duration. Besides, it'll give me a chance to be closer to my sister.
Right. Frankie Boudreaux, the youngest of the 4 Boudreaux sisters, was in her final year at Cornell, getting her veterinary degree, which Jack knew quite well since he still had the occasional dinner with his former sister-in-law. Well, don't let me keep you, he said. Have a good night.
That's fine. I just need to call a cab. I haven't rented a car just yet.
He closed his eyes briefly. Manningsport didn't have cab service in the winter. She'd have to wait a half hour, maybe more, for one to get here from Penn. I'll drive you. Where are you staying?
The Black Swan. Oh, Jack, thank you. You're such a gentleman.
Her suitcases were by the front door. 4 in all, enough for her to stay for months. He grabbed them and went back to the truck. Adley followed, shivering delicately. He held the door for her, the politeness ingrained.
Thanks.
She gave him a soft smile as she climbed into the passenger seat. Jack had a feeling his life had just gotten considerably more complicated. Chapter 3.
What the hell are those?
Emmeline looked in horror at the things in Shalane's hands.
Trust me, Shalane said. They're gross, but they work.
The bitter betrayeds had taken her clothes shopping because, yes, she was going to the wedding of the damned. Every time she thought of it, she was tempted to channel Edvard Munch's painting, The Scream, but she was going. It would be worse to stay away. Kevin would think that she wasn't over him. Naomi would gloat. The thing was, way back when Emmeline and Kevin had first become friends, so had their parents, both sets so relieved that their kids had found someone. When Em's parents had divorced 10 years ago, yet remained in the same house, how was that for dysfunction with a capital D? The Bateses and the Neils would have dinner every 3rd Saturday of the month. They went to Alaska together, and a few years later to Paris. So Emmeline's parents would be going to the wedding, as well as Angela. And if Em didn't go, there was a strong chance that both psychologists' parents would analyze her motives in front of anyone who asked, saying that Em hadn't mustered the emotional fortitude to undertake this painful journey and find closure. Mom had already called 3 times this week to share her thoughts, and that would break the strongest resolve. Allison Whitaker, unofficial leader of the bitter betrayeds, had leaped on the chance to avoid discussing another book no one had read and arranged an en masse shopping trip to the mall. The Bitter Betrayed Book Club wasn't really about reading. As the name implied, you had to have been dumped. Allison, a Southern transplant and pediatrician, had divorced her husband after he became consumed with a passion for collecting antique cookie jars and didn't even have the decency to turn gay the way that hot Jeremy Lyon did. Shalane Shanta, the head nurse at the ER, had been thrown over for her own aunt. Jeanette O'Rourke's husband had impregnated a much younger woman some years back. Grace Napton, who ran the community theater group and directed the school play, had been tricked into giving $5,000 to a Pakistani man she'd met online, who professed to be in love with her, never to hear from him again. Granted, Grace wasn't really bitter. She laughed about the experience more than anything. But she was gifted in the art of cocktails. Her peach sunrises were the stuff of legend, as well as cheese puffs, so they let her join. Clearly, going to the wedding of the man who'd made Emmeline's membership possible was going to be discussed.
You know what I think you should do?" Allison drawled in her glorious Louisiana accent as she fondled a black lace bra. "Put some high-test laxatives in their drinks. I can prescribe you a little something on that front, darling. Or even better, cut up a jalapeno right before the reception, see? And then rub it all over your hands." She pantomimed this action. "And then touch their eyes. Hellfire and damnation, y'all." "How was she gonna touch their eyes?" Shalane asked. "But actually, if you could do what Allison said, then grab his junk. That would be fantastic. We had a case in the ER for that last year. It was hilarious. Well, to us nurses anyway." "Yeah, so tempting," said, unable to tear her eyes off the package in Shalane's hands. "But I probably won't." "Try those on, Emmeline," Jeanette said. "I might get a pair myself." "Isn't it bad enough that I had to buy a bathing suit?" asked. "Mandatory water sports," Grace clucked. "Who ever heard of such a thing at a wedding?" "Exactly," Emmeline said. "Shush, child," Allison said. "We showed you mercy by letting you get a one-piece. Now get in there and show us your boobies." "This is so humiliating," Emmeline said. But she obeyed, slinking into the dressing room with her bathing suit in one hand and the things in the other. Emmeline yanked her MPD sweatshirt over her head and took off her jeans. Put on the bathing suit, which was one of those look 10 pounds lighter types, praise Jesus. But when she tried it on the first time, the bitter betrayeds had deemed her boobage to be unremarkable. All the squeezing and squishing from the miraculous fabric apparently minimized her bust as well as her stomach. Enter ta-ta-ta-das. The ta-ta-ta-das looked like raw chicken fillets. Their purpose, to boost the girls. The breasts. Yeah. Em opened the package and grimaced. They felt like raw chicken, too. Em sighed, then hefted her left breast and stuck the thing underneath. Flinched. It was cold. Silicone, the package said. Maybe Em would just buy regular chicken breasts. It would cost less than these. She slid the right one in and looked. Well, they worked. Ta-da, indeed. She went out to show the group. "Hello," Allison said. "We have liftoff, people." "How do they feel, Emmeline?" Grace asked. "Disgusting. I'm changing back into my clothes now. You people have had your fun." A little while later, seated around a table at the Olive Garden and sucking down peach sunrises that weren't nearly as good as Grace's, Em took a deep breath. "So, guys, I'd like to bring a date," she admitted. "You know anyone?" "Jack Holland," came the chorus. "Wow," Em said. "Is he for sale or something?" No, Jeanette said. She worked at Blue Heron and was therefore the resident expert on the Hollands. "He just does that kind of thing. You need a date, he'll go." "Not Jack," Emmeline said. "Why? He's so handsome. If I was 20 years younger, and he saved all those kids. I mean, he was gorgeous before, but now I swear things pulsate when I think about him. Lady things." This was from Grace, who was on her third drink. At least she wasn't driving. "Jack took me to my sister's wedding," Shalane said. "He's a perfect date. Gorgeous, we all know that, but he can also hold a conversation. He smells fantastic. He's not embarrassing on the dance floor. When we got home, he kissed me on the cheek. I offered sex, but he turned me down. Nicely, though, you know. My feelings weren't even hurt." "His ex-wife is back in town," Allison said. Em already knew this. Faith had stopped by the police station, presumably so Levi could kiss her and put his hand on her stomach and offer other married gestures of devotion, and spilled the news. "His wife?" Grace asked. "The Southern Belle? The blonde? When we did Sound of Music, I begged her to play Liesel, but she was, well, you know." She dropped her voice to a stage whisper. "Not friendly." This was about as mean as Grace got. "Her name is Hadley," Jeanette said, "and yes, she is gorgeous. She came in the gift shop at Blue Heron the other day. So stylish." Emmeline remembered Jack's wife, tiny and blonde, as helpless and adorable as a newborn bunny. Once they'd been at the grocery store at the same time, and Em had realized it was Mrs. Jack Holland because of the accent. Small town, nothing else to talk about. Em had had her arms full of overpacked grocery bags, her Ben and Jerry's threatening to topple out. Gerard Chartier had seen Em struggling, said an amiable hello, then practically trampled her to offer to carry Hadley's one underfilled string bag, which seemed to contain an entire apple. "Let's just say it got really chilly and fast," Jeanette added with great relish. "Honor froze her out with that stare of hers, and Hadley got the point. She practically ran out the door." "Who in her right mind would cheat on Jack Holland?" Allison asked. "If Jack had a vagina," Grace said, "he could belong to our book club." "No more sunrises for you," Emmeline said. "Back to my problem. I don't think Jack is up for it. He's got enough on his mind. Also, he was too beautiful for a mere mortal such as herself. You guys know anyone else?" "I'll ask Charles's cousin," Allison said. The cookie jar-inspired divorce had not stopped Allison and Charles from talking every day. "He's a man, he must know other men." Talk turned to what Emmeline should wear, if she should go on a crash diet beforehand, if she should color her hair and slut it up, or, just to make Kevin feel guilty, wear smelly clothes and stop washing her hair a week beforehand. No, Jeanette said. "You have to be extra beautiful." She gave Em a hard stare. "Want me to send my daughter over? She knows about these things." In fact, Colleen used to make the occasional appearance at the Bitter Betrayeds, mixing her famous cocktails, but she was back with the guy who'd dumped her, and rosy with love and hormones, so they'd kicked her out. "You know what?" Emmeline said. "I'll just go alone and hang out with my family." She paused, picturing that. "Actually, if anyone can come up with a guy willing to fly to California for a few days, I'd make all those parking tickets go away." And so it was that 2 nights later, Emmeline kissed Sarge 7 times, made sure Squeaky Chicken was with him, and walked around the corner to O'Rourke's to meet the man known to Allison's ex-husband's cousin, Mason Maynard. According to Allison and the quick background check Emmeline had run, Mason was employed, score, in marketing, and didn't live with his mother, double score. Never married, 41, and fairly nice-looking in an unthreatening way. "He likes dogs, eating out, and French films," Allison had said. Emmeline had winced. "That's a red flag, and why films? Why not movies?" "Attitude, Em. I have to go. I want to sext someone I met online." "That's how serial killers—" "Allison? Hello?" Her friend had hung up. But Allison had a point. Em would forgive the French films and even sit through 1 or 2 if Mason Maynard would be so kind as to go with her to the wedding of the damned. Em took a deep breath and went into O'Rourke's, which was warm and quiet tonight, the gentle lights glowing with just the right amount of flattering ambience. The usual suspects were here. The Iskins, Bryce and Polly, Jessica Dunn, and Big Frankie Pepitone. Lucas was smiling at his wife as she shook a martini shaker.
"Hey, Emmeline," Bryce said. "How's Sarge?"
"He's so great, Bryce," Em said. "I owe you."
No you don't. Just make sure he's happy."
"Hey, girl," Colleen called. "Want to sit at the bar?" "I'll take a booth if that's okay. I'm meeting someone." She grimaced. "A blind date?" Colleen was psychic about these things, as everyone knew. "You looking for someone, Em? Why didn't you ask me? I'm hurt." Colleen was noted for many wonderful qualities. Discretion was not one of them. "I'm not looking. I just need a date for a wedding." She took off her parka and hung it on the hook. "Did you ask Jack Holland? He's always good for that. Except with me, come to think of it." "Well, you're married now." "True, but if you just want a date, ask Jack. He loves women in distress." "He's got a lot on his mind these days, I'd think." Colleen nodded. "He looks tired, poor guy." She handed Emmeline a menu. "Who's getting married?" "My ex-fiancé." "Holy St. Patrick. Okay, we need someone extremely good-looking. When's the wedding and where?" 10 days, Malibu." Em had frittered away the 2 weeks since she got the invitation. debating whether or not to go, whether or not to scare up a date, whether or not to simply move to Alaska and date a crab fisherman. Colleen gave her an odd look. Is this Naomi Norman's wedding?" "Yes, how did you know?" "I'm going too. Naomi and I went to college together. Same sorority." "Ah, well, she was the other woman back when I was engaged." Might as well tell her up front. "No. You know, I never liked her. I think she asked me to be a bridesmaid because she doesn't have any other friends." "You're a bridesmaid?" Colleen grimaced. "Sorry. I said yes because I thought it'd be nice to get out of this snowy hell with my husband before I'm too pregnant to travel. Well, we can hang out anyway. The resort looks great." "Sure does." "So, you have a date tonight, and you never know, he might be great. I mean, they never are, but let's keep a good thought. Wait, hang on." She slapped her forehead. "You could go with Connor, pregnancy brain. I'm forgetting everything, even my twin." "Connor!" she bellowed toward the kitchen. "You have to go to that wedding in California with Emmeline Neal." "No, I don't," came the answering shout. "Sorry, Em." "No worries." Em felt her cheeks ignite. "Yes, you do," Colleen shouted. "Her ex-fiancé is the groom." And hey, why not announce her romantic woes to half the town? But it was too bad, because Connor was nice and attractive and manfully gruff. "Stop trying to hire me out," Connor said, appearing in the door to the kitchen. "Fine," Colleen said. "You're a jerk, Con." She turned back to Emmeline. "Want a drink?" "Sure, Blue Point Lager, I guess. Or maybe a nice glass of Pinot Noir?" Colleen suggested. Sends the right message. Sensuous but not too self-absorbed, and not too butch either. "I'll stick with beer." She paused. "I'm not gay, you know." "I know that. You just look it." Em sighed. "Great. Put your hair down, it's pretty." Colleen reached over and took out the clip that was holding up Emmeline's hair. "There. Very hetero. I'm a whiz with makeup. Just putting it out there." "Thanks. You must have things to do." "Message received. I'll keep an eye out for your guy." Colleen smiled and bustled away. Colleen's pushiness aside, Em was hugely relieved. Colleen would be at the wedding, and Lucas too. Angela as well. She'd have allies, in other words. Her parents were in the neutral column. It depended on their moods. Hannah O'Rourke brought her the beer, and Em took a sip. Jerked her head at the Manningsport Fire Department, who'd trickled in for their weekly meeting, which consisted of poker and dirty jokes. So, what was she supposed to do at this very moment? She hadn't been on many dates since the breakup. She'd been on, let's see now, 2. It had taken a while to get over Kevin, of course, the only man she'd ever dated, slept with, kissed, or even held hands with. And those 2 dates had been pretty terrible. One guy had had to go to the hospital to pass a kidney stone. Emmeline was going to wait with him, but he told her to leave before his wife got there. The other guy had asked her to pick him up, then invited her in, flopped onto a couch, picked up his bong, and asked if she wanted to get high and watch SpongeBob. "You have the right to remain silent," she'd said, and so the evening had ended in his arrest. Also, men weren't really beating a path to her door. She'd read the books, the ones that instructed her to feign idiocy and let the man do all the work and be feminine and unavailable and all that, and she was more than willing to try. It was just that not many guys asked. Em got it. She was a police officer who played hockey and had a smart mouth. Not unattractive, not drop-dead gorgeous either, not like Colleen or Faith or anything. Shoulder-length brown hair, blue eyes that were not sapphire, ultramarine, cobalt, turquoise, or cerulean, just ordinary blue. Her body was average, she guessed. She was in good shape in that she ran and took a kickboxing class from time to time. Then again, she'd eaten an entire Pepperidge Farm coconut cake just last night. Kevin's parting words to her had been about her weight. Sigh. Mason Maynard was 47 seconds late. Not that she was counting. She'd been clear in her email to him that she was looking for a wedding date and nothing more. She'd pay for his flight and hotel for the weekend, of course, and all she wanted was an amiable companion, someone to talk to and sit with, and, when interrogated by her parents, to simply say they were friends. She'd been to weddings without a date before, of course, but those had been the weddings of nice people. Tom Barlow and Honor Holland, Faith and Levi last year. She looked at her watch again. Allison's ex-husband's cousin's friend was now 3 minutes and 14 seconds late. She took a sip of beer, but not too much, because she didn't want Mason Maynard to think she'd been waiting too long, or was the type to chug like a frat boy. It was possible that Mason would be lovely. That at the age of 41, 8 years her senior, he'd have a heartbreak story too. That he'd completely understand why she needed a date, and at the wedding he'd be charming and self-deprecating. That they'd come back to Manningsport and he'd say, "You know, I had a great time. Want to have dinner sometime?" Because yes, Emmeline had always wanted to get married. It's just that she'd always wanted to get married to Kevin. That's what happened when you met the love of your life when you were in 8th grade.
Emmeline?
She looked up so suddenly she practically dislocated her neck. "Hey! Hi, yes, that's me." Mason Maynard was better looking than his photo. Much better looking. Now there was something that didn't happen every day. He looked like Michael Fassbender. Hopefully in every way.
"Nice to meet you,"
he said with a faint smile. Emmeline's stomach did a flip, and she felt the start of a dopey grin. He had beautiful dark eyes and graying hair, and he looked like a husband. Not that she was getting ahead of herself. "Yeah, you too," she breathed. The grin widened. "Yep, husband."
"This is my sister,"
he said, stepping aside. A thin, similarly graying woman stood there, hatchet-faced and grim.
"Patricia, this is Emmeline."
"Hello," Patricia said in a toneless voice. "Hi," Em said. Crap. But no, this didn't mean anything. After all, it wasn't weird that a guy would bring his sister on a date, right? Fine, it was freaky. But maybe there was a good reason. Maybe her car had broken down, or she had dropped by unexpectedly. Or, from the look of her, she needed a keeper.
"She wanted to meet you,"
Mason said, winking. "No, sure, that's great." Colleen came over. "Hello, what can I get you?" she asked merrily.
"I'll have a vodka tonic,"
Mason said.
"and my sister will have water with a very, very thin slice of lemon, please."
"You bet," Colleen said, shooting Em a look. "Anything to eat?"
"No, thank you,"
Mason said, as he and his sister sat down.
"We're just here for drinks."
Emmeline wavered. On the one hand, weird already shimmered in the air. On the other, she was so hungry her stomach was growling. "I'll have the nachos," she said, food slut that she was. Patricia slid lower in her seat. "You can share if you like," Em added. Mason smiled. Emmeline smiled. Patricia didn't smile. Colleen walked back to the kitchen. "So," said Em, "this is great, meeting you both."
"I have a small phobia about being alone with women,"
he said smoothly. "So I always come with him," Patricia said. "Always. Every time." "Ah. Dear God, where do you hide the normal people? Love Emmeline." Mason laughed warmly.
"No, she doesn't."
"Yes, I do."
"No, she doesn't."
Mason smiled again.
"Only the first time. I realize it's a little strange."
"It's because of our mother," Patricia said.
"Let's not discuss it,"
Mason said. "You should tell her, Mace," Patricia barked. "Keeping things bottled up is dangerous. It's dangerous." The fire department was now staring openly. The firefighters loved this kind of thing. "It's fine," Em said. "Some things are too personal to discuss with strangers." "He has boundary issues," Patricia said urgently. "We both do. Boundaries become very fluid in communes." "Did you say commune?" Em asked. "And the cats. Jesus." Patricia shuddered.
"So many cats."
Mason's voice broke. He took a steadying breath, then tried to smile at Emmeline. She tried to smile back. "I'm more of a dog person myself," she said.
"Thank you,"
he said, reaching over to grip her hand. That was a little uncomfortable, given that he was staring intently into her eyes, and that his sister was now trying to get something out of her back molar.
"You're so very kind. So, about this wedding. Difficult circumstances, I'd say."
"You know, I'll probably just go alone. I mean, it's fine, but thank you."
"He was your first love, you said in your email."
Shit, why did she tell him that? Yeah. Patricia finished digging around in her teeth. "Mace, tell her about your first love. Do it. Tell her." "You don't have to," Em said. "Really."
No, I'd love to share the story. It's actually quite beautiful."
He was still gripping her hand.
"Lisbeth, she was so lovely, so very lovely. A friend of my grandmother's."
"It was the commune. We should have run away from there long before we did, Mace."
"As I was saying," Mace continued, "Lisbeth was a beautiful woman. Oh, sure, maybe a little mature for a 17-year-old boy, but—"
"She was 74, Patricia said, waggling a shaggy eyebrow at Emmeline. 74. "Here are your nachos," Colleen said, setting down the veritable trough of food. Why had Em been so gluttonous and ordered them? Because now she had to at least pretend to eat. Hang on. She was a cop. She always had an excuse. "You know what?" she said. "I forgot to mention that I'm on call tonight. Just in case I'm needed. Patricia, I'm a police officer, and it's such a small town that—" "Actually, Levi's on tonight," Colleen said. Dear God, could you please throw me a bone? Love, Emmeline. "No, I am." She gave Colleen a pointed look. "No, I'm sure of it. Faith came in for dinner because Levi's working, so you're off." "Oh." Colleen seemed to realize that she'd just bludgeoned a hole in Titanic's last lifeboat. "Sorry." "No, that's great. I thought I was on call, but I guess I'm not. Good. Fine. That's good."
"Eat your dinner,"
Mason said with that broad, easy grin. Creepy, really.
"Go ahead, enjoy while it's still hot. We never had hot food in the commune, so I love it now."
Would you like some? Feel free." Do not feel free." "We're vegetarians," Patricia said, taking a nacho and examining it. "Though I order ham from time to time. Did you know the French for ham is jambon? I find that fascinating." She put the chip back on the plate. "Jambon, jambon, jambon."
"Back to Lisbeth,"
Mason said.
"She and I were soulmates. It was so refreshing not having to hide who I was anymore, not being blinded by what was traditionally considered beautiful. Which is one reason I think you and I will work out just fine, by the way."
Thanks?"
"You're welcome. So, Lisbeth's age was no concern. You see, at the commune, we didn't believe in aging."
Em took a nacho. "Really? How did that work out for you?"
"She died," Mason cried. "Lisbeth died, dropped stone cold dead when she was weeding the basil plants."
He burst into tears.
"I never saw it coming."
"Oh, Mace," his sister said, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Don't cry." Apparently her brother's tears were too much for her, because she began sobbing as well. Emmeline glanced over to the bar. Colleen had her hand over her eyes, her shoulders shaking with laughter. "Call?" she called. "Can I get these to go, please?" Chapter 4. When Hadley wanted something, as Jack well knew, nothing could sway her. Not the opinions of other people, not common sense, nothing. And right now, she wanted Jack, which was an utter waste of her time. "Marry in haste, repent in leisure," Jack's grandmother had intoned when he'd told her he was getting married.
"What's wrong with being a bachelor?"
his grandfather had asked.
"I wish I was a bachelor. I've been wishing that for 6 decades." "So call a lawyer," Goggy had replied. "I'm ready when you are, old man." In hindsight, they both had a point. But Jack had been thunderstruck by love, and Hadley Belle Boudreaux was unlike any woman he had ever met. She was soft-spoken and smart and funny, and though Jack's 3 sisters would bludgeon him to death if they heard him say it, she had manners the likes of which Yankee women, or at least Holland women, just didn't have. Prue wore men's clothes and smelled like grapes and dirt, same as their father did, and had enjoyed tormenting Jack with gory, detail-filled talk of periods and ovarian cysts for the past several decades. Honor was brisk and unsentimental. Faith, the youngest, liked to punch him. Still, even though she was pushing 30. But Hadley was, how could he put this, refined, Southern. She was, God forgive him, a lady, the kind they didn't seem to make in the farming regions of western New York. And again, his death would be long, drawn-out, and extremely bloody if his sisters, or grandmother for that matter, heard him say that, which basically proved his point. There was a vulnerability about Hadley. She was a tiny thing, 5'2", delicate frame, silken blonde hair and big brown eyes, and her smile lit up a room. But she also had an occasionally bawdy sense of humor, which kept her from being too sticky sweet. They'd met at a wine tasting in New York City, at a noisy, swanky restaurant near Wall Street, populated by lean, fiercely fashionable women and loud, confident men, all aggressively eating hors d'oeuvres and trying to top each other's stories of that week's ballsy successes. But the restaurant was one of Blue Heron's best accounts in Manhattan, and the owners were quite nice. Honor usually handled these things, but she'd asked him to go, and he was happy to. Tastings and schmoozing restaurant owners were part of the family business, and Jack wanted to do his part. He joined the Navy's Reserve Officers Training Corps in college, and after he'd gotten his master's in chemistry, because winemaking was all about chemistry, he spent his time in the Navy in a lab outside D.C., studying the potential effects and treatment of chemical contamination in large bodies of water. Then he came back to Manningsport and assumed the position of winemaker alongside his father and grandfather. That had always been the plan: education, military service, and a return home, and the plan had been working just fine. He loved his family, loved making wine, loved Western New York. While he was exceedingly popular with the fairer sex, he was getting a little tired of dating. He wanted to settle down, have a couple of kids. He just had to meet the right woman, and given that he knew virtually everyone in Manningsport, he was fairly sure she wasn't there. He'd had his heart broken twice, once in college, once by a congressional aide, but since then he hadn't had a relationship with staying power. So that night he poured wine and described what people were tasting, if they were interested. In the eyes of the Wall Street men, Jack was just a bartender, and if they were threatened by the way some of the women were eyeing him, they countered by ignoring him. Which was fine. He was only there to represent Blue Heron. The women weren't his type anyway. They all seemed to be dressed in stark, narrow black dresses and wore twisted pieces of wire for jewelry. Must be the trend that year, because they could have passed for clones, aside from variations in skin, hair, and eye color. "So what am I drinking?" one such clone asked, leaning forward to make sure he could admire the view. Not that it was hard. Her bra was an architectural wonder that presented her breasts as if on a platter. "This is a Sauvignon Blanc," he said, with notes of tangerine and apricot, and some great limestone elements. She said, letting her eyes trail down his torso. "It's got a firm acidity and a long, clean finish. Great with any kind of fish or poultry." "Want to come to my place after this?" she asked. "I'm Renee, by the way, associate over at Goldman." "Unfortunately, it's against company policy," he lied. Another Wall Street clone sidled up to the bar and gave Jack the same speculative look as the first woman. He suppressed a sigh and forced a smile, poured some wine, and delivered the shtick. A male Wall Streeter stuck out his glass without even looking at Jack, and Jack poured obediently. "Not that one, the Cabernet," the guy barked. Jack cocked an eyebrow and obeyed. Then Jack saw her.
She was the only woman in the place not dressed in dark colors, which made her seem as if she'd just wandered off a Disney set. Her dress was bright pink, her blonde hair was caught up in a twist with a few loose tendrils escaping, and she looked a little lost. A lot lost, actually. She glanced around, standing on tiptoe, then taking pains to say "excuse me" to the loud stockbrokers, who ignored her as if judging her to be inferior to their female counterparts. She made her way to the bar.
"Hello," he said. "How are you tonight?"
He could smell her perfume. "Hi there," she said. "I'm a little overwhelmed, it seems. I'm supposed to meet my old college roommate, but she's not here just yet. Guess I feel like a fish out of water." She had a southern accent and a husky voice. It worked. Hell yes.
"Jack Holland,"
he said, extending his hand. "Hadley Boudreaux." Her hand was smooth and soft. "It's awfully nice to meet you. You're the first person who smiled at me all day, I swear. I've never been to New York before, and my goodness, it's a whole different country, isn't it?" Before she'd finished speaking, he was in love. She didn't fit into this loud, overconfident crowd, and Jack had the sense that if someone bumped into her or stepped on her foot, she'd burst into tears. You didn't grow up with 3 sisters and not know how women thought. And Jack's sisters had always told him he had a thing for a woman in distress.
"Where are you from?"
Jack asked. "Savannah."
"Beautiful city,"
he said, smiling. "Have you been there?" she exclaimed. "It is beautiful, isn't it?" He told her how he'd presented a paper down there a few years ago, and her eyes grew wide with the mention of the U.S. Navy, the hottest branch, Jack always thought. She actually squealed when he mentioned a restaurant she knew, and she was so sweet and energetic and easy to please. She stuck out like a flower growing in an abandoned parking lot. She kept sipping wine and seemed to get a little tipsy, which was cute, given that she'd had maybe a half a glass. Then again, she couldn't weigh more than 100 pounds. She was beautiful. Flawless skin, perfect nose, full pink lips, and a dimple in one cheek. She had a husky laugh that Jack found himself getting a little drunk on. Whenever he had to pour for someone else, he found himself looking back at her with a little wink or smile, and each time she blushed and smiled back. When her friend came in, dressed in black, of course, Hadley introduced him, said how pleased she was to have met him and how grateful she was for the conversation. She extended her hand and he took it and held on to it for a long minute.
"I'm staying in the city for a few days," he said. "Would you like to have dinner with me?"
Hadley smiled. "I think I'd love that, Jack Holland." They had dinner the next night at a gorgeous, expensive restaurant in South Street Seaport with a killer view of the Brooklyn Bridge. Was he trying to impress her? Absolutely. He walked her back to her friend's apartment, and when he went to kiss her, she blushed and offered her cheek. "I guess I'm old-fashioned," she said. "Hope you don't mind, but I don't kiss on the first date." Somehow, that kiss on the cheek was more special than anything he'd experienced to date. The next day, Jack called his dad and said he'd be staying in the city for a few extra days. He called on some accounts, but mostly he saw Hadley. Her friend was working. Hadley had been planning to do some sightseeing before their girls' weekend officially started. So Jack took her around and showed her the city, New York's most famous places, Greenwich Village, the Metropolitan, the Empire State Building, and Times Square, but also the High Line, the Cloisters, and a bike tour of Governor's Island. They shared a pretzel in Bryant Park, rode the Staten Island Ferry, bought a cupcake from a street vendor in Soho. In Central Park, Jack hired one of those hokey carriages, and Hadley was over the moon. She let him kiss her on the lips, and she was sweet and soft and lovely. But she also had a quick sense of humor and an earthiness to her that Jack found incredibly hot. The sight of her eating a hot dog had almost brought him to his knees, and she grinned as she chewed, well aware of the effect she had. She was an interior decorator and loved popping into hotels to see the lobbies. On their way out of one building, a man held the door for them, and Hadley practically had a kitten. "Did you see that? That was Neil Patrick Harris. Oh, I had the worst crush on him." Think he'd turn straight for me just for an hour? Then she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Jack's cheek. This has been the best week of my entire life, Jack Holland. For him, too. What followed was a very old-fashioned courtship. Letters, not just emails either. Long phone calls into the night. He sent her flowers and a snow globe of Manhattan. She sent him cookies and a scarf she knitted herself. After 3 weeks, he went down south to visit her. Hadley lived in a sweet neighborhood, not too far from her parents and 2 older sisters. Her house was a tiny bungalow, the yard filled with flowers. When Jack knocked, she answered the door, wearing a dress and heels and smelling incredible, took his coat, hung it up in a closet, and poured homemade iced tea into a tall glass filled with ice. She added a couple of mint leaves picked from her garden. She baked sugar cookies for him and served them on a porcelain plate, first inviting him to sit down and relax. They had dinner with her entire family that night, and everyone seemed like wonderful, upbeat, intelligent people. Mr. Boudreau was a lawyer. Mrs. Boudreau had been a college English professor. Hadley had 3 sisters. Ruthie was a pediatric surgeon, and Rachel was a state representative. Both older sisters were married, and each had a son and a daughter. Hadley's younger sister, Frances Lynn, better known as Frankie, was a senior in college, wanted to be a veterinarian, and was looking at Cornell, Jack's own alma mater. Clearly, the Boudreaux were a wonderful family, and even more clearly, Hadley Bell would make an incredible wife. That night, he took her back to the Bohemian Hotel, and they slept together for the first time. Afterward, Hadley said that being with him had felt different, not that she was too experienced, but she knew it had been special, meaningful. He flew her to New York a few weeks later. It was a great time to visit Manningsport. The trees were in bloom, the weather clear and warm, and it was the weekend of the Black and White Ball, a fundraiser his family supported every year. That year it was held at McMurtry Vineyard, another operation on Keuka Lake. Hadley loved it, charmed everyone, and practically shimmered in a white sequin gown.
"What do you think?" Jack asked Honor. "Isn't she fantastic?"
"She is very pretty," she answered, and it was only later that Jack realized Honor had dodged the question. Hadley loved Blue Heron, loved Jack's family, loved the house he'd built high on Rose Ridge, tucked in the woods at the west end of the fields. "I can't imagine anything nicer than sitting on this here deck and watching the sunrise," she'd said. 9 weeks after they'd met, Jack flew down to Savannah for the 3rd time and knocked on the Boudreau's front door. Mr. Boudreau ushered him into his study, poured him a glass of an excellent smoky bourbon and another for himself.
"I think I probably know what's on your mind, son,"
he said, sitting behind his desk.
"I'd like to ask Hadley to marry me, sir," Jack answered, "and I wanted your blessing first." "And they say Yankees have no manners,"
Mr. Boudreau said with a faint smile. He took a sip of his drink and considered Jack.
"Well, now, I appreciate you coming to talk to me, I do. Let me ask you this, though, son. You sure you've thought this through?" "I know it's fast," he said, "but yes, sir." "And you don't think a little more time might be a good thing?"
Initially, Jack just thought Bill Boudreau was trying to keep his 3rd daughter closer to home, or was just being protective, doing what fathers did. Later, it would make more sense.
"I think I know what I need to, sir. She's everything I could ever ask for."
Bill sighed.
"She has her charms, doesn't she?"
He slapped the desk.
"Well, all right then. Best of luck to you, Jack. I think you'll be good for her."
Jack took Hadley to dinner that night at 700 Drayton in the Forsyth Mansion, her favorite restaurant. Afterward, they walked through the park, and in front of the fountain, Jack took her hand, knelt down, and pulled a little turquoise box from his pocket.
"Hadley, make me the happiest."
"Yes, yes, Jack, yes. Let me see that ring. Oh, my land, it's beautiful. Oh, Jack." She let him slide it on her finger and practically danced in a circle around him, she was so happy. He'd definitely scored with the ring. Originally, Jack was going to give her his mother's engagement ring, which his dad had given to him years ago for just such a purpose. But something told him Hadley would want something that had been bought just for her, so he'd checked with Faith, then visited Tiffany's, and bought her an elaborate platinum and diamond ring that cost about as much as a new tractor. He wanted to marry her fast and get her up to Manningsport, and she was all for it. Despite the rushed nature of the wedding, it was a huge affair. Hadley had an enormous binder she'd begun at age 7, complete with spreadsheets and thousands of pictures on her computer, organized by file. Flower arrangements, bouquets, cakes, bridesmaid dresses, invitations, place settings. The only thing she didn't need was a gown. She'd bought her wedding dress when she was 21, she told him, which struck Jack as slightly terrifying. Then again, things were different in the South. Jack learned that at the ripe old age of 27, Hadley viewed herself as an old maid. Most of her friends had gotten engaged, or lavaliered, whatever that was, in college. The summer after she graduated, Hadley had been in 8 weddings, and she'd thought her day would never come. When he mentioned he had 2 unmarried sisters older than she was, she shrugged. "Southern women can't wait to settle down and start a family. It's more of a priority for us." She became a bit of a monster about the wedding, growing furious when the caterer didn't have the right shade of ivory for the napkins. Her eyes narrowed at the mention of a cousin who'd stolen her idea for a bridal bouquet last summer. Everyone knew that Hadley's heart had always and forever been set on a bouquet of gardenias and bluebonnet. And then that Vanna had gone in and swooped up the idea, and now everyone would compare. And Hadley wanted to be completely unique, yet traditional, and have the most beautiful wedding ever held. Jack was so glad to be a guy. But as he was 1,000 miles away, he thought her bridezilla antics were kind of cute.
"Of course it's going to be the most beautiful," he said into the phone, "because you're the bride, baby."
"Oh, Jack, you always know what to say. But dang it all, I'm going to just kill that Vanna when I see her at my bachelorette party." Speaking of parties, there were many. The traditional engagement party, for which Jack flew down with his father so the parents could meet, and so Jack could meet Hadley's extended family. That had been very nice. Southerners really did know how to socialize, and Dad liked Mr. and Mrs. Boudreaux very much. There were no fewer than 3 showers, and Hadley was a little hurt that Jack's sisters didn't come to each one. There was the bachelorette party, a party the night before the rehearsal dinner, and a brunch for wedding guests the day after the wedding, not to mention the wedding itself. Finally, the big day came, which was a relief, because Jack just wanted to be married so Hadley could go back to being her sweet self, and not some Martha Stewart-obsessed monster. The wedding was held at her parents' lovely home in the vast backyard. Hadley had what seemed like thousands of bridesmaids, her 3 sisters, his 3, and his niece, her sorority sisters and many cousins, even that Vanna, all clad in pale pink. Jack had a couple of friends from college, Connor O'Rourke, a buddy from the Navy, and his father as his best man, as well as Hadley's brothers-in-law. Biggest wedding party he'd ever seen, frankly, and a little embarrassing that it was his. But Hadley was radiant and happy, seeming to float on a huge cloud-like dress. If she occasionally leveled a steely-eyed gaze at a bridesmaid who laughed too loudly, or a kid who spilled juice on a table, well, she just wanted her day to be perfect. Seemed pretty close to Jack. It was Southern hospitality at its finest. White-covered tables held elaborate flower arrangements in blue mason jars. Half a dozen copper tubs filled with ice and glass bottles of Coke were left at strategic points. Jack had been schooled that Pepsi was viewed as a sin against humanity down here. Mint juleps and neat bourbons were served at the bar, and pitchers of sweet tea instead of water sat on every table. There was a groom's cake, decorated to look like it was covered in grape leaves. The buffet had shrimp and grits, mac and cheese, fried chicken and roasted oysters. The wedding cake had 12 layers. "Jesus, would you look at this?" Prudence said, fanning herself. "I feel like I'm at friggin' Terra." The word Southern was tossed around endlessly, as if the guests needed to remind themselves where they lived. Hadley was from a good Southern family. It was a real Southern wedding, Hadley was such a Southern beauty. What a wonderful Southern tradition. The Southern food was Southern delicious. Barb was such a Southern mama. Did you see Bill cry? Of course he's a Southern daddy. Sure is hot, you can count on this Southern weather. Oh, look at that beautiful Southern smile. Jack lost count of the times he was told that for a Yankee he was all right. Apparently the War of Northern Aggression, as it was called down here, was still a sore spot. The dancing went on into the wee hours before Jack could finally carry his bride over the threshold of their suite. Their honeymoon was on the Outer Banks, a perfect week of walking on the beach and making love, swimming and sailing, eating and drinking wine, opening gifts and talking a lot about the wedding. Hadley thought it had been magical and perfect and wanted to go over every minute again and again. They flew back to Manhattan for one more night away to break up the travel, and yes, stayed in one of the posh hotels they'd looked at when they'd just met. A suite, though not the penthouse suite, which caused the briefest pout. And then, finally, they drove to Manningsport, and Jack felt himself relax as they got closer to home. The wedding had been great, if exhausting, the honeymoon idyllic, but this was what he'd really been looking forward to. Not getting married, being married, eating at home instead of restaurants, sleeping in his own bed without the unfamiliar sounds of away. And, Jack had to admit, he wanted to get back to work because he loved his job. 2 solid weeks of not working had made him a little itchy. He missed home, the morning fog that so often hung over Crooked Lake, the fields and the mist, the long, quiet afternoons with his father and grandfather, experimenting with techniques, listening to Pop's traditions, adding his own more scientific methodology, running things by Dad. He loved the smell of the grapes in the fields, the twisting vines and miraculous clumps of gold, green, and purple fruit, the cold damp of the barns and cellars where Blue Heron wine was stored and aged. But almost as soon as they got home, the troubles began. Chapter 5. On Thursday, with a knife-like winter wind slicing off the lake, Jack went into the cask room, the stone basement where they stored the oak barrels filled with the red wines of Blue Heron. The cool walls, the distinctive smell of fieldstone, the dim lighting, all spoke to the centuries-old art of winemaking. Time was the most important factor. In most things, he supposed. Too little time, and the wine wouldn't have the chance to mature and develop all the levels of taste and texture. Too much time, and the color would muddy and the flavor would fade. Like Josh Diener. Too much time without air. Too much time underwater. One of the victims sustained a head injury and possible anoxic brain damage. He was the last one rescued. That had been the report on the news. Jack had watched every minute of the coverage. He'd programmed his DVR to catch every story, every mention, hoping for a hint of something more positive for Josh. The kid wasn't dead. That was it. He wasn't dead yet, that was. Nor had he improved. Jack realized he was sweating, despite the coolness of the cellar. He really needed to get some sleep. 2 nights ago, he'd come home from work to find his front door wide open and every light on. Yet he had a clear memory of locking the door, as he did every morning, a leftover from living in Washington, D.C. When the hell had he gone upstairs and turned lights on up there? He had no clue, and it was unnerving. Jeremy Lyon, who was a family friend and a doctor, had called Jack to check on him. Maybe Jack would ask for a prescription for a sleeping pill. His phone buzzed with a text. Thinking of you. Hadley. Frankie had caved and given her sister the number, then called to apologize. Hadley was the wine that hadn't aged enough. Bright and beautiful in color, vibrant and lively at first taste, and then the lingering tannin, the cottony, unpleasant feeling. Too much, too soon. Dinner with me and Frankie this week? Playing the Frankie card so soon? Frankie sometimes came out to have dinner with Jack, sharing stories about school and herself and not mentioning her sister. She'd called right after the news of the accident hit and sent him a few texts since then. Jack had always liked her. He shoved the phone back in his pocket, pulled the plug on the side of the barrel, and inserted the sampling tube. He let it fill and then poured the wine into the glass, swirled and inhaled the scent, getting notes of blackberry, tobacco, and leather. Nice. He took a sip. Nope, not ready yet. Too cottony. The door at the top of the stairs opened, and his youngest sister came waddling down the stairs. Her giant golden retriever, Blue, followed, making a beeline for Jack's leg.
"Hello, you horny bastard,"
he said. The dog smiled up at him, happy dope that he was. "Hey, Jack," Faith said.
"Hey, should you be down here in your delicate condition?"
"I have at least 7 weeks to go. Also, Goggy brought in half a ton of grapes the day she went into labor with Dad, and Prue drove the grape harvester the day Ned was born, so I think I can handle the stairs." She handed him a foil-wrapped package. "Lemon cake from Mrs. Johnson. I was told not to eat any. It's so unfair, you being her favorite."
"I can't help being perfect,"
he said, in a pale imitation of his usual back and forth with his sisters. The cake was still warm. He'd eat some later, maybe. Then again, his appetite hadn't been so good. Faith sat at the old wooden table. "Can I smell the wine at least?" He handed her the glass, and she took a deep sniff of the wine. "Oh, nice. Leather and plum. This'll be great in a few months, don't you think?"
"I do."
She settled back in her chair and rested her hands on her bulging stomach. "So, how are you doing these days, buddy?"
"Good. Fine."
"Yeah?"
"Yep, thanks."
He wasn't about to burden her with tales of limp, lifeless teenagers.
"I'm fine, Faithy."
"Good. You know we all love you, even if you're a little prince."
"Please, I'm head winemaker for our family dynasty. You, on the other hand, plant pretty flowers."
Faith was a landscape architect, and while he completely respected what she did, he wasn't about to tell her. It would throw off his big brother coolness. "I'll ignore that. So, Jack?"
"Yes, what's your name?"
"You know Emmeline, right?"
"Sure."
"She needs a date for her ex-fiancé's wedding."
"Okay."
Wow, that was easy." Her dog came over and sat next to her, putting his cinder block-size head on her knee, and Faith scratched his ears. "It's in California, that's the thing. It'd be the whole weekend. Colleen's going too. She knew the bride in college."
"No problem."
It was winter, things were slow, and man, it'd be fantastic to get out of town, somewhere warm where people didn't want to ask what it was like to save those kids.
"Who am I going with again?"
"Emmeline, dummy, the cop."
"Right. Tell her yes."
"Hooray! And here we thought you had no purpose in life." Faith grinned. "Would you tell her so this doesn't feel so 8th grade?"
"But it is so 8th grade, Faithy. That's what you love about it."
"Just obey me, okay? I'm brewing you a nephew." She stood up and rubbed her lower back. "You like her, right? I mean, you'll be a good date and all that?"
"Sure. She's the best right wing on the hockey team."
"Women love to hear that kind of thing."
"I'll mention it then."
He opened another barrel.
"Anything else, whoever you are?"
"Yes. Will you be the baby's godfather?" He did a double take.
"Sure. Thanks, Faith."
He went over and kissed her head.
"I guess I figured it would be Jeremy or Tom."
"Jeremy and Tom aren't my beloved, much-worshipped older brothers." Jack smiled, and this time it felt genuine.
"Don't think I've forgotten how you told Megan Delgado that I had roundworm."
"Hey, I did you a favor," she retorted.
"Did you? Because last time I looked, she was still incredibly gorgeous."
"And speaking of gorgeous women..."
"Smooth."
"I know. Speaking of gorgeous, I hear Hadley's back in town."
"Yep."
"Is she looking to reconcile?" Faith asked.
"Yep."
"You interested?"
"Nope."
"Why now?" Faith asked. "Did she see the rescue coverage or something?"
"Yes."
He removed Blue from his leg. The dog looked a little blurry. That wasn't a good sign. Jack, come on. I get enough one-word answers from Levi when he's grumpy.
Yeah. She saw something on the news and thought I might need her.
Do you?
Like I need roundworm.
His inner ear ached. Faith smiled. So you want Prue and Honor and me to go beat her up? We could bring Mrs. Johnson. She never liked her.
I'll let you know.
The water had been cold like he'd never felt before. Cold enough that his bones hurt. So this wedding comes at a great time then, Faith said. Jack gave his head a little shake.
What wedding?
Jack, sheesh. The wedding you just said you'd go to. Emmeline's fiancé?
Right. I'll stop by the station. Now get out of here and go plan your next garden. I have wine to check.
He paused.
Thanks for Godfather. That means a lot, Faith. Tell Levi, okay?
I love you, she said, giving him a hug.
Love you too.
She always smelled like vanilla cookies or something, his youngest sister, and Jack hugged her back, the blurry, floating feeling fading a little. Faith pulled back. Oh, the baby just kicked. He knows his Uncle Jack is here. She put his hand on her stomach, and Jack felt a strange, firm, wave-like motion. His nephew. A little boy who'd dig in the dirt and play with trucks and learn to drive the harvester years before he could drive a car. And when he did drive a car, his Uncle Jack would put the fear of God in him. And that kid would never, ever, ever drink and drive and crash. He removed his hand and cleared his throat.
Got any names picked out yet?
No, she sighed. Levi says whatever I want is fine, which makes me insane.
Heartless bastard.
I know. It won't be John. I'm saving that for you so you can have John V. If you ever get married and produce the Holland grandchild. Not that Mrs. J has been complaining about that or anything. Or Goggy. I was over at Rushing Creek today and she said, "Oh, sure, it's wonderful that you're having a baby, Faith, but I want a Holland baby to carry on the family name."
Let's not forget my superior gene pool,
Jack said. He paused.
But if you want to name the little guy John, go ahead, Faith. Dad would love it.
Nope, she said. You're John Noble Holland IV. You get to have number 5 if you want. If you can trick some woman into marrying you, that is. Then realizing that perhaps his marital state was a sore subject with his ex-wife in town, she added, "Sorry." His heart was beating way, way too fast.
Don't worry about it. Actually, do worry about it. Make me a cake or something and I'll forgive you. Now get out of here, I mean it.
Because a flashback was coming, and Jack wanted to be alone when it hit. On the day the car went into the lake, Jack had been waiting 20 years to save a life. For 20 years, he'd never been in quite the right spot at quite the right moment. For 20 years, it seemed like he'd always been 5 minutes too late or 5 minutes too early, just missing the chance to help. For 20 years, he'd had to live with the image of his youngest sister, trapped in the crumpled wreck with their mother's body. And for 20 years, he'd been waiting for the chance to make up for that. Not that the thought made sense. He'd been away in college when his mother had died. But the thought that his little sis had been alone, in shock, with no one to help for more than an hour. That his mother had had no one to hold her hand in her last moment. That no one had come to help for far too long. Of course it left a mark. From that day on, Jack had been on alert. He joined the Navy, thinking he might try to become a SEAL. But Uncle Sam had other plans after seeing his test scores, so to the lab he went. It was fine, he still had to train, improved his swimming skills, get advanced scuba licenses, open water diving and specialized rescue, black water search, whatever he could. But that feeling never went away, even after his service was done. Every time a car raced past him on the highway at 90 miles an hour, every time he saw a motorcyclist tearing around town without a helmet, the pictures would unfold. The accident, the victims, what he would do, how he would help, how he'd make sure his own pickup truck was pulled safely off the road, how he'd call 911 as he ran, how he'd pull the driver from the car or out of the road and put pressure on the wounds until help came. He had a fire extinguisher in his car,
Didn't everyone? And a window-breaking tool on his keychain, as well as a hammer in the glove box. Flares, a first aid kit, a really good flashlight, batteries changed twice a year, a seatbelt cutter, and a blanket. In the summer, if he was down at the lake, he'd count the kids in the water and check to make sure parents were alert and not too engrossed in their books or conversations or phone games. When the flight attendants went over safety procedures, Jack listened, then looked at his fellow passengers and noted who would need help should their plane land in the Hudson or in an Iowa cornfield. As Honor said, a hobby was a hobby. Jack put his training to work and became a volunteer rescue diver for the Manningsport Fire Department. He was certified for ice rescue and as a lifeguard. He was an EMT. And still, he'd never saved a soul. Last spring, when his grandparents' house had burned down, it was Honor who'd done the heroics. Jack's house was way up on the ridge, about as far away from the old house as you could get on Blue Heron land. By the time he'd gotten down there, Honor had already saved their grandmother's life, with a little help from her fiancé. But on January 12th, Jack had gone down to the dock to take photos. He loved winter, loved the brilliant red sunsets at dusk and the cold wash of the Milky Way at midnight. From here, he could see the Crooked Lake to the east and all the way up to Blue Heron to the west. So, around 4:30 p.m., he was taking photos of the fields where the snow and dormant vines stood in stark contrast to each other. The sky over Rose Ridge deepened, promising one of western New York's famous sunsets. There might even be the aurora borealis later on. At times like this, the power of the land spoke to him. It wasn't just the fact that the Holland family had helped found this town, that his ancestors and grandparents and parents had worked this land. It was the area itself. The cold, deep lakes, the gorges and waterfalls, the fertile, rocky soil. This kind of thing reminded him of how much he had. A family, 3 married sisters, a niece and a nephew, and another on the way. His father and stepmother, a job he loved. His cat, his health, all that good stuff. It was just that lately, Jack had been feeling a little unfinished. After 20 years of being a widower, Dad had gotten married last spring, which was great because Mrs. Johnson was the world's finest woman and had been like a surrogate mother since Jack's mom had died. Prue and Carl had been together for nearly 25 years. Honor and Faith both married recently. Goggy and Pops had recently fallen in love after 65 cantankerous years of marriage, thanks to the fire. Jack had gotten divorced after 8 months of marriage. And then he heard the car. Judging from the sound of the engine, it seemed as if the car was going at least 60 miles an hour in a 35-mile-an-hour zone. He turned away from the water and waited, oddly calm. The car would crash. How could it not, going that fast? Then again, he'd had that same thought hundreds of times, maybe thousands. None of that ever happened, but the instinct to watch over, pay attention, be alert, be ready, was a reflex. His rational brain knew how unlikely it was that what he feared and watched for would come to pass, but he looked up the hill anyway. In another few seconds, he'd be able to see the car as it came down the curve on Lakeshore Road, 30 feet up the hill from Keuka. Later, when people heard about the accident, how Jack of all people happened to be there at that exact moment, they said the usual things. Everything happens for a reason. It was a miracle. God works in mysterious ways. To Jack, however, it was more of a statistics thing. All these years not being there had to end eventually. Almost automatically he processed what might happen. The car swerving off the road as the driver tried to handle the curving road, the vehicle rolling over and over into Blue Heron's Chardonnay vines, which were closest to the road. Or the car would smash into the same telephone pole he himself had scraped when he was 16. Worse, the car would hit the big maple at the base of the entrance to Blue Heron. The driver was a teenage boy, Jack guessed, because there was no one on Earth who believed in his driving skill and immortality more than a teenage boy. Hopefully, everyone in the car was wearing a seatbelt. The windows would be closed since it was January, so no one would be thrown from the car. Going that fast, though, even with airbags. The engine screamed with a downshift as the hot-dogging kid played with his life. And here it was, the screech of brakes applied too late. Jack tensed for the crunch of metal as the car rolled or hit a tree, the subsequent constant blare of a horn. The sound came, but it wasn't what Jack expected. Instead, there was a sharp, oddly clean noise, and Jack felt his mouth drop open as the car burst through the guardrail, snapping off the topmost branches of the hillside trees. It sailed over his head, its engine still revving, tires spinning. Jack had a detailed view of the chassis. And then there was a tremendous whoosh as the car hit the water nose first. The lake wasn't frozen, it was too deep for that. There was a massive slosh, and a crow screeched from a tree, and Jack saw the white, terrified faces of two boys. Yep, teenagers. The car was a silver coupe, an Audi. The nose started to sink almost immediately, the headlights shining down into the lake. The sky was red and purple, hell of a sunset. His boots were off, and he was diving. He much would have preferred to do this in August, and holy mother of God, the water was cold. For a second, the frigid shock slammed all other thoughts from his head as every muscle in his body contracted in shock, even as he was cutting through the water. Thank you, United States Navy. They'd trained him to act first and think later. His bones already hurt from the cold. The boys were screaming, their voices muffled by the closed windows. Damn. The best thing would have been if the windows were already open, giving them an exit. One boy was pounding it with his fist. Pointless, since that wouldn't break anything except a bone in his hand. The electrical must have already gone out, if they couldn't get the windows down by pushing the button. Or they were just panicking and not thinking of it. Now, the boy was hitting the door with his shoulder. Also pointless, with several tons of water pressing against the doors. No, they'd have to break the windows and get out that way, or let enough water in to equalize the pressure and then open the door. But they don't teach that in high school. And yes, Jack thought he recognized one of the boys as a classmate of his niece, Abby. Seniors or thereabouts. The thoughts shot through his head, rapid fire. The water would be flooding in through the front of the car. They maybe had 5 minutes before the car was submerged. Maybe 8, but that'd be pushing it. That is, 8 for hypothermia. Obviously less time if they couldn't breathe. Jack's arms already felt heavy and dead. Not good. No, strike that. No negative thoughts permitted. Just move. He made it to the car, which was now halfway into the lake at a 45-degree angle, the water up to the middle of the windows. 4 boys, 2 in front, 2 in back, one with blood on his face. The driver was slumped over the wheel. "Help us! Help!" the bleeding boy pleaded, and it wasn't like Jack wasn't trying. He fumbled in his jeans pocket for the window breaker he had on his keychain. $10 on Amazon, and not only did he have one, but every member of his family did too. His dexterity was off thanks to the cold, his fingers clumsy and slow. One of the kids had his iPhone out. Good. Help would be on the way. Then again, by the time the fire department got there, the boys would be drowned. They'd all drown, Jack included, or die of hypothermia. How many minutes had he been in the water? 1? 2? The car was slipping deeper. There. His numb fingers closed around the little device, pressed it against the window, his hand shaking hard, and it slipped right off. "Hurry! Hurry!" the bleeding boy screamed. "You can do this," said another oddly calm voice muffled behind the glass. Jack positioned the tool again, pushed hard, and the window shattered, water rushing in. The car immediately began sinking faster, but already one boy was wriggling through the window. Jack grabbed the collar of his coat and hauled him out. Did the same with the second, the calm one, Sam Miller, that was his name. "Get to the dock," he said. They were already swimming. They'd make it. The driver, on the other hand, wasn't moving, which was not good, and the bleeding boy was screaming. Should have been out by now. The tail of the car slipped under water with a gurgling sound. And then it was quiet. Jack grabbed onto the roof and went with the car, the water gripping his face and head with a fist of ice. Through the window, the boy grabbed onto his arms. Jack pulled him free, but it was hard. The car was tipping in the water, nose down, the headlights shining into the eerie, dark water. The boy was free, and Jack kicked his numb legs, hoping they were moving upward. His lungs burned, the rest of him was dead. Then they surfaced, and the air was so cold it hurt, but damn. The kid choked and gasped, still clutching Jack. "Relax and kick," Jack said, his lips hard with the cold, his breath clouding the air. The boy just grabbed Jack harder, so Jack looped his arm around the boy's neck and swam. The dock was 16-20 feet away, maybe. He could make it. How many minutes had it been? 3? 5? More? Sam was on the ladder of the dock, reaching out for them. He and the other boy grabbed their friend by the arm, silent with shock and shivering with cold. Jack was already swimming away. "I can help," Sam called. "Stay there," Jack ordered. He was also shivering. No, shuddering. This wasn't good. This was hypothermia stop fucking around edition. Still, what was the word? Still survivable. The last boy, the driver, probably dead. Drowned, if not killed on impact. Jack himself would probably, what did they call it? Oh yeah, die trying. It was getting so hard to think. Advanced hypothermia. So quiet now, the red sky above, the frigid water all around. The cold didn't hurt so much. The car's headlights were still on. Jack wasn't sure why. A deep breath, a hard exhale, a deeper breath, and he was under again, swimming as hard as he could, and still too slowly. The car rested on the driver's side on the bottom of the lake, 10 feet deep, give or take. A fish swam in front of the headlights, then was gone into the darkness. Jack tried to open the passenger door, but it was locked or jammed. But the window was smashed. The dashboard was still lit up. The clock said 4:41. He reached in for the driver, who looked oddly peaceful, arms drifting, hair waving in the current, eyes closed, almost certainly dead. Not wearing a seatbelt, a huge gash visible on his forehead, black against the white of his skin, blood trickling up in a dark, lazy swirl. No bubbles, meaning he wasn't breathing. Jack reached for the boy's arm and pulled. The kid didn't budge. Soon Jack would have to surface again or die down here, which maybe wouldn't be so bad. Nice that he could see. Deep blue all around. He pulled again. A little movement now, but Jack's chest was working, wanting to breathe. And if he didn't go up now, he'd drown, Navy or no Navy. His niece was 18, too. He'd want someone to try one more time for Abby. He pulled as hard as he could, bracing his legs against the car, all the air in his lungs leaving in a bubbling rush. And then they were moving, heading up, and how they were doing it Jack didn't know, because he couldn't think anymore. But they were making it, a centimeter at a time. And then there was the sky, red and purple and violently beautiful, and full of air, like icy needles in his lungs, but so, so good. The sound of his gasps tearing through the cold. His gasps, not the kid's. He held on to the boy and tried to keep going. It wasn't pretty. It was hard and sloppy and weak. A siren screamed, then another. Police and firefighters on their way. The dock was still so far away. Jack closed his eyes, his head slipping again under the water. Shit. Kicked harder, his legs really just flailing now. The boy was still and quiet. No breath, no coughing, no resistance. Jack's labored panting rasped in and out of his aching lungs. The water splashed over and over, a hopeless, wet sound, as his arm smacked lifelessly in a sorry imitation of swimming. He held on to the boy with his other arm, and God, it was hard. Still not there. Still not there. In between each stroke, Jack's face dipped a little lower in the water. He choked on some water. Still not there. Then someone grabbed his arm. Sam Miller, clinging to the dock ladder, reaching out for him. God bless Sam Miller. The other boys reached down and grabbed on to their unconscious, dead friend, hauling him up the ladder, ice in their hair now. One of the boys was sobbing. Sam reached down for Jack, pulling him up, which was good, because Jack was not going to be able to make it out himself. Water streamed off him, and he fell onto his knees. On his side, he managed, and they obeyed, turning the limp boy onto his left. "Aw, shit, Josh," the sobbing boy said. "Josh, please." Josh, right. Josh Diener, a troublemaker. It was now too dark to see if any water had come out of Josh's mouth, up from his lungs. Jack pushed him on his back and started chest compressions. He couldn't feel his hands, but this was a brutish job. Just push, 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 elbows locked fast and hard. The sirens were louder. Sam breathed into Josh's mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. God, he was tired. And then there were red and blue flashes, and footsteps thudded down the dock. "Jack, we got this," said a voice. Levi. Emmeline Neal was there too, another cop, a good hockey player. They knelt down and took over compressions. There was a clattering, and Jessica Dunn and Gerard Chartier were running with the stretcher. "Dry him off," someone ordered. "He has to be dry if we're going to shock him." There was a whole crowd now. The 3 boys were being wrapped in blankets and hustled away, their faces white in the gloom. The sun was still setting. How could that be? It seemed as though hours had passed. Someone put a blanket around Jack, too, then led him down the dock, arm around his waist, holding him when he staggered. The 3 boys climbed into the back of one of the town's 2 ambulances. The other would be for Josh. "Let's get you out of the cold," said the person at his side. It was Emmeline. Huh. He thought she was back with Josh. She opened the door of her cruiser and gently pushed him in. "Is he dead?" Jack asked. She glanced down the dock. "He's not dead till he's warm and dead. You know that. Let's worry about you right now, okay?" She was about to close the door when Sam Miller came over. His face was ruddy now. He was warming up. "You saved us," he said, his voice cracking. "You saved us all." But Jack hadn't, because Josh Diener's body was still on the dock, Levi and Gerard on their knees next to him, as if in prayer. The media called it the Midwinter Miracle, going for alliteration over accuracy. And for a few days it was big news. Anderson Cooper, among others, came to town and interviewed the 3 boys, Sam Miller, Garrett Baines, and Nick Benkowski, who were tremulous and fine, save for a broken nose on Nick. Their parents wept and called Jack a hero, an angel, the hand of God. A former Navy SEAL was interviewed and attested that it was a hell of a rescue. As police spokesperson, Levi gave a statement as well, and when Anderson asked if Jack was indeed his brother-in-law, Levi said yes, he was. When asked to characterize Jack, Levi said, "He's a good guy." That was it, and Jack was grateful. He himself was asked for interviews by 57 media outlets. He didn't give any. That night in the ER, Jack's father hugged him for a long, long time. Pops's voice broke as he told Jack how proud he was. His sisters fussed over him, and his niece wept, and his nephew got teary-eyed as well. Mrs. Johnson made him his favorite dinners every night for the next week, as did his grandmother, not to be outdone. So there was a lot of food. Jack tried to eat it. Josh Diener was unavailable for comment, since he was in a coma. There was brain damage. He was on a ventilator. At night, when Jack couldn't sleep, it was Josh Diener's still, limp body he saw, lying on the wooden dock, ice forming on his eyelids, since there was no heartbeat to keep him warm. the face of Josh's girlfriend as she sobbed on Anderson Cooper's shoulder, and the words Josh's mother had spat at him in the ER ran through his brain, over and over and over. You left him for last, the one who needed you the most, and you left him for last. Chapter 6. Emmeline sat in front of the computer with Carol Robinson, who tapped the screen.
That one's cute. He has beautiful eyes.
It was true. Yeah, but look, aggravated assault.
That rules him out? It does, Carol. You're so fussy. All right, who's next?
They both flinched at the next photo. No teeth.
This is so much fun, Carol said. So much more interesting than real estate. Oh, that one's a hottie.
Emmeline clicked for more information. Currently in federal prison.
Damn, all the good-looking ones are behind bars.
What are you doing? Levi asked. Both women glanced at him, then looked back at the screen.
We're looking for a man for Em to take to the wedding, Carol said.
Did you input that report like I asked you to?
Not yet, Carol said blithely. And don't give me that look, Levi. I changed your diapers.
No, you didn't.
But I could have. I'm old enough to be your mother.
Grandmother, even.
How dare you?
Levi gave them a tolerant look. Is Manningsport so free of crime that you have time for this?
It's after 5, and yes, Emmeline pointed out. This hellish wedding is in 8 days, and I still don't...
Feel free to keep your personal life private, Em, he said, like I do.
Yeah, right. You call Faith 20 times a day.
I call Faith 3 or 4 times a day, and she's my wife and expecting a baby, and it's the middle of winter, and I want to make sure she...
This one, Carol exclaimed. If you don't go out with him, I will.
Em looked. Yep, the guy was gorgeous. All black hair and green eyes opened a trifle too wide.
He looks a little psychotic, Em said. Yeah, well, who looks good in a mugshot? Carol asked. Don't be so picky. Even Robert Downey Jr. didn't look so hot. And please, that man could be eating a can of cat food and I'd still want to sleep with him.
Inappropriate talk for the workplace, Carol, Levi said. Besides, Officer Neal, I thought my brother-in-law was going with you.
Who, Jack? No.
Faith said she was asking.
Why? Emmeline yelped. How did she even know?
Levi gave her a martyred look. It was announced at O'Rourke's the other night. And it's all you talk about.
No, it's not.
Sure it is. Also, I may have mentioned it in the hope that you get your mind back on work.
Oh, please. Who went on 7 calls yesterday, huh? It wasn't Everett, let me tell you, Chief.
Levi raised an eyebrow and waited.
Besides, she added, I don't want to go with Jack. Why not? Carol asked. I'd go with Jack. Jack's adorable. Those eyes.
Thanks, Carol, came a new voice. And shit, it was Jack himself. Hey, Em.
Hi, she grumbled.
Sure, he spoke to her. Of course he did. He was nice. They played hockey together, along with 10 or 12 other people. When he came into the station, which he did every once in a while to talk to Levi, he always said hello and goodbye. If she saw him at O'Rourke's, he'd say hello and goodbye. And of course, the day of the midwinter miracle, he'd asked if Josh was dead. But now, as her potential date, it was different. Jack folded his arms and looked down at her. Faith said you were looking for a date for a wedding.
Yep. Don't just sit there like a lump, Carol hissed. Smile at him. Who else are you going to take, a convict?
You didn't have a problem with that 10 seconds ago.
Smile.
Emmeline tried to obey. Carol waited. Levi waited. Jack waited. Had she mentioned he was extremely gorgeous? Okay, Em said. Maybe we could discuss this over a beer. Sure. Meet you at O'Rourke's around 6? That way she could get home, walk the puppy, and give herself a pep talk. Sounds good, he said. See you guys.
Go, Carol said. "Change into something feminine. Wear perfume. Men love that, don't they, Levi?" Emmeline left, glad for the brief drive home, which gave her time to think. She rolled down the window and let the frigid air cool her cheeks. Yeah, fine. She'd take Jack, of course she would. When a Greek god said he'd go to a wedding with you, a wedding where you desperately needed to appear over the groom, you didn't say no, even if it meant the loss of your dignity, even if this was one cash transaction short of prostitution. The truth was she'd rather take a stranger, because for some reason that seemed like it'd be easier to tolerate than a person who was so nice, who might, perish the thought, pity her. She wondered why Jack was game. He sure as hell never asked her out. She wasn't even sure he knew she was female, for all the interest he'd ever shown before. But the day she'd moved back to Manningsport, her heart raw and scraped by Kevin, a floating, terrified feeling enveloped her as she lugged boxes into her little house. The whole thing was surreal. Could this really be happening? She was moving here, instead of getting married? It had been a wet day in April, cold rain pelting her, mocking the brave little pink buds on Nana's magnolia. And Em felt like she'd never be warm again. She'd never have Kevin next to her in bed again. It was shocking. No crying, she told herself. Just buck up. Big deal, you were dumped. Happens all the time. Didn't stop the hot tears from sliding down her cheeks. Then a pickup truck stopped and a man got out. "Need some help?" he asked, and without waiting for an answer, he grabbed a box and carried it inside the little bungalow. "I'm Jack Holland," he said. "My family owns Blue Heron Vineyard." "Emmeline Neal," she said, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. "Welcome to town." He smiled, kindly ignoring her tears, because if he was a serial killer, he wouldn't care about that. He'd just kill her, and wouldn't that serve Kevin right? And went back to her Subaru for another box. She remembered the Hollands. She'd been a year ahead of Faith in school. Jack probably wasn't a serial killer. She would have told him that she'd lived here for 4 years, that she once played at his house as a kid. But heartbreak was swallowing her whole, and it was all she could do not to sob. She wasn't supposed to be here. She was supposed to be in Michigan with the love of her life. Her wedding was supposed to be in 7 weeks. Jack and she unloaded the rest of the boxes in silence. "Take care," he said, then drove off. Every time she saw him from then on, Jack Holland said hello. She briefly entertained a revenge fantasy in which he fell for her, and Kevin would be wild with jealousy and dump that horrible Naomi. But no. Jack got engaged shortly after Em moved to town, and then married. He stayed nice. His wife was very friendly, too. Jack introduced them once at O'Rourke's. Hadley seemed to be the epitome of girly girl. She bought foamy coffee drinks, always wore a skirt or dress. When she was in O'Rourke's, she drank pink cocktails and nibbled lettuce leaves. The town gossip said she wasn't good enough for Jack. Turned out it was true. When his marriage imploded, the gossip machine ran red hot. Hadley had cheated on him, people said, took up with the stockbroker who owned Dandelion Hill, who died, in the saddle, according to the rumors, shortly thereafter. Even so, Jack stayed Mr. Nice Guy. Didn't get drunk, didn't pick up the many women who hit on him, didn't put his fist through a window. As for Em, she just thought he was nice. And, yes, beautiful. She checked him at hockey one night, a full body slam, and for a second they were tangled together, and it had been so long since Kevin, a full year and a half, that Emmeline had forgotten how it felt to be pressed up against a man, even if they were both clad in bulky protective gear and fighting for a puck. Then she was free, sailing down the ice again, wondering if Jack had felt anything too. He didn't. Or if he did, he treated her as romantically as he treated Levi or Jeremy or Gerard, which was to say, nada. Em walked the dog, smooched his cheeks, fed him, and then walked to O'Rourke's. This was so embarrassing. Jack was waiting just outside. "Hey," he said, opening the door for her. The pub was about half full. Colleen was kissing her husband. The Iskins were there. Lorena as loud as ever, Victor silent. The Mearings ignored each other as usual. Kathy Kennedy and Louise Casco were deep in conversation. There were Bryce and Polly arm-wrestling at a table. The Knoxes waved. Em had been out to round up their chickens from the road just that morning. Emmeline went to a booth in the back and took off her coat. Crap, she'd forgotten to change. Most nights she went from her uniform to her PJs. Well, it didn't matter. Besides, she loved her uniform, especially her weapon, and taser. "Hey guys, what can I get you?" Hannah O'Rourke asked. "I'll have a beer. Cooper's Cave IPA," Em said. "Same for me," Jack said. "You got it, kids." Hannah waltzed away. Jack didn't say anything, smiled at her, which made her stomach hurt. Do you want dinner?" she asked. "I'm buying." "I'm fine, thanks." "Great," she said. Hannah returned with their drinks. "Anything to eat tonight?" she asked. "Nope, we're good," Jack said with a friendly smile. "Thanks, Hannah." "Great, let me know if you need a refill." The waitress went to check on another table. She was pretty. Maybe Jack and she should hook up. Get to it, Emmeline. "Okay, so here's the deal," she said. She drained half her beer, then wiped her mouth with a napkin. "My ex-fiancé is getting married, and I don't want to go alone, but I certainly can go alone. My sister and parents will be there, and actually Colleen and Lucas, too. And it's not like I'll be a pariah or a laughingstock, and I'm not going to set myself on fire or burst out sobbing during the ceremony or anything like that. I just would like to have a date, sort of a human shield. But I can take a friend if you don't want to go." "I thought we were friends," Jack said mildly. "Oh, yeah, sure." She paused. "But listen, Jack, you don't have to go. I imagine it's been a pretty rough couple of weeks for you." "I'd love to go. Thank you for asking." "I actually didn't ask. You offered." And now she sounded like a shrew. "Or your sister asked, but I didn't ask her to ask you." Stop talking, her brain advised. Her mouth didn't obey. "My point is, you don't have to come. I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to go with a guy who looks like a Greek god." Here he smiled. "But I'm not one of those women who—" "Hi, Jack." Oh, shit on corned beef. It was Hadley, the beautiful ex-wife with the wicked cool name. "I saw you sitting here, and just thought I'd come over and say hey." She was gorgeous. Em had forgotten just how much. Crikey. Emmeline practically had a crush on her. She was so flippin' beautiful. She smelled fantastic, too. Huge brown eyes, silky blonde hair, pink cheeks, heart-shaped face, full, soft lips. She wore a soft green knit dress, tan leggings, and cool suede ankle boots on her tiny little feet. Em guessed that her own hips were about twice the width of Hadley's. In fact, if Hadley turned around, Em wouldn't have been surprised to see wings sprouting from her shoulders, the better for her to flutter away to sprinkle fairy dust. "Hadley." Jack stood up, towering over her. "This is my friend Emmeline Neal. Emmeline, you might remember my ex-wife." The blonde gave her a sunny smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Hadley Holland, so nice to meet you." So, she hadn't dropped the last name. Interesting. "We've met, actually." "Have we? I'm so sorry. I see you're a police officer?" "Yes," Emmeline said. "I always admired women who can go into a male-dominated field. Me, I'd never last. I guess I'm just not tough enough. I can't imagine having to run after a criminal and tackle him. My goodness, you must be so strong." "Are you hitting on me?" Em asked. "Oh, bless your heart, no." Hadley laughed merrily. "It's just that I'm an interior decorator. No guns or tackling involved in that. More like painting and fabric choices, making a house into a home." Em had to admire the skill with which Hadley had just drawn the line. Hadley, delicate and artistic. Emmeline, manly and brutish. "What can I do for you, Hadley?" Jack asked. "I was just checking in, I guess," Tinker Bell said now. "How have you been, Jack?" She gave his arm a squeeze. Nice manicure.
I'm great.
His face was completely neutral. I'm so glad to hear that. Hadley smiled, beautifully, tragically. A Yankee would have recognized Jack's response as the cold shoulder, but Hadley was Southern, and Southerners could make conversation with a block of wood, it seemed. Jack, I talked to Frankie today. You know how she just adores you. Even more now after your big save. Why, she was bragging to all her friends that you're her brother-in-law.
Ex-brother-in-law,
Jack said. Well, now, she doesn't think of you as an ex-anything, Hadley said smoothly. But shoot, I didn't mean to interrupt y'all's evening. Jack, I'll call you about having dinner. Bye, Evelyn. So nice to meet you. With that, Hadley fluttered her fingers and floated away. Jack sat back down and took a sip of beer. Emmeline noted he hadn't turned down the dinner invitation.
So,
he said,
when do we leave?
Right, that's another thing. The wedding's Saturday. It's in Malibu, so of course I'll pay for your plane fare and hotel and stuff.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will.
Not necessary.
I'm paying for your flight, Jack, or you're not going. He shrugged.
Fine, so we'll go. I'll pretend to be your boyfriend.
No, Emmeline said. No, like I said, I just want a pal. She sighed, then rubbed her eyes. You really don't have to come, Jack. Allison Whitaker would love nothing more than to leave her kids and come with me.
But you want to go with a guy, or else you wouldn't have been looking at mugshots with Carol.
Well, yes. If I take Allison, my parents will never believe I'm straight.
Are you?
Yes. I was engaged to the groom, okay? I'm straight. Must use inside voice. It's just, they think I'm not. Jack wasn't looking at her. His gaze was on Hadley, who was perched alone at the bar, trying to get Colleen's attention.
Excuse me a second,
he said, and got up from the table. He went over to Colleen, said something, and then came back. Colleen sighed hugely, then pulled out a menu, went to Hadley, and handed it to her. Based on her excellent powers of deduction, Emmeline would guess that Colleen was ignoring the former Mrs. Jack Holland, and Jack had just asked her to knock it off. So, the Princess of Beautiful Land was back in town, and sprinkling her fairy dust on Jack. And while everyone knew Hadley had cheated on him, men were generally stupid about things like this. People who looked like Hadley, and Naomi Norman for that matter, got away with some very stinky crap.
So, when do we leave?
Jack asked, sliding back into his seat. Thursday?
Thursday's great.
She paused. Okay. Thank you, Jack.
My pleasure. It'll be nice to go somewhere warm.
Malibu is beautiful. Every day of the year, more or less. He finished his beer.
Send me the info on the flight and hotel so I can make a reservation, okay?
I'll make it for you. You're not spending one thin dime on this trip. He smiled at her so suddenly that it was like being wrapped in a warm, soft blanket. And blah, 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 he said. Well, he probably said actual words, but Em couldn't quite hear at the moment, as she was rendered close to death by the beauty of that smile, those crinkling pure blue eyes, the tousled blonde hair, the glory that was Jack Holland. Then he stood up, squeezed her shoulder, and left, waving at the O'Rourke twins and nodding at his ex-wife, who positively beamed and fluttered butterfly-like back at him, which took away some of the glow. Even so, it was a good 5 minutes before Emmeline trusted herself to stand up. Do not fall for this guy, she warned herself, very sternly. But her shoulders still buzzed from the warmth of his hand. This was a disaster waiting to happen. Chapter 7.
Let me do that for you.
Jack gave his date his very best stern big brother stare. It didn't work. It never did, now that he thought about it. I'm fine. I can put my own stupid suitcase away. Someone was in a foul mood, but he couldn't blame her given their destination. There was a pause. No, thanks, I mean. I'll get that, said a flight attendant, rustling the bag away from Emmeline. Have a seat and I'll be right back with some champagne. Why did you do this? Emmeline hissed.
Because I'm 6'3", and the seats in coach only fit very skinny dwarves, he said, sinking into the leather seat.
Fine, but why did you upgrade me?
Because you're not a skinny dwarf.
Is that an insult?
Is it? Would you like to be a skinny dwarf? Because even though you're acting like grumpy...
Okay, fine. I'll sit here. But I don't like it.
Of course you do. It's first class. Relax, Emmeline.
She flopped into the seat, and Jack had to smile. She was so far from relaxed it was almost funny. For himself, he was downright thrilled about this wedding. He loved Kevin and the bride for having a wedding, for inviting Emmeline to bring a date, loved that it was across the entire continent. He hadn't felt this good since before the accident. He'd be away from people wanting to shake his hand and buy him beers, from the food that Sam Miller's mom kept bringing over, from the hospital parking lot, from his well-meaning but omnipresent family, from Hadley popping up every other day. If his seatmate was grumpy, that was a small price to pay. The flight attendant came by with 2 glasses of champagne.
Thanks,
Jack said. You're very welcome. She smiled at both of them. Are you a nervous flyer? She asked Em. I am today, she answered, chugging her champagne. Oh, shit. I forgot my hair slime.
Surely they have stores in L.A.,
Jack murmured. Not this stuff. I order it online. From Sicily. It's hardcore. Sicily understands hair frizz. You can't even buy it in America.
Made with angel wings and freckles?
She took his champagne and drained that, too. And the blood of infant fairies, yes. The flight attendant kept up with her unflagging, slightly creepy smile. Let me know if there's anything else I can get you. She moved down the row. Emmeline fiddled with her phone and rebuckled her seatbelt a few times, pulled out her hair elastic and then put her ponytail back in, opened the shade, closed the shade, tried to put her champagne flute in the seat pocket, put it on her tray, took it off her tray.
Will you stop fidgeting, please? He said, taking the glass from her. Just calm down. Your hair will be fine. We'll have fun.
My hair will not be fine, Jack. And this is my ex-fiancé's wedding. It will be as fun as a hanging.
The food will be better, though.
Hardly. They're vegans.
Now you tell me when I'm trapped on a plane.
Emmeline was pretty enough when she smiled, Jack thought. Granted, she looked a little on the homeless side at the moment. Scraggly hair and no makeup, gray sweats that screamed, "Don't look at me, I'm sexless." He wondered if she was. She always seemed pretty sparky to him. Granted, his contact with her had been limited to hi em, bye em at the police station or O'Rourke's, and the occasional body check during a hockey game. Much more fun than checking Gerard Chartier, but she seemed to have a little something going on.
We don't know each other that well, do we?
He asked. I guess not. She started fiddling with the tray back again, so he took her hand.
Relax, he said. It's not like we're flying off to face the firing squad.
That would be a cakewalk compared to this. The plane began taxiing down the runway. Emmeline took her hand away so she could clench the armrests. So, do you like having sisters? She asked.
No. You want some?
I already have one, Angela. You'll like her, she's very beautiful. Her knuckles were white.
Tell me about the bride and groom,
he said. She took a deep breath. Right. Kevin Bates and Naomi Norman.
The Norman Bates wedding?
Another smile tugged at her lips. She had a pretty mouth, pink and full and sweet. She was talking, her words rapid fire. Yeah, so he was my boyfriend from 8th grade on. We went to the same college and lived together and seemed pretty happy, more or less. I was, anyway. Then he fell for someone else, and that was that. She shrugged and looked out the window. Jack had grown up around females. He'd been the date for a lot of women in the past few years. Actually, he'd always been good for that sort of thing. He'd asked Eve Meekes to the prom many years ago, because Eve was nice and funny and had been in a fire when she was younger, which had left some pretty severe scars on her face and hands. He'd gone to 5 high school reunions in the past few years, 3 weddings and a 50th wedding anniversary. He had the aforementioned sisters, so he recognized a woman who'd had her heart broken.
"The love of your life, huh?"
he asked. She glanced at him, then returned her gaze to the clouds. "Yep." He took her hand once more and squeezed it.
"Stick with me, kid. I promise you, we'll have fun."
Emmeline met the one in 8th grade during dodgeball, a game that further proved that gym teachers hated children. A few years before, someone's parents had sued the school to eliminate dodgeball, but then someone else's countersued to have it reinstated, and while there was currently a lawsuit to have it banned once more, the dreaded sport was still allowed, apparently, because Ms. Goldberg was smiling her snake-like evil grin and fondling her whistle. Bad enough that Emmeline was already a target of her classmates. She didn't need to be pelted with red rubber balls. But worse than that, as everyone knew, was the choosing of the teams. She tried to look nonchalant and unconcerned, even as her palms sweated and her heart thudded as the horrible ritual began. Lyric Adams, daughter of a middle-aged rock star and his 4th wife, and Seven Finley, son of an award-winning British actress and her 3rd husband, were the popular kids, and anointed by Ms. Goldberg to do the honors of bolstering or destroying the egos of their classmates, one by one. "Ireland," Lyric called, and Ireland, who was the daughter of big-deal producers, bowed her head graciously, as if accepting her own statue, and cantered over to her best friend's side. "Milan," Seven countered. Most of Emmeline's classmates were named for a place. In addition to Milan, there were 2 Parises, 3 Londons, a York, a Dallas, and a Boston. It sounded more as if Lyric and Seven were in a geography bee than gym class, but hey, Emmeline wasn't kidding herself. She would have loved a cool name, would have loved to have been one of the popular kids, even though she recognized their cruelty. She would have settled for less even. Would have loved to have been able to turn to the new boy and make a joke about all the map names and how the 2 of them were outcasts because of it. That wasn't possible, however. "Jupiter," Lyric called with a hair toss. "Diesel," Seven countered. Her fellow pariah had moved from a town that most of Em's classmates had never heard of, Tacoma or something. His parents didn't work in the entertainment industry, and he was therefore already marked as an undesirable. Also, he had a human name, which didn't help. Kevin Bates. Kevin was also, insert dramatic pause, fat. In Malibu, it was far more socially acceptable to be a heroin addict or murderer than to be overweight. When he walked into algebra, Emmeline's classmates stared at him as if he had a nipple growing out of his chin. To be fair, many of them had never seen a fat person in real life. Not in Malibu. Not on the pristine beaches or exclusive mountains where their families cavorted. Being fat? Who would have dared? Why hadn't his parents sent him in for gastric bypass, a tummy tuck or lipo? At the very least, why not a fat camp? Surely, if there had been a surgery to fix M's problem, her parents would have jumped on it. Why not fix something that made life so hard? In Malibu, it seemed that imperfect children were tossed into the ocean or sent to live in a more normal state. On his first day, the teacher asked Kevin to tell the class about himself, and the other kids peppered him with questions. Granted, he was fat, but that would be tolerated if he was, say, Steven Spielberg's son. Kevin's mother was an accountant. His father was a computer programmer. The death knell. It wouldn't have mattered if Kevin's mom won the Nobel in economics or his father invented time travel. It didn't matter that his parents happened to make a very comfortable living. Kevin didn't have dinner with movie stars. He didn't come to school in a limo, and he was fat. He was no one. Bye-bye. Em knew the feeling. She wasn't fat. She wasn't tiny either by SoCal standards. She was solid, lacking mouse-like bone structure or an eating disorder. But her problem wasn't her size. It was her stutter. Words had always fought her. Years and years of speech therapy hadn't done much. The only way she got past it was if she was relaxed or spontaneous or had a patient audience, and even then it was a struggle. And patience wasn't a quality associated with children. Not being able to get out an answer, not being sure if her throat would lock and the horrible sounds would start and stop, as her classmates watched in gleeful horror, it made her an easy target. It didn't matter that Emmeline got her black belt in Aikido at the age of 11, that she was great at sports, that she was tall and smart, and, except for class participation, got really good grades. Her classmates were led by the mean popular kids, vampires who only seemed happy if they were feeding off someone else's misery. When they were smaller, Em got into a lot of fights, back in the good old days when acting out was more acceptable. In 5th grade, however, Asia Redding's parents had threatened to sue the Neils after Emmeline had pushed Asia at recess. Never mind that Asia had been mercilessly mocking Em's stutter for years. Emmeline's defense had been to pretend, miserably, not to care. She mastered the dead-eyed stare and wore Doc Martens and black clothes. She learned sign language for the rude phrases her stutter wouldn't let her say. Her parents told her to laugh it off or ignore it, but her parents were child psychologists, so they had no idea how kids really acted. At least pretending to be tough protected her from having the mean kids know how much it hurt. Next to her, Kevin heaved a sigh. Emmeline sneaked a look. His expression was amused and tolerant. He glanced at her, and his mouth pulled up in a smile. "Sucks to be us, huh?" he said. Us. That had a nice sound to it. "Cord," Seven called. "Birch," Lyric said. "Guess his parents hated kids," Kevin murmured. "Birch, seriously?" A smile started in Emmeline's chest. There was something about Kevin. He had swagger. Here he was, fat in the land where 16-year-old girls got breast implants for their birthdays, where boys had personal trainers and professionally done highlights before they started high school. Fat? Fat? It was a rejection of the very fabric of society. Almost James Dean in terms of rebellion. Kind of thrilling, really. Journey? This was said with a sigh, as Journey was the product of a first marriage whose parents were still together, and therefore not nearly as cool as the other kids. Not on Emmeline's and Kevin's level, but still pretty far down. Also, he was named after a band and not a place, so... Now, there were only 2 of them left. Emmeline sneaked another look at Kevin. He looked back, rolled his eyes. Not at her, at this, the horrible ritual of crushing the human spirit. She smiled. "Kevin, I guess," Lyric said. "Whatever." "Great," Seven said. "I'm stuck with Emmeline." Em glanced toward Ms. Goldberg and was jotting notes on her clipboard, pretending not to have heard. She wouldn't chastise Seven, Em knew, and Em wouldn't be able to tell her about it. "Asshole," Kevin muttered, then sighed and walked over to join his teammates, Gulliver among the Lilliputians. That day at recess, Kevin waited for her by the door. "Want a Twinkie?" he asked. She took the strange tubular cake in wonder. Her parents were on a macrobiotic kick these days, tragically. Thanks," she said. "So you stutter?" he asked. Sometimes. Most times. "I'm fat," Kevin said. He had beautiful dark eyes, amazing eyelashes, and curly black hair. If you looked closely, he wasn't really that fat. Husky, that was the word. And, yes, soft. But he was tall, about the same height as she was. And the truth was, he was kind of handsome. "Want to be friends?" he asked. So, of course, she fell for him. Around Kevin, her stutter wasn't quite so pronounced, and when it did come up, he waited. Not like her parents who stared at her, waiting. Maybe if they hadn't been riddled with PhDs and gurgling with words like transference and empowerment and self-actualization, Em would have felt a little less freakish. Mom and Dad knew exactly what the recommended method was for dealing with a stutterer, or a non-fluent speaker, as they liked to call her. "We have all the time in the world," Mom would say. That was another thing. There was always a we. There was never an I. "Don't feel pressured. We'll wait as long as it takes." Which made the stutter even worse. Their take on her speech impediment was relentless reframing. Em knew all the terms.
"We love your stutter because we love you,"
Dad said once, which was just ridiculous. She hated the stutter. She pictured it as a skeleton dressed in a black suit, rising up, wrapping its sharp, hard fingers around her vocal cords and squeezing, smiling as it did. Kevin got it. He liked himself. He didn't like being fat. He liked her. He didn't like her stutter. They kissed for the first time in April of 8th grade, when they'd been friends for months. His lips were soft, and he didn't do anything more than just kiss her. No tongue, no groping. It was lovely. He smiled afterward.
"Want to go to the movies this weekend?"
he asked. "Sure," she said. "What do you want to see?" Not one stutter. Unfortunately, the idea that the two freaks of 8th grade were dating was deeply offensive to their beautiful, oddly named classmates. The bullying got worse. Emmeline found a used condom in her locker, such a disgusting sight that her throat locked for the entire day. One day, when she went into music class, all the other girls burst out laughing for no apparent reason. Someone put a pregnancy test in her backpack, which caused her mother to deliver a lecture on sex and readiness, ignoring Emmeline's protest that she and Kevin had kissed, and that was it. But it was when Lyric threw a lit match at her in science class that shit got serious, as the saying went. The match went out before it landed in her hair, thankfully, and Emmeline shoved Lyric, who then screamed as if she were being chased by cannibals. Em was suspended for a week. Worse, she had to apologize to her bully, and no, a note wouldn't do. But she had Kevin. Then came the news. Kevin got into his dad's alma mater boarding school in Connecticut. Kevin was wise beyond his years, it seemed. He knew they were only 14. Of course he'd be going. Her only true friend, the boy she loved. She sat down at her computer at home and wrote her parents a letter. She wanted to go live with Nana and go to high school there, because she just couldn't keep fighting the good fight. Nana, her mother's mother, lived in Manningsport, New York, a lovely little town on a big lake where Em spent each summer. Nana was the epitome of a grandmother. She cooked, she clucked, she cuddled. Those summer weeks were fantastic, filled with plenty of gluten and red meat and sugary desserts. Bike rides and morning swims in the chilly lake, hikes and waterfalls and visits to the candy store. Nana even invited a couple of other girls over to play, and, unlike the Malibu crowd, these girls seemed nice. When one heard her stutter the first time, she put her hand on Em's arm and said, "Don't worry, I have epilepsy, so I'm different too." Em stuttered less there, still stuttered a lot, but not as much. Her parents were all too supportive of the idea of her moving. "Very empowering," Mom said, pretending she had something in her eye. Dad cleared his throat.
"This is a healthy decision. We support you."
All three of them knew they couldn't fix her or her problems. In a sense, she was running away, but the idea of leaving her mean-spirited peers filled her with such relief and excitement that she didn't care. The kids in Manningsport viewed a native Californian as exotic and fascinating, not minding that she didn't talk a lot, and when she did, viewing her stutter as a little bit glamorous. Em's relationship with her parents improved too. She had more to say, not having to look in their faces. The phone and email made communicating a lot easier. And telling them that she, who had never joined any school club before, was now on the hockey team and in chorus, because singing didn't awaken the stutter like talking did. Well, she could hear their relief. Nana's house was a cozy bungalow with clever little cupboards and wide windowsills, and a stained-glass window on the way up the stairs. In the nice weather, Nana sat on the sweet little front porch,
chatting with passers-by, which just didn't happen where Em was from, sometimes inviting a neighbor to come up and have a glass of wine or iced tea. Em's grandfather had died when she was small, and Nana had the occasional date, which Emmeline thought was adorable. And it was nice being useful to Nana, shoveling the sidewalk and scraping the car, running to the grocery store 3 blocks away. Em was needed. It was a great feeling. Sometimes schoolmates would come over to hang out and study and eat Nana's fabulous desserts. Another benefit of living in New York, she could be closer to Kevin. They were still hours apart, but they planned it carefully. If her grandmother would drive her down to Connecticut once in October and once in February, and Nana would, she was a big believer in romance, and Kevin and Em both went home for Thanksgiving, Christmas, and spring break, they could see each other almost every month. They wrote, emailed, talked on the phone, and it was always the same, always great. Kevin was funny and nice and safe. He would never make fun of her, never reject her. In February of that first school year, Em got a call from her mom. "We have a wonderful, wonderful surprise for you," she said. "You're a big sister. Here, want to talk to her?" What? "Hello?" came a voice. "It's Angela." And so she had a sister. Angela Amarache Demaku Neal, adopted from Ethiopia. Her name, roughly translated, meant angelic, beautiful, brightly shining champion. Emmeline meant little rival, also laborious. Her middle name was Mara, which meant bitter. Only child psychologists could mess with their kid's head like this. Angela was 10 years old. Her biological parents had died long ago, and she'd been raised in an orphanage. She was very nice and smart. She could speak 3 languages, and beautiful, even at 10, big exotic eyes and long graceful limbs. She was extraordinarily polite and called their parents Mama and Papa, with the emphasis on the second syllable, so much more aesthetically pleasing than plain old Mom and Dad. It was hard not to feel a little replaced. Her parents would call to list Angela's accomplishments and qualities. Sometimes Em wondered if they were punishing her for living with Nana, but they did seem to genuinely adore flawless Angela. Who wouldn't? Angela loved nothing more than the times Em was home on break. She'd leave bouquets of flowers on Em's pillow, tuck little notes into her suitcase. For that first Christmas with the Neals, she made Emmeline a beautiful scarf she'd woven herself in the Ethiopian tradition. So, sure, Emmeline loved her little sister. She didn't get to see her much, and it took some getting used to, but Angela was great. In the meantime, she and Kevin stayed together. With him, Emmeline felt most like herself. Her wisecracking jokes didn't get so strangled by the stutter. With him, she could drop the tough act and relax a little. Even though the kids in Manningsport were nicer, Em was still on guard. She had trust issues, according to her parents. But with Kevin, she was normal. All through high school, their romance continued. They both went to the University of Michigan. And then, one day during her sophomore year, something miraculous happened. In Shakespearean tragedy, the professor told the students they'd be reading aloud, just a few lines each. Emmeline's heart sank. Her stutter had quieted down over the years, but it was still there, especially when she was forced to perform. Her heart thudded, and she could barely see the passage from King Lear. Morgan, the boy who sat in front of her, was a drama major, and he read in a beautiful British accent, quite embracing the part of bad guy Edmund. Then came Em's turn. King Lear with the body of his beloved daughter. The most important part of the play. The stutter rubbed its bone hands together in glee. Her classmates waited. She closed her eyes, imagined herself as Sir Ian McKellen, then looked at her book and read. "Howl, howl, howl. Oh, you are men of stones. Had I your tongues and eyes, I'd use them so that heaven's vault should crack. She's gone forever." The stutter's jawbone dropped in shock. Her words had come out with a British accent, too, and she hadn't stuttered once. "Nice, Emmeline.
the professor said. "Maggie, take it up." Em noticed that her hands were shaking, and a strange sensation filled her chest. It was joy. From then on, if she felt her throat lock up, she'd imagine the words in an accent, and her brain and throat detoured around the stuck sounds, like a car veering around a roadblock. After all those years, her problem, which had made her so miserable, such an outcast, was gone. When she told her parents, they were quiet for a minute, stunned. "That's wonderful," Mom said. "You must feel very empowered."
"We're glad for you," Dad said from the other phone. They always talked jointly.
"We're getting a divorce, by the way," Mom said. "But we'll be living together. Nothing will change for Angela. Or you, for that matter." One day, about a month later, she and Kevin were at his off-campus apartment, lying in his queen-size bed. He was quiet. "Everything okay?" she asked. After a long minute, he said,
"You don't stutter anymore."
She didn't answer, not wanting to jinx it.
"It's a little weird," he said. "I don't know, we both had a thing when we first met, and now yours is gone."
"Well, you never know." She paused, feeling almost guilty. "I feel it there, like it's lurking, waiting to come back." He sighed.
"Well, it's good, I guess."
It would have been nice, she thought later, as she walked through the bitter wind to her dorm, if he'd been thrilled. After all, few knew better than Kevin how the stutter had paralyzed her, marked her, locked her in an invisible prison. But she understood. He was afraid. Kevin, you see, hadn't lost the thing that had made him an outcast. He was still fat. He was, in fact, obese. When she'd met him, he was perhaps 30 pounds overweight. He'd gained possibly 50 more pounds at Choate. The weight kept on coming in college. Though he never told her what he weighed, she guessed he was at least 100 pounds above where he should be. Maybe more. They never talked about him losing it. With other people, Kevin cheerfully acknowledged that he was fat, or a big guy. He loved food, loved to eat, and he didn't just eat junk food and pizza, though he didn't abstain from those either. He'd cook for her, and yes, his portion would be huge. But Em loved to eat too, and the last thing she wanted to do was pass judgment or make him feel unattractive. Kevin knew he was heavy. It wasn't a secret. Besides, she loved him. Truly was attracted to him. His dark eyes were so beautiful. His smile and laugh were totally infectious, and he was a great kisser. But as college passed and he started law school and continued to gain weight, she worried. They both went home to Malibu for the holidays that year, and Kevin had to buy an extra seat on the plane. His face was fiery with embarrassment, but the thing was, he really did take up 2 seats. He didn't speak the entire flight.
"I'm gonna join a gym when we get back,"
he said in the car. "Great," she answered calmly. "I'll join too if you want. It'd be good for both of us." He grunted. And join they did. Kevin went once. Em went 5 times, then stopped, worried that it wasn't helping. Besides, she ran 5 miles a few times a week, even in the winter. As ever, she was a strapping woman. She'd topped out at 5'10" and had muscles and an ass and some padding. Here, in a normal state, her size 10, and sometimes 12, was deemed quite average. In Malibu, the size large didn't fit her. Kevin graduated from law school and accepted a very decent offer from a big firm. They both stayed in Ann Arbor, that lovely little city. Em had a pleasant job at a newspaper, trying to put her English major to work by writing obituaries, checking movie schedules, and, later, doing some features. It was oddly thrilling to be able to order a drink and pay bills, talk about coworkers and go shopping for a couch. Both of them liked their jobs and got promoted, moved to a nicer apartment, and seemed well on their way to becoming full-fledged adults. Kevin proposed at an Italian restaurant over eggplant parm and garlic bread, getting down on one knee and presenting her the ring. She said yes instantly and kissed him. Had to give him a hand getting up, but she covered well, pulling him into a hug. The other restaurant patrons clapped politely, but Em saw a few puzzled looks. "He's wonderful, you jerks," she thought, even as she smiled. "He's the sweetest man I've ever known." And he was. He was also lazy, unhealthy, and could easily leave her a widow. So Emmeline made the mistake that changed her life. She joined Sweat World, the gym nearest their apartment. She'd never liked gyms, preferring to run. But Kevin hated running, not that he'd tried it in the past decade. So Sweat World it was, one of those horrible places with too loud music and mirrors and complicated machines. Her plan was to learn what she could, and then gently suggest that he give it a try, using the wedding as motivation. They'd set their wedding date for June, and it was August now. Almost a year to get healthy, and then to stay healthy, because Emmeline had loved this guy since she was in 8th grade, and she wasn't about to lose him. But boy, she hated going to the gym. All that sweat, the smell of bleach-soaked wipes that people used to swab down their machines, the clack of weights and the grunt of humans, the whirring of spin class, the shouts of the staff. There was one woman in particular Emmeline avoided, a hard-muscled trainer named Naomi Norman, who stared as Em ran on the treadmill. Naomi's modus operandi was to scream at her clients, using words of encouragement such as, "Don't be such a fucking pussy, get your fat ass in gear." Rumor had it that Naomi had been a Marine, a convict, a gym teacher, and raised by wolves. All seemed true. Em did her best to pretend to be in the zone, earbuds firmly in place. When she did ask a Sweat World employee for help with a machine, she made sure it was one of the nice people. After a month, Em broached the idea of Kevin coming with her, and she used Naomi. "Babe, you have to come with me. You know that woman on The Biggest Loser?" "Not really, no," Kevin said, not looking up from the paper. "Well, Naomi is like her, except with very large hemorrhoids. She's evil. I'm scared of her." "So find another gym." He got up to pour more coffee, adding half and half, not the non-fat creamer she'd bought. "Well, this one's 2 blocks from here. You should come one day, honey, to protect me from Naomi." He smiled at that. It was a start. She knew Kevin didn't like being overweight. She knew his blood pressure and cholesterol were high. She also knew he was aware of how to lose weight and why he should. And she knew that her telling him to do it wasn't going to do the trick. A week or 2 later, on a quiet Sunday morning, she bit the bullet. They were finishing breakfast, pancakes and bacon. A lot of bacon. "Hun, why don't you come to the gym with me today?" "I'm really busy," he answered instantly. And it was true. His job as a corporate tax attorney kept him at the firm till late in the evening, and he did work at least for a few hours each weekend. She covered his hand with hers. "Kev, I love you. You know that. And I'm so excited to be married and have kids and all that good stuff. But I want us to have a long and happy life. And, well, I'm worried that we won't if you don't get healthier." She knew not to use words like diet or portion control or exercise more and the like. Focus on health and love, the literature had said. She'd read dozens of articles on the subject. Obesity interventions, they called them, and she cringed a little at the phrase. Kevin looked at her for a long minute. There was hurt in his eyes, and her own welled with tears. "I just don't want anything bad to happen to you, babe," she whispered. "I could get hit by a bus crossing the street," he said, a defensive edge creeping into his voice. "I know, so could I, but—" "Fine, I'll go." "Really? That's great." "I'm not making any promises. I'll go once." "Thank you." She kissed him, and he smiled. Her sweet Kevin, the nicest guy in the world. She took him to bed first to show him how she felt. Yes, he was a big man, but she felt so safe with him, her head on his chest afterward, his heavy arm around her. They had to stop to buy gym shorts that fit, and Emmeline was horrified at how big they were. The weight had crept on, 10 pounds here, another 10 there, and somehow or another, Kevin had become immense. He was quiet on the way to the gym. "You okay?" she asked.
"I'm disgusting."
"Oh, Kevin, you're not." She squeezed his arm. "Honey, you have a big frame, and yeah, you're heavy, but we're doing something about it, okay?" He gave a dejected nod. Em held the door for him, chattering away, hoping to God Naomi wasn't there. Her goal was just to get him to walk a little on one of the treadmills, make it fun, chat about the wedding, try to keep him distracted, because Kevin hated exercise, obviously. The more painless this could be, the better it could work. Kevin registered as Em's guest, signing the waiver they made people sign if they topped the scales at more than 30% of their ideal weight. Kevin weighed almost twice what he should, the skinny, muscular man with bleached teeth told them. His ideal body weight was 188. He weighed 354.
"It's fantastic that you're here," the man said. "Congratulations."
Kevin mumbled in response. He didn't make eye contact with Em as they walked to the treadmills, past the weight machines and the muscle heads screaming with exertion. Kevin was out of breath by the time they got there. He was dying inside, Em knew. She smiled at him and set the treadmill at the lowest speed, set hers at the same. "This was probably the hardest part," she said in a low voice, "just walking in the doors." Kevin didn't answer. He bumped up the speed a little higher and started jogging. Em knew he wouldn't be able to keep that up. Too much too soon. Sure enough, he had to lower the speed a minute later. She pretended not to notice and kept walking, though if she were alone, she'd be running at her usual 7 miles an hour. Then she saw Naomi. The trainer was wearing micro shorts and a sports bra, her arms curved with perfectly defined, elegant muscle, and her stomach was flat and lean but not ripped. Long, tanned, beautiful legs. Her body was perfect. Not unappealingly muscular, just perfect. There was no other word for it. And evil personified, because her face changed as her gaze stopped on Kevin. Her hands went to her hips, and she sauntered over, slowly, her eyes narrowing. "What are you doing in my gym?" she asked Kevin, her voice just shy of yelling. "Really, what the fuck are you doing in my gym?" All around them, people grew quiet. "How dare you?" Emmeline said. "Back off, Naomi." "Is this your man? Are you here to be supportive, huh?" Kevin's face flushed even redder. "As a matter of fact, yes," Emmeline bit out. "He's here. He's taken the first step, so shut up." "Oh, how sweet," Naomi sneered. "Guess she has the balls in the family, huh, fatty?" It was nearly dead silent now. "I'm reporting you," Em said. "You can't talk to us this way." "Is that right? We'll see, won't we?" "Be quiet," Kevin muttered. "Yeah," Em echoed. "Shut up, Naomi." "I was talking to you," he said. Emmeline stopped walking, then jerked to a run to avoid being thrown off the treadmill. "You're disgusting," Naomi said, her eyes on Kevin. "You know how much fat you're carrying right now? Slick, yellow, nasty-ass slabs of fat? Oh, wait, you have a big frame, right? You're a big guy. Is that what you tell people? Is that what she tells you? You have a slow metabolism? Thyroid problem? Bullshit!"
"I do have a thyroid problem," he muttered.
"Right. You're a fat, lazy food addict, and you make me sick. You've done this to yourself. You made yourself disgusting."
"I have an eating disorder," Kevin said, his voice meek.
"I have an eating disorder," she mimicked. "No, you don't. You have no self-control, no self-respect, and you're lying to yourself. I bet she lies to you, too. I love you just the way you are, honey, right?" Naomi looked around at the other gym members, who were unabashedly staring. "Well, guess what? Everyone here looks at you and thinks you're grotesque. No one cares about your great sense of humor and beautiful mind." "That's not true. Stop it," Emmeline yelped.
"Shut up,"
Kevin ground out. He had never said anything like that to her, ever. Naomi reached over and pushed the stop button on Kevin's treadmill. He was drenched in sweat. The 7 minutes they'd spent walking just now was more exercise than he'd had in a long time. Get out, she said. Go home, lard ass. Order a pizza. Bet you have Domino's on speed dial. Just last night, Em had made a big salad with grilled chicken. Kevin had a huge serving, then called for a pizza. Extra cheese. Now he just stood there, his head hanging. You want to lose weight, lard ass? It's not gonna happen from climbing on a treadmill twice a week. You think just walking in this door is enough? It's not. You may as well not even try. Jesus, Emmeline breathed. Honey, let's go. There are plenty of other...
What do I have to do?
Kevin asked. Naomi smiled. Every fucking thing I say. It went against all the literature. It went against everything her parents had said. Bullying wasn't supposed to work. Humiliation wasn't supposed to motivate. Kevin signed up for a 6-month membership with 2 hours of personal training a day. Why? Emmeline asked as they went to the car. I don't get it, Kevin.
She told me the truth,
he said. He wouldn't look at her. When they got home, he went straight to the bathroom and turned on the shower. A minute later, she heard him crying. It broke her heart, but he wouldn't unlock the door when she knocked. He didn't eat for the rest of the day. The next day, he wasn't there when she got home from work. She texted him. He didn't answer. Around 9, he came in, sweaty and red-faced, a stiff new Sweat World gym bag in his hand. Hey, she said. How was it?
Good.
Honey, I'm so glad you're doing this, but do you think Naomi is the best person to...
Yeah, I do. Thanks.
3 days later, he came home from the gym with a list in his hand, and, without further ado, opened their cupboards and began tossing everything into the trash, making disgusted noises as he read labels. What are you doing? She asked, retrieving a can of chicken stock. Come on, that's not even opened.
It's poison, he said. Look at the sodium count.
He gave her a condemning look. She did the grocery shopping, after all. He picked up a packet of pad thai sauce and tossed it in the trash. Okay, hun, we can donate this to the food pantry, but can you tell me what's going on? He tossed an unopened box of Special K, which she snatched. She loved cereal. Are we going gluten-free or something?
Yeah, and sugar-free and dairy-free.
What's left? She asked, trying to make a joke. He turned on her.
Do you think this is funny? Look at me. I'm sickening.
No, Kevin, you're not. He rolled his eyes and went back to the purge. That weekend, he was so sore he could barely put on his pants, but he went to the gym anyway.
Naomi says pain is weakness leaving the body,
he told her. She went with him, but Naomi ignored her, preferring instead to screech at Kevin, calling him lazy, a quitter, a slug. Twice, Em had to go to the ladies' room to cry.
I think it would be best if you and I went to the gym at different times,
he told her on the way home.
I appreciate the support, but I need to focus.
But, well, sure, whatever you need, babe. Whatever works.
Thanks,
he said, squeezing her hand. Naomi took Kevin grocery shopping, and when Em saw the receipt, she yelped. 2 bags of gluten-free, dairy-free, sugar-free organic food cost more than she spent in a month. All through the fall, he kept it up. He ate only lean protein and hard-to-digest vegetables, and lumpy shakes made from green powder and soy milk, quinoa and flax and wheatgrass, egg white omelets and raw broccoli, grilled fish and red peppers. He did fasts and cleanses and purges. The bathroom smelled ghastly. His sex drive dropped, and all he could talk about was working out. Naomi says became the 2 words that began most of his sentences. Caloric load, adipose, anaerobic, layered eating. It was all they ever talked about. Well, all Kevin ever talked about. He did, however, start to lose weight. 9 pounds the first month, 11 the second. In December, they had a big fight over her wanting to bake Christmas cookies to send to her parents and Angela. Kevin said they couldn't afford the risk of her baking something not in his diet plan. She baked the cookies anyway when he was at work, boxed them up, sealed them with packing tape and addressed them, then went for a run. When she came home, she found Angela's package ripped open and a furious Kevin. He'd eaten at least a dozen cookies, he said, and it was her fault. She threw temptation in his path when he was at a vulnerable point, and how was that being supportive? "See, I thought I was baking cookies for my family," Em said frostily. "I didn't realize I was such a temptress."
"Laugh it up. You'll be crying over my coffin if you can't support me."
"I do support you, and my God, I'm so sick of that word."
"I have to go to the gym," he said with a martyred air. "And I'll have to fast now for 3 days. Please have the rest of the cookies removed from our apartment when I get back."
"For God's sake," she muttered. "Fine." She sighed, then hugged him. "I'm sorry. I love you, and I'm really proud of you, okay? I just didn't realize I wasn't supposed to bake for anyone anymore."
"I'm an addict," he said. "Please be more respectful of my issues."
He only lost 4 pounds that month. Her fault again, he said, for bringing him to her office party and letting Angela and her mother make Christmas breakfast. The gym became his favorite place. Those long hours at the law firm weren't as carved in stone as they'd seemed. In fact, the partners were all thrilled he was taking better care of himself. So was Emmeline. Except she barely saw him anymore, and when she did, all he could talk about was food and exercise. They couldn't go out to eat with friends because the temptation was too great. If Emmeline went out with friends from college or co-workers, Kevin asked her not to bring home the leftovers. They couldn't go to the movies. Night after night, they stayed home, Kevin falling asleep in the chair, exhausted from his workout. Occasionally, they'd go for a run together, but Kevin mapped their route with painstaking care, because God forbid they pass a bakery or hot dog vendor.
"Naomi says it will take an entire year for my resistance to strengthen,"
Kevin said as they ran through a deserted industrial park at 7 o'clock one Saturday morning.
"Until then, I have to be really careful."
Emmeline went along with it, eating what Kevin ate, not buying anything that wasn't listed on the Naomi-approved list, not smuggling in Ben & Jerry's, no matter how much she missed it. Kevin had taped Naomi cliches on the fridge, which made eating at home a guilt-riddled affair. Whatever you eat in private you wear in public. Abs are made in the kitchen. Don't kill your workout with food. The question isn't can you, it's will you. Nothing tastes as good as being thin feels. Em had to dispute that last one. Ben & Jerry's definitely tasted better than being thin was. Not that she was thin, but she wasn't fat. Not yet. As Kevin lost weight, food became more seductive than ever to Emmeline. It was all she could think about. Time became measured in the hours until she could eat. She fell asleep thinking about food, and as soon as she was done with one meal, she started imagining the next. While once she brought a yogurt and an apple for lunch, she now started eating a huge meal at work. Philly cheesesteaks and burgers and nachos, clam chowder and the scrammy hammy at Big Boy. She craved cherry pie, a Michigan specialty. One day, she came home from work to find Kevin there, a rarity since he'd discovered the gym. "Hi, babe," she said happily, dropping her bag on the floor.
"Hey, gorgeous,"
he said, hugging her close. And for a second, she felt such a surge of love and longing, it nearly made her stagger. She hugged him back, noting that her hands could now touch. He really was melting away. Suddenly, Kevin stepped back.
"Are you trying to kill me?"
he said. "What?"
You smell like... Yes, you went to Ray's Red Hots today, didn't you?"
He made it sound as if she'd just kicked a baby panda in the stomach. "Guilty, Your Honor."
"It's not funny, Emmeline,"
he said, sounding like a sulky kindergartner.
"You reek of Diablo dogs."
"Well, I had 2, Kevin, okay? Sue me." The hot dog stand was an icon in Ann Arbor, and, back in the good old days, she and Kevin had stopped there often. He glared at her, then grabbed his gym bag and left. "Oh, for crying out loud, Kevin," she yelled down the stairs. "I'm not on a diet, you are. I think I'm allowed to go out for lunch." He didn't come home that night. First time ever.
She didn't want to speculate about where he might be. Instead, she went to the store and bought a pint of Ben & Jerry's and ate the entire thing. Peanut brittle. It was flippin' delicious. When Kevin came back the next night, they made up. Sort of. By March, he'd lost 77 pounds, and Emmeline noticed something one night as he dozed in the chair, exhausted from the fresh gym hell Naomi had invented for him. Kevin was gorgeous. Oh, she'd always thought he was good-looking, but now his face was emerging from the chubbiness of jowls and chins. He had beautiful cheekbones and a square jaw. His eyes, now closed, seemed bigger, his lashes a dark smudge on his cheeks. If only she liked him the way she used to. It had been a long time since they'd had fun. Or sex. Or fun sex. It's just a stage, her conscience told her. He's still your Kevin. Except he wasn't. Once Kevin had been easygoing, funny, mellow, and kind. These days he was vain, obsessive, and mean. There was no other word for it. He hated fat people, stared in disgust, clucked in disapproval. He also hated people who got gastric bypass. Cheater, he said one night when they were watching the news about a person who'd lost 300 pounds. He'll gain it back. Health is like marriage. You can't cheat on it and expect it to work. One of Naomi's quotes. Speaking of marriage, hon, she began, but the phone rang and it was Naomi, who was also watching The Cheater on TV. One day, when they were standing in line to get into a concert at the university, he saw a chubby little boy, about 8 or 9 years old. "You don't have to be this way," he said. "I was fat once, too." "Kevin," she admonished, "stop it." "You're not doing him any favors letting him eat junk," he said to the boy's mother, who gave him the finger. "Honey, you can't be so judgmental," she told him later. "I know you just want to help, but that was mean." "What's mean is his mother setting him up for diabetes," he said. He had a point, but his point wasn't backed by kindness. When Naomi gave him the green light to eat out in public, Emmeline almost cried with relief. Finally, she thought, they'd return to their regular lives. Sure, they were eating a lot healthier, except for her secret lunch binges, but not eating out or going to friends' houses for dinner. It was hard. Finally, she thought, they could be normal, go out for dinner, see a movie, talk. That night, Em was thrilled, wore a dress, did her makeup with care, left her hair down because Kevin liked it that way. The restaurant was French and romantic, candles flickering, their server soft-spoken and attractive. "Would mademoiselle care for a drink?" he asked. "I'll have a glass of Pinot Noir," she said. Kevin glanced at her, and she hoped he'd order one too. He was edgy, poor thing, in a restaurant for the first time in months and months. "And you, monsieur?" From the table behind her, someone cleared her throat. Twice. 3 times. Emmeline turned around and looked. It was Naomi, her glittering eyes fixed on Kevin. "Ice water," Kevin said tersely, "and don't bring any bread." "Please," Emmeline added. She looked back at Naomi. "Hi, want to join us?" "You passed your first test, Kev," Naomi said, ignoring her. "You're doing great. What do you see on the menu that you can have?" Em sighed. Thus went dinner. Naomi would cough or hack at each wrong answer. Green salad? And what type of dressing would Monsieur care for? Hack. No dressing? Very well. Grilled salmon? Cough. Make that haddock. Brussels sprouts? Cough. No salt, no oil. No potatoes. "I'll have what he's having," Em sighed. It wouldn't be fair to order the roasted duck with Gruyere bread pudding and butter-glazed asparagus. Forget the chocolate soufflé that was already calling to her from the dessert menu. Anyway, she'd gained a few pounds over the winter, and her jeans had been a little tight last time she'd worn them. That being said, the woman at the next table was cooing over something cheesy and delicious-smelling. Em's stomach rumbled. Naomi came over and bent down to murmur to Kevin, her ass practically in Emmeline's face. "Look around, Kev,"
she said. You want to be like those heart attacks waiting to happen? Emmeline looked past Naomi's perfect ass. Didn't see anyone abnormal. Her eyes stopped on a middle-aged couple, normal enough in build. The server was bringing them dessert. 1 piece of cheesecake, 500 calories, 70 grams of fat, Naomi said. Picture your heart, Kev, slimed up with that shit, the muscles pumping slower and slower, clogged with cheesecake. Kevin stared as if hypnotized. That's not really how it works, Em murmured. They both ignored her. Champagne on the house, the server said to the older couple. Happy anniversary, and thank you for sharing it with us. How many years? 25, the woman answered, smiling. They were a nice-looking couple and clearly very happy together, holding hands, smiling. All those two have to do is get off their lard asses and move and stop indulging themselves at every turn, Naomi went on. But no, they're here instead, stuffing their fat faces. Okay, thanks, Naomi. Nice seeing you, Emmeline interrupted. She's right, Em, Kevin said. What's life without cheesecake, though? Em said with a smile. Just once in a while, of course. See? That's the attitude that will keep you fat, Kevin. The attitude that will keep people staring at you, wondering why that lard ass doesn't look in the mirror once in a while, and see how repulsive— Stop, Emmeline said. Just— Naomi, Kevin and I are out to dinner, and I appreciate you helping him get healthy, but please, you're just being cruel. She's being honest, Kevin said hotly. Well, she's also being mean and nasty and hateful, she snapped. Who wants to live the way she does? In the gym all day long, never able to enjoy a meal? Drinking those disgusting shakes? I'd rather be like them over there. Em pointed to the couple. They don't look like lard asses to me. Whoops. The restaurant had gone silent, and the anniversary couple sat frozen, the man with a forkful of cheesecake halfway to his mouth. Naomi lifted an eyebrow and went back to her prison rations. Kevin asked for the check. He didn't speak to her in the car, even when she tried to make light of the night. When they got home, he went into their bedroom and closed the door. A second later, she heard his voice as he talked on the phone. Hey, Naomi, it's me. When Kevin had lost 100 pounds, he asked to speak with Emmeline. I think we should break up, he said calmly. My life is taking a different direction, and I need to focus on that. He didn't meet her eyes. We're getting married in 2 months, she whispered. Nothing she said made a difference. She tried not to cry and failed. Tried not to beg and failed there, too. You don't support me, he said, the accusation dripping like melted butter. I do support you, she said. You know I do. No, you don't. You keep talking about the old me. I miss the old you. You were happier, Kevin. I'm not talking about being fat. You were funnier and happier and enjoyed everything more. Now all you do is go to the gym and count calories. That's no life. Naomi says, please, not another one of Naomi's famous quotes. Not when you're breaking up with me. She started to sob. Kevin, I've loved you since I was 13. You don't know me. How can you say that? Em, you'll never understand. I'm finally someone I like. I'm sorry you don't, but Jesus, don't tell me to go back. Can't you be healthy and still be sweet, Kevin? Because you were the nicest, best person I ever— Yeah, I had to be, so people wouldn't hate me. No one hated you, Kevin. No one hates a person for being overweight. He rolled his eyes. Right. Look, I'm sorry, okay? But I can't be the true me while I'm with you. You're holding me back. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Kevin, please. The stutter bolted upright, a delighted rictus grin on its face. It was back. Kevin's fat was disappearing, but after all these clean years, her stutter was back. Kevin looked at her, his face gentling.
I'm going to say this for your own good, Emmeline, he said tenderly. You've gained weight this year. You might want to watch what you eat.
And that was that. The Kevin she'd loved, who'd made being picked last for teams tolerable, who'd loved her when her words were stuck, was gone, shed like a snakeskin. He moved in with Naomi. She wrote him a letter, unable to stop herself. It was filled with phrases such as, "Never stop loving you and don't understand," and "Please give us another chance," and all those wretched, horrible, debasing phrases that your friends tell you never to say. He didn't answer. When it seemed truly final, she went home to Malibu to break the news to her family. "Kevin and I broke up," she said that night around the kitchen table with her parents, who no longer spoke directly to each other yet still lived together, and Angela, who was visiting from Stanford, where she was getting her PhD in astrophysics. "We figured that was coming," her mother said smoothly. "I accept you exactly as you are."
"And I love you unconditionally," Dad said, not to be outdone.
Thanks?" Emmeline said. "What do you mean?"
"We always knew," her father said.
"Knew what?" Mom patted her hand. "That you're gay, honey." Emmeline blinked. "No, I'm not." "You don't need to pretend, Emmeline. Your father and I don't care what your sexual orientation is." She handed Em a tissue.
"Your mother and I had dinner with the Bateses the other night," Dad said. "They told us about Kevin's weight loss. It's wonderful, isn't it?"
Good old Dad, ever clueless. "I liked Kevin better when he was fat," Angela said. "And I'm very sorry about this, Emmeline." Flawless Angela always said exactly the right thing. Em went back to Ann Arbor, only to find that the paper was downsizing and she was out of a job. Nana had left Angela and Em her little house in her will. They'd planned on renting it, but now it was a godsend. The newspaper in Manningsport had one paid employee. Even if there was an opening, Em had her fill of covering town meetings and school concerts. There was a job advertised for administrative assistant at the police department, which had all of one full-time cop and one part-timer. Levi Cooper, the chief, had been a year behind her in high school, a bit of a toughie on the football team. All grown up now, a veteran, somewhat grumpy and good at his job. Em found that people confided in her as they called with their problems. "Oh, Emmeline, hi, honey. My husband is late coming home, and I hate to be neurotic, but you think Levi would swing by Suzette Minor's house and see if Bill's car is there? You know Bill. You don't? Well, he's not the most faithful dog on the sled team." One day, a woman came into the station and introduced herself. Shalane Shanta, looking to start a book club. Could she put up a notice on the bulletin board? "My fiancé dumped me for my aunt. Can you believe that?" she said. "Gotta find something to do in my free time." "My fiancé left me 6 months ago," Em heard herself saying. "Did he cheat on you?" He had claimed no, but even if he hadn't slept with Naomi before he dumped her, he'd been emotionally unfaithful, putting all his trust and attention and time into that shrew. Also, People magazine's Half Their Size edition had just come out, and Em and the rest of the world got to hear what Kevin really thought of her. That was infidelity enough. "I think so." "Welcome to the club," Shalane said. "The Bitter Betrayed." The name stuck, and the Bitter Betrayeds became her refuge. There wasn't much reading, but there were martinis and venting. They hung out at O'Rourke's from time to time. Emmeline joined the town hockey league, having become a pretty good skater during high school. She kept up her grandmother's flower garden. The smell of lilacs and irises reminded her of happy memories. As it had been in school, her attitude became her armor. If she was a tough, mouthy jock, then she wasn't a woman who'd been tossed over for a mean girl. But God, she missed Kevin. She kept a button-down shirt of his from when he'd been at his heaviest. It was massive. She could wrap it around herself twice. It reminded her of the man who would make her macaroni and cheese on the second day of her period each month, who had cut out Dilbert cartoons for her all through high school, who sent her the complete set of Buffy the Vampire Slayer when she had her appendix out. Whenever she felt lonely, or whenever she felt that maybe the time had come to register on eCommitment or Match.com, she found herself staring into her closet at that old soft blue shirt. She'd take it out and sleep in it, and even though the old Kevin was no more, she couldn't help remembering the boy who'd befriended her when she'd had no one else. Chapter 8. The drive from LAX to Rancho de la Luna was not going to be long enough. Emmeline's plan was to get to the resort, check in as quickly as possible, then hide in her room, kill half a bottle of wine, and fall asleep watching TV. Jack fell asleep within seconds of getting into the passenger seat of the rental car, though he did run a hand over the hood as they got in. Because yes, she'd rented a tricked-out Mustang convertible. She wasn't going to pull up at Rancho de la Luna in an economy car. She pulled on to the 405, flipped off the driver who laid on his horn behind her, and tried to unclench. Jack didn't stir. His head was tipped back, blonde hair shining in the sun. His sunglasses were on, and he looked like he belonged here in the land of the beautiful people. Faith had been right about her brother. He was a fantastic date. So far, anyway. Cheerful, reassuring, gorgeous. This wasn't a surprise as much as a concern, because Emmeline could definitely see herself becoming a slutty cliché and sleeping with her wedding date to prove she wasn't a dried-up, rejected hag. Inglewood, Culver City, Santa Monica. The familiar names flashed past alongside the speeding cars. It was a bit of culture shock driving on LA highways again, the sunlight glaring and the smell of exhaust all around her. Yesterday, the 5-year-old Cabrera triplets had come up to her in the park to play with Sarge, and they'd all ended up rolling around in the fresh snow and pretending to be snakes, Lucia's idea. Then all 3 kids climbed on Em and told her to be a pony, and she crawled around in the snow, whinnying, much to their delight and Sarge's. 20 minutes in SoCal, and she was already homesick. Relentless golden sunshine beat down. It was in the mid-60s, maybe hotter here on the highway. She took the Santa Monica freeway and headed for the Pacific Coast Highway. Mom had told her a while ago that Kevin and Naomi had moved back to Malibu. That was before her parents had moved to Stanford to be closer to Angela. Weird, picturing Kevin back here. In her mind, she saw the chubby, pale boy she'd first met, and a bittersweet ache swelled in her chest. There was the ocean, glittering blue and calm. The scruffy hills of Southern California formed a wall on the eastern side of the road, the Pacific on the other.
"This is beautiful,"
Jack said, sitting up and taking off his sunglasses. Not to her it wasn't. Em had forgotten how dry it could get. Sure, the ocean was gorgeous, a shimmering, sparkling expanse today. But the landscape was scrubby and sandy, unless it had been gardened into an unnaturally lush oasis. Hotels and houses were plopped gracelessly along the highway, anything for a water view. If she'd had better memories, it probably would have looked prettier. After all, Malibu was considered one of the most beautiful places in America. As they came into the city proper, Em's heart rate kicked up. Okay, it was beautiful. Perfectly kept houses dotting the hills, the yards bursting with gardens. Palm trees and flowering bushes grew in lush clumps.
"Lots of celebrities live out here?"
Jack said. Oh yeah, Bruce Willis, Courtney Cox, Leonardo DiCaprio.
"You ever see anyone famous in town?"
Em smiled at the question. Sure, a lot of actors stay here if they have an event in Hollywood. Morgan Freeman held the door for me once.
Cool.
She turned off the PCH and headed up toward the ranch. The sun was starting to set and her stomach grumbled. Despite being fed in first class, she was starving.
"What's the plan for tonight?"
Jack asked. I'm hoping to hide in my room and order dinner and drink wine, she said. You can do whatever you want. Then, realizing how rude that sounded, she added, I mean, see the sights. It's a beautiful ranch. Used to be a rehab place for the wealthy.
"I'll do whatever you want,"
he said. Don't tempt me, Jack. She turned onto White Horse Canyon Road. Her heart was twanging with nervousness now. There was the sign. Welcome to Rancho de la Luna, America's #1 luxury boot camp.
Luxury boot camp, Jack said. Kind of an oxymoron.
It's like the place on The Biggest Loser, Em said. Naomi is a fitness guru.
How fun for the rest of us.
Without warning, Em pulled over onto the side of the road, getting an enraged honk and some curse words from the car behind her. She flipped them off. It was the California way, after all, and looked at Jack. Okay, here's the deal. He was fat, she made him her project, they fell in love. My parents think I'm gay. And did I mention I have a very perfect and beautiful sister?
You did.
Also, my parents are divorced but still live together and don't speak directly to each other. They may analyze you. They're psychologists.
Ah. And anything else?
I'm probably forgetting something, but for now, no. He smiled.
You want to stop and change first?
She twitched. Excuse me? He shrugged.
3 sisters. I figured you wouldn't want to face your ex looking like...
Like what, Jack?
Like you've just flown across the country and forgot your miracle drug for hair.
I didn't bring you along for snark. She threw the car back in gear. I'm not one of those people who's fixated on looks.
I can tell.
Jack, if you don't want me to stab you in the neck, shut it. Your publicity team said you were the perfect date. Act like it. He grinned. Ah, he was joking. She felt the tug of a small smile. Sorry, she said. Rancho de la Luna, Ranch of the Moon, was gorgeous. White stucco with red clay tile roofs, beautiful plantings, a fountain. Orange and lemon trees were in bloom, competing with the soft white of ornamental pear trees, and the scent of jasmine was thick in the air. Very romantic.
Welcome,
said the valet as she pulled up to the huge wooden doors.
Are you here for the Norman Bates wedding?
We sure are, she said, getting out and handing him the keys. I'm Janet Lee, and this is Anthony Perkins.
Nice to meet you,
he said, flashing a smile so brilliant Em almost shielded her eyes.
Head on in and make yourselves at home here at Rancho de la Luna.
Jack retrieved their bags from the trunk.
Showtime,
he said, reaching for her hand. No, none of that, she said. But damn, she was glad he was here. A tall, handsome date. Really, he should start charging. He'd make a fortune. The lobby of the resort featured Mexican tile floors and clean white walls. Some lurid religious art hung on the walls. Em had read that the place had been modeled after a Spanish mission. She glanced around. Nobody she knew. Emmeline Neal, she said to the clerk. Welcome, the woman said, clicking some keys. And your name, sir?
Jack Holland. Can our rooms be adjoining?
Not necessary, Em said. It's no trouble, the clerk replied cheerfully. I can put you in rooms 112 and 114. Just go down this hall and take a right. Both rooms have ocean views. She smiled again at Jack and handed them both keys. Thank you, Emmeline said. She picked up her bag, turned, and nearly bumped into an extremely beautiful man. Dark hair, dark eyes, broad shoulders, chiseled bone structure, and electric attraction buzzed in her stomach.
Emmeline,
the man said. And holy bleepity bleeping bleep. It was Kevin. Her face went hot immediately, and her knees felt sick and weak. He looked like the love child of Johnny Depp and Orlando Bloom. Square jaw, perfect nose, lovely mouth, and those eyes. The eyes were the same.
You made it,
he said. What? She cleared her throat. Yeah, I did. We did. Thank you for inviting me. You look great, Kevin. Almost 3 years since she'd seen him last. He'd been very handsome, yes, and strong and solid. Now, though, he was a sculpted wonder of science and divinity. His T-shirt, which read, "Trample the weak, hurdle the dead," clung to his pecs, and his arms were a thing of beauty. Those were Daryl from The Walking Dead arms, Jeremy Renner arms. Em closed her mouth. Presumably, Jack was nearby and hadn't burst into flames, but even if he had, it might have been hard for Emmeline to look away from Kevin. Her ex grinned.
"That's right, you've never seen the end result. Pretty amazing, huh?"
he said, and with that, he took off his shirt and flexed. Such a jerk. But holy bleep. He was tan and hairless. He used to have chest hair, but the landscape was smooth and golden now. Perfectly defined muscles, no trace of fat anywhere. It was as if new Kevin had killed old Kevin, melted down his fat and used it for lamp oil or something. Because even though she'd slept with this guy for years, she didn't recognize one thing on that beautiful panorama of skin and muscle and beauty. Then Naomi came jogging up, wearing workout gear smaller than any bathing suit Em had ever owned. Emmeline tore her eyes off Kevin's 8-pack. Was there such a thing? And blinked. "Babe, there you are." Naomi slid a tanned arm around Kevin's perfect waist and smirked at Emmeline. "Emily, long time no see." "It's Emmeline." "Right." Naomi hefted up a liter of bio-colored sports drink and guzzled.
"Hi, Jack Holland," came a voice. "The bride and groom, I take it?"
"Sorry," Em said. "Jack, these are Kevin Bates and Naomi Norman. This is my friend Jack Holland." Naomi scanned him up and down. "What's your BMI?"
"I have no idea,"
he said patiently.
"How much can you bench?" Kevin asked. "I'm not really a gym kind of person,"
he said, smiling. He took her hand. She didn't remove it. She might have even been squeezing it very hard. She should have hugged Kevin to show she was over him. She should have smiled. She should have said, "Kevin, hey, look at you, gorgeous," and been all casual and happy, and not frozen and stupid.
"This is a beautiful spot," Jack said. "We were so happy to get out of the weather back home."
Neither Naomi nor Kevin answered.
"Emmeline, why don't we get settled?"
Jack said. She stared at him mutely. Better than looking at Kevin, that was for sure. Let alone Naomi. "Good idea," she said, and hooray for her, she was speaking at long last. "We'll see you guys later, of course, because it's your wedding. Yay!" Oh, Lord, where was her gun? She had packed it, right? It would be so great to shoot herself right now. Jack laughed, angels bless him, and put his arm around her shoulders.
"Long flight,"
he said, giving her a little squeeze.
"We were up before dawn."
Naomi smirked. "Yeah, get some rest, Emily. You look exhausted." Then, hand in hand, the bride and groom walked the opposite way. Naomi still had the most amazing body she'd ever seen, and Em couldn't help the flash of envy she felt. Just once, just for one afternoon on the beach, she would have liked to have rocked a bathing suit. Okay, fine. She would have liked it for a weekend, a month, a few years. And Kevin, he'd done it. He certainly wasn't fat anymore. He was the 1%, the perfectly beautiful people with perfectly beautiful bodies.
"You okay?"
Jack asked. "Yep." She stepped out from the comfort of his arm. "I appreciate the thought, Jack, but I really don't want to pretend to be a couple." He looked at her for a long minute.
"You sure?"
"Yeah, but thank you." She looked away from the kindness in his eyes and headed down the hallway. Time for a very big glass of wine. Or two. They passed another hallway and a familiar voice stopped Em in her tracks. "Emmeline, sweetheart!" It was Mom. "How are you? Are you crushed? Did you see Kevin? You were very brave to come."
"Of course you came, Emmeline. You're very strong, as I raised you to be,"
said Dad. There was a brief scramble as each parent tried to be the one to hug her first. "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad." She gave them simultaneous one-armed hugs so as not to play favorites, then smiled at her sister. "Emmeline," Angela said, her eyes growing damp. "How wonderful to see you." Her sister managed to extricate her from her parents and gave her a hug. Then Dad had to give her another extra long hug to show that he was a better parent than Mom, which meant Mom had to hug her again and kiss her twice on the cheek. "It's good to see you guys," Em said. She meant it, but there was no way she'd ever sound as nice and sincere as her sister. "This is my friend, Jack Holland." "Jack, lovely to meet you," Angela said, shaking his hand warmly. Honestly, those nuns at the orphanage had done a fantastic job raising her. "Oh, this is Jack?" Mom exclaimed. "What a surprise! We didn't. What, Mom? I told you I was bringing someone. I just assumed this Jack person," Mom made quote marks with her fingers, "was actually Jacqueline. Not that there's anything wrong with you, Jack."
"Very nice to meet you,"
Jack said, smiling at Em. He shook hands with her parents.
"Son, a pleasure,"
Dad said, to prove that he was way cooler than Mom. "We were just going to have some dinner in the restaurant," Angela said. "It's very pretty. You have to join us, don't they, Mama? Papa?"
"Sounds great," Jack said, damn him. "Give us an hour, why don't you? We'll meet you there."
More hugs were exchanged until, finally, the 3 other Neils went off. When they were a sufficient distance away, Em looked at Jack. "What did I say about hiding in the room and drinking wine?" she asked. "I thought you were a winemaker. You were supposed to support that plan."
"They're your family. They love you."
He picked up her suitcase, ignoring her attempts to grab it back.
"You can have wine at dinner."
Emmeline couldn't have wine at dinner. No one could. The resort restaurant, Sea of Tranquility, was beautiful, overlooking the Pacific. It also didn't serve alcohol. Where had that been on the website, huh? Rather hateful of them, really. It had gotten chillier. There was a picturesque fire in a glass fireplace in the middle of the room, and windows on 3 sides. Em, Jack, and her family had a corner table. She thought Jack might have slipped the maitre d' at 20, but she was a little stupid with fatigue. Strangely beautiful candles, probably made out of wheatgrass and edamame, flickered, and outside a whippoorwill started to sing. Naomi and Kevin weren't in the restaurant, thank God. Em thought she recognized one of his cousins, but no one called out a hello or stopped by the table, and she was deeply grateful. She'd see everyone tomorrow and Saturday. They'd been given a program of fun and healthful activities, which included the mandatory water sports. Saturday afternoon was the wedding itself. She wondered how Kevin had felt seeing her again, if they might have a real conversation, just the 2 of them, and maybe set some old feelings at rest. Maybe they could even manage to be friends again. Surely, somewhere in that beautiful, sculpted body, a little bit of old Kevin existed. Dinner was a blurry, odd affair. Her parents were both talkers, but because they didn't speak to each other, it was as if there were 2 conversations going on at the same time, except for their sharp jabs at each other from time to time. Also, the combination of jet lag and stress was the equivalent to an Ambien and a baseball to the head. The ranch only served gluten-free vegan food, and while it wasn't awful, it also wasn't identifiable or filling. Only Angela was normal, her usual charming self, laughing, laying her hand on Jack's arm from time to time, telling stories while Mom whispered questions to her about why Em had chosen to bring a man as her date. "I'm straight, Mom," Emmeline told her for the 5th or 6th time. "Not that there's anything wrong with that," she said, "but Emmeline, you don't have to hide your sexuality from us. I'm very open-minded, even if your father isn't."
"I'm open-minded," Dad objected. "I think we all know exactly who's homophobic here. But Emmeline, you never have to hide who you truly are from your old dad."
"I'm not hiding anything," Em said. "I'm broadcasting my sexuality, okay? I like men. I've never kissed a woman, and I never want to."
"Too bad," Jack murmured, earning a scowl.
He was acting way too boyfriendy for her. "Can we talk about something else?" she asked, pushing some mysterious food that began with a Z around her plate. "Ange, what's new in the world of the moon and stars?" She turned to Jack. "Angela's an astrophysicist. Just finished her PhD at Stanford. Emmeline, you're so sweet to ask, but my job is so boring compared to yours, her sister said. Tell me how things are going in beautiful Manningsport. Have you had any interesting calls lately? Oh, sure, she said. A 4-year-old got a blueberry stuck in his nose, and I helped with that. Okay, it had been more fun than it sounded. Little Flynn Maloney had been quite thrilled with the attention, and rightfully proud of the effort it had taken to wedge the berry up so high. Well, the other day I had to unhandcuff a guy from his bed. His wife had dropped the key in the chocolate sauce and thought she might have swallowed. Oh, never mind, actually. The frisky couple in question had been Prudence and Carl Vanderbeek, Jack's sister and husband. Whoopsie.
Sounds like something my sister and Carl would do,
he said. Bingo. He smiled. He smiled. Oh, he smiled. Yep, that was some mighty good mojo. His eyes were unbelievably pretty, and that smile was balm for the battered soul. His eyes crinkled at the corners, too. Damn and blast. Jack Holland's face was just... It was just... You two make a lovely couple, Angela said. No. We're just friends, Em said, jerking her gaze away from Jack.
We play hockey together, Jack added. She has the best wrist shot on the team.
He put his arm around the back of her chair, doing that boyfriendy thing again.
But she looks pretty exhausted, so if you don't mind, we'll get back to our rooms. Of course, a well-rested body is the foundation of good mental health, Dad said, leaping up to hug her. You're wonderful, sweetheart. Daddy loves you very much.
Love you too, Daddy, she said. And I love you just as much, if not more, Mom added. Good to know. Ange, you want to chime in? Angela laughed. And I love you more than these two combined, plus infinity. Emmeline smiled, hugged her sister and Mom, and she and Jack headed back to their rooms.
What a nice family,
he said. Not the word she'd use, but they were hers, and she did love them. Thanks. They liked you a lot.
Everyone does.
He grinned, taking away any conceit that might have been associated with the smile. After all, it was true. What was not to like? To love? Who wouldn't want to rub up against him and...
You want to hang out or something?
He asked. I should get to bed. I mean, do you? He hesitated.
No, I'm pretty whipped too.
In the morning, if you walk down to the beach, you might see some otters. They're really cute.
I'll keep a lookout.
There's a hot yoga class at 5:30, she said. It's on our schedule of events.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that, he answered, sliding his keycard into the slot. Sleep well, Emmeline.
She went into her room as well, double-locked the door, washed up, got in her jammies, and got into bed. Very comfortable. She flapped her arms and legs as if making a snow angel. Big bed. Plenty of room for Sarge. She wondered how he was doing. Shalane, who had an unhealthy love of dogs, had him for the weekend. Em would be lucky if she got her puppy back, given how Shalane had promised to spoil him. Yep, big bed. Very big. Very comfy. Crap, she was wired. Exhausted, but wired. She closed her eyes and tried to relax, pictured being on the ocean in a gently drifting boat. Why was she drifting? What if she got caught on the Gulf Stream and ended up like Pi minus the tiger, or even worse, with the tiger? Pictured the blue, blue ocean. Note to self, warn Jack to check the shark report before he went swimming. Then again, the water would only be about 60 degrees. Then again, he was from the Finger Lakes. He knew cold water. And then again, maybe he wouldn't want to go swimming because of the rescue. But she kind of did. Except that she'd have to wear a wetsuit. And whose ass looked good in a wetsuit? Naomi's, and no one else's, that's whose. Okay, this isn't working, she said aloud, flinging back the covers. Time for a little fresh air. She went out on the balcony, which was teeny but adorable, red trumpet vine curling up through the post. A small iron table, 2 tiny chairs. She breathed in the cool, salty air. maybe she'd have coffee out here in the morning. But wait, no. The ranch was also caffeine-free. Horrible place. She glanced over at Jack's balcony, which was identical to hers. He'd left the slider open, and his curtain fluttered out in the breeze. She hoped he'd enjoy the weekend, being out of Manningsport in the land of sunshine and ocean. He really was an awfully good guy. The lawns of Rancho de la Luna spread out before her, dark and green. The whippoorwill called again, lonely in the quiet. The breeze was jasmine-scented, a fragrance Em well remembered from her childhood, and she thought she could catch the sound of the gentle Pacific lapping at the sandy shore. Or maybe those were cars down on the Pacific Coast Highway. Either way, Rancho de la Luna certainly had a prime location. God only knew what this wedding would cost. The place itself had to be top dollar, let alone the food, band, flowers, and activities. Em's wedding was going to have been in her parents' house. Mom and Dad had worked side by side in silence each weekend for a year, getting the yard ready. Dad had even built a trellised archway, an adorably crooked little structure. Boo-hoo-hoo. There were worse things in the world than being jilted by a fiancé. She knew that. She'd made a nice life for herself in Manningsport. Loved her job, loved her boss, loved Carol, even loved the dopey Everett. She had friends, she had a dog. It was just that feeling of being alone. Coming home to an empty, dark house night after night, week after week after month of not finding anyone she could picture spending a lifetime with. Seemed like Kevin had been the love of her life. Old Kevin, that was. She sighed and looked at her watch. She'd been awake for an hour already. Well, the Kindle hadn't been invented for nothing. "Elmore Leonard, here we come," she muttered. She jumped at the sound of a thud from Jack's room. A really loud thud. "Jack? You okay?" she called. He didn't answer. "Jack?" Emmeline went back inside. A door joined their rooms and she knocked. "Jack, you okay?" Nada. Then there was another crash and some glass breaking. The door was locked. "Jack, open the door, buddy." She didn't hear any movement inside. She knocked again, more loudly this time. "Jack, it's Emmeline. Open up, okay?" 5 seconds and no answer. Okay, time for some police work. He had Josh Diener by the arm now, and he was pulling him up. And really, this wasn't so hard after all. Why had he been dreading going down here? It wasn't even cold, which was weird, because Anderson Cooper was on the shore narrating the action, and he kept saying how cold it was. The car was deeper than Jack remembered, but that was okay, because it was warm and there were sea otters, and the Diener kid was even smiling a little, as if this was almost a joke between him and Jack. He wouldn't open his eyes, though. The other boys had. They'd swum as gracefully as the otters, but Josh was pretending to be unconscious, probably because he wanted to be an actor. Jack knew that because Anderson Cooper had said so. Then all the sea otters darted away, like fish do when the shark is coming. But it was cold all of a sudden, and Jack looked up. Maybe he shouldn't have swum so far down, because the surface was far, far away. Weird that he could hold his breath this long. Actually, he couldn't, could he? Suddenly, his lungs felt like chunks of coal, and it was getting dark. Oh shit, the ice was closing over them. A solid ceiling of ice blocking out the purple and red sunset, and Jack heard it close. It closed with a crash like glass, and he really, really needed to breathe now. He looked at Josh, and Josh's eyes were open now, and he was smiling, but it wasn't a nice smile. He grabbed Jack's arm and started sinking, pulling Jack down because Josh was already dead and furious that Jack hadn't saved him, and he wasn't going to be dead alone. Jack tried to pull free, tried to hit Josh in the face, but his arms were too heavy and slow, so he pinned the boy against the car. "Jack! Jack, you're okay. You're dreaming, that's all." There was a woman here, underneath him. "Hi," she said. "Wake up, buddy." Right, Emmeline. He was gripping her wrists, the sheets twisted around him, and had her half pinned. The small lamp on the desk had been turned on. He jerked back, releasing her wrists. "I'm sorry," he said, and his voice was hoarse. He ran a hand through his hair and found that it was sweaty. He was sweaty, in fact, all of him. "Want a drink of water?" she asked, oddly calm for a woman who'd just been grabbed by a naked, sweaty man. Oh yeah, he was naked, too. He always slept that way. She didn't wait for an answer, just got up and went into the bathroom. He sat against the headboard and straightened the covers. Looked around, his breath still coming hard. Actually, he had a glass of water somewhere. Ah, there it was, shattered on the floor alongside the lamp. Fourth time this week he'd had the same dream, more or less. The sea otters had been new. "How did you get in here?" he asked when she came back into the room. "I did knock," she said, handing him the glass. "You didn't answer, so I climbed onto your balcony. Very cat burglar of me. By the way, you should lock your doors at night." "Figured the odds of an intruder would be low." "Not low enough," she said with a grin. She bent down and picked up the lamp, turned it on, then started picking up the pieces of glass. "I'll get that," he said. "You stay in that bed," she said. "I bet you sleep naked as a frog, and I don't want to show just now." He would have made a joke, except Josh's face was still burned in his mind, that unforgiving, ruthless smile. Emmeline put the fragments of the glass on the table. "Do you have nightmares a lot?" she asked. "No, not really." Sounded like a doozy. "I don't remember what it was about." She gave him a look as if she knew he was lying. Better that than having her go all Dr. Freud on him. He should be over this by now. The accident had taken place 20 days ago. 3 of the kids were right as rain. Josh Diener was holding his own. If you could call a coma holding your own. "Move over," she said, and he did. She sat next to him on top of the covers and took one of the many pillows the hotel provided, holding it on her lap. Looked at him, pushed her hair off her face. It was a utilitarian gesture. Hera's obscuring vision, fix. So different from Hadley's sex-kitteny moves. But Emmeline had something going on nonetheless. Her hair was dark and thick, and she had on sock monkey pajama bottoms and a tank top. Nice rack. He tried not to notice. He sensed he was about to be lectured on the importance of getting counseling, maybe something on post-traumatic stress disorder, or a pat on the shoulder and a reminder that all 4 kids would have drowned without him, not just Josh, and even Josh was holding his own, and he couldn't beat himself up. "Want some chocolate?" she asked. "I'm starving." Without waiting, she got up, unlocked the door that apparently connected their rooms. Jack had hardly noticed it, and came back a second later with a Hershey bar. With almonds, no less. She plunked herself down next to him and unwrapped the candy bar. "I brought a stash. Don't tell on me or they'll make me do sit-ups or something." She broke the bar in half and handed him his chunk. He took a bite of the chocolate. Hadn't had one of these in a long time. "So, why did you say yes to this wedding, Emmeline?" he asked. Yes, talk about something other than him. She shrugged. Stupid pride. Morbid curiosity, too. She took a bite of the Hershey bar. Her half was bigger, and it made him like her more for some reason. "You know, is your ex really over you? Are you really over him?" She shot him a glance. "You must know what that's like." "Not really." "Does it bother you, having Hadley back in town?" He finished his half, his third, really. "I'd rather she wasn't, but she is." "Does she want to get back together?" "Yeah." She nodded. "Think you'll give her a chance?" "No. Would you give Kevin another chance?" he asked. She finished her candy bar and licked the wrapper, and Jack felt a jolt straight to his groin. "I probably would," she said. "The Kevin I fell in love with would be worth a second chance. Blah, blah, who cares?" She was quiet a second. "But he's new Kevin now. I guess people change, right?" "I don't know." "Did Hadley?" Maybe it was the dim light and the late hour, or the intimacy of sharing a candy bar, or just to think about something else, but Jack found himself answering.
"She probably didn't," he said, "but I saw what I wanted to see."
"Men are stupid that way," Emmeline concurred, and much to his surprise, he laughed.
"How are women stupid then?"
"They go to their ex-fiancé's wedding, hoping for something that will probably never happen."
"And what would you like to happen? For him to leave the trainer and beg you to take him back?"
"That's fun to picture," she admitted. "But no, I guess just some kind of apology, maybe?" She blushed. Funny, she wasn't bothered by him lying on top of her, or the fact that he was indeed naked as a frog under the covers, or the fact that he'd been thrashing around breaking things. But she blushed, admitting all she wanted was a simple "I'm sorry."
"What does he have to be sorry for?"
Jack asked. She wadded up the candy wrapper and tossed it neatly into the wastebasket. "Three-pointer." Another shrug. "I don't know, nothing. The comment in People, maybe."
"What comment in People?"
"God, Jack, with 3 sisters, I figured you'd be up on town gossip."
"They're white noise as far as I'm concerned."
Another blush. "He said I was unsupportive."
"That's it?"
"Well, I wasn't unsupportive, Jack. I was supportive. I was 1950s girdle supportive."
"I'm getting that you were very supportive,"
he said, biting down on a smile.
"Supportive of what again?"
"God, you're a terrible date. Of him losing 150 pounds.
"Really? Well, good for him. So it changed him, did it?"
"Yeah. Old Kevin was pretty fantastic. New Kevin is a self-obsessed idiot." She gave him an assessing, cop-like look when he recognized from Levi. "You okay now?" Jack felt his smile turn to wood.
"I'm fine. Thank you. Sorry I woke you."
She shrugged. "I was awake anyway." She stood up. "Hope you sleep better the rest of the night, Jack."
"I'd walk you to the door, except I'm naked as a frog."
She smiled over her shoulder and unlocked the door that connected their rooms. "Call me if you need me." Her tone was matter-of-fact and not unfriendly. She didn't lock the door behind her. Jack considered that. It had been a long time since he'd slept with a woman. Emmeline smelled nice, she didn't talk too much, she didn't ask those stupid date questions, like what was his ideal evening, and did he see himself with kids in 5 years. She didn't seem to be assessing him for genetic potential over future children, and she hadn't flirted with him once. She didn't ask questions about the accident. Him being naked as a frog hadn't had any effect on her. She was simply nice. Well, no, that wasn't the right word. She was easy to be with. She was honest. He liked the edge she had to her and the tolerant affection she had for her family, so clear and yet meted out with eye rolls and snarky comments. She smelled good. She had a spectacular ass. Her upper lip was a little fuller than her bottom lip, and he wondered what it would be like to kiss her. And if he had her in bed with him, he'd have something to think about, other than the Diener kid. Chapter 9. Emmeline decided to embrace her California roots the next morning and go for a run on the beach trail. It was early. She was still on East Coast time, and she figured she'd be safe. Also, running had always been her thing. She wasn't fast, and she didn't go terribly far, but there was something about the simple action of running. You didn't have to be good at it to have it work. That and a kickboxing class kept her in shape for her job. If she stopped eating like a college football player, she'd probably slim down a bit. Be a size 8, maybe. But the time she'd spent with Kevin when he was losing weight had made her hate dieting in all its forms. Besides, Ben & Jerry's would fold without her. Em had never really had an issue with her figure. Overall, she liked how she looked. She was tall and big-boned and strong. But around people like Naomi, she felt grotesque. Colleen O'Rourke was also gorgeous and slim and perfect, but there was a difference. Every time Emmeline had ever seen Naomi, she was in some sort of pose that emphasized her perfectly muscled arms or flat stomach. Colleen, by comparison, was normal. Also, Naomi wanted people to feel crappy about how they looked. It was her job to prey on people and make them think they needed her to direct their every move. Sure had worked on Kevin. Kevin, who had once told Emmeline that every morning when he woke up next to her, he wondered what he'd done to get so lucky. "Snap out of it, Neil," she said to herself. She pulled on her running shorts, sports bra, and Body by Ben & Jerry's t-shirt, then pulled on her Nikes and headed out. No one else was around. The hot yoga people were not in sight, thank you, baby Jesus. A bleary-eyed waiter gave her a perfunctory smile as he set out a tea station. Dang, that's right, no caffeine. Hard to believe people paid money to stay here. That being said, it was beautiful. Em ran down the trail toward the Pacific. Coreopsis was in bloom in bright yellow clumps amid the silvery sagebrush, cheerful little beacons in the semi-gloom. At the top of the cliff, she stopped. The sky was still deep blue, but a line of pink cracked the horizon. There were a few cars racing down, but she could hear the ocean, and her hair fluttered in the breeze. She didn't miss much about SoCal, but she did miss this view. She started running again. No music today. She wanted to hear the birds. The trail was wide and twisting, flanked by the bushy foliage of the area. It was cool this morning, maybe 50 degrees. It had been kind of nice, sitting with Jack last night, even if he was in the throes of PTSD. He'd have an easier time if he'd acknowledge it. She wasn't the child of psychologists for nothing. Her bookcase back home had quite a few books on stress and trauma and people's reactions. She figured it would help with the high-intensity calls that she might have to go on as a police officer. A coyote ran across the trail in front of her, a scrawny little thing compared with the beasts they had back home. She glanced at her watch. 20 minutes in one direction, 20 minutes back. That'd be about 4 miles altogether. Oh, fine, it was closer to 3. Who cared? Any activity would absolutely justify a trip into town for some jelly donuts at Nance's coffee shop. If it was still in business, please God. When she hit the 20-minute mark, she turned around, inspired by the thought of donuts. Then she heard footsteps behind her. Kevin. A shirtless Kevin, no less.
"Hey, Emmeline,"
he said, and damn if the sound of his voice, that friendly, lovely voice, didn't make her heart jump. "Hey, Kevin, how are you?"
"Great."
He stopped and wiped his forehead with his forearm. He was shirtless. Had she mentioned that? Oh, yes. All that perfectly perfect perfection had an impact. He looked like a feature in Men's Health or some porno website. Heck, if men in pornos looked like that, she just might start watching.
"How'd you sleep?"
he asked, and it was such a normal question. Good. Good. You?
"Great."
He smiled.
"Want to walk back? I usually like to run at least 12 miles, but it'd be nice to catch up with you. Hear what you've been up to."
Sure. Her heart was jackhammering.
"So how far did you run this morning?"
Oh, just a couple miles.
"Well, you can make up for it later. We're doing a half marathon tomorrow before the wedding."
Fun.
"Did I tell you Naomi's on the short list to be on The Biggest Loser?"
he said. No, Kevin, you haven't told me anything. We haven't talked in 3 years, remember? And man, that would really suck, having to see Naomi's face on TV, snarling at sobbing contestants.
"True enough,"
he said mildly.
"Well, you know Naomi, she'd be the best. She has an audition on the 13th.
Good luck to her.
Luck has nothing to do with it, Emmeline. It's all about work and goals. You set goals and commit to them."
One upside of being dumped, she didn't have to hear those stupid sayings anymore. She could also point out that he'd committed to marrying her and hadn't stayed loyal to that. Then again, water under the bridge.
"I'm sorry,"
he said, surprising her.
"I sound like a jerk."
He stopped for a second, bent down and picked a small yellow flower, handed it to her with that boyish grin she remembered so well.
"How have you been, Emmeline? I've missed you."
His eyes were kind. Oh, no. It was a glimpse of old Kevin, the sweet, thoughtful guy she'd adored for so long. The stutter twitched in its sleep. She took a deep breath and thought in a British accent. Fine, really, I'm good.
Your mom says you're a cop?
Mm-hmm.
And you like the work?
I do, it's very intimate, she wanted to say, but the eye got stuck tight. The stutter opened its eyes. Better to say nothing than to mangle a word. She tipped her head as if searching for the right word.
Rewarding, I'd imagine,
Kevin suggested. Yes, exactly.
And your boyfriend, what does he do?
Correcting Kevin would require more words than she was willing to risk. He's a winemaker, she said. There, a complete sentence, no mangling anywhere. 3 entire words, 5 syllables.
Really? I don't drink anymore, but that's a very cool profession.
He stopped, turning to look at her. She'd forgotten how ridiculously lush his eyelashes were.
Em, I have to admit, I've thought about you so much over the past 3 years.
She cut him a sharp glance. Was it coming? The apology? More?
I was worried about you. You seemed so broken.
A cold fist of fury clenched in her stomach. Really? She wanted to say. Broken as in heartbroken? And why would that be? Because you jilted me 2 months before our wedding? Because you left me for some exercise-addicted shrew and told the world I sabotaged you, when in fact I loved you with all my heart for 17 years? Why on earth would you worry?
I wasn't sure you'd ever get over me,
he said, reaching out to tuck some hair behind her ear. She jerked back. Well, somehow I managed. They dropped the suicide watch a while ago. He gave her a sad smile, and she remembered it well. The commiseration smile, back when he was fat and she was a stutterer. The yeah, I know what that's like smile. And somehow, that was the worst thing of all. How dare he feel sorry for her? How dare he worry about her? How dare he bring back her stutter when she really should be past this, goddammit?
I'm glad, Kevin said. I hope you and your guy will be as happy as Nay and I are.
Nay? How gross.
Are things serious?
Yep. In fact, we're engaged. Oh, shit and whiskey. Not smart. Not smart at all. But it was kind of great to see Kevin's mouth drop open. The stutter, too, was shocked and retreated to a corner to regroup.
You are?
Kevin asked. His cheeks mottled with color, and he glanced down at her left hand.
Where's your ring?
It's being resized. Well, well, well. Seemed like she was a pretty excellent liar. The things you never knew you could do until you had to.
I'm happy for you.
He sounded anything but. Guess Kevin had gotten a good bit of satisfaction thinking about her mooning over him, which she had, staying home every Friday night. Okay, yes, she did that a lot. Feeling like no one would ever fall for her again. Fine, she had those thoughts, all of them. Even so, this walk had just become a lot more enjoyable.
So, when are you getting married?
He asked. We haven't set a date yet.
Well, this is great, Emmeline.
Thanks, she said. Listen, I think I'll run the rest of the way, okay? See you later. Because, satisfaction aside, she had to tell Jack. Pronto.
Sure, I'll see you back at the ranch. You're playing some of the couples games with us later, right?
He smiled, but it wasn't the sweet old Kevin smile from before.
Wait till you see Naomi in a bikini. That'll get you motivated to lose some weight.
Ooh, war had been declared. Not everyone is fixated on physical appearance, she said sweetly. Some people put more emphasis on kindness, loyalty, and decency.
Yeah, I used to tell myself the same thing when I was fat. Off you go, burn those calories. Hey, I'll race you.
Jack was shaving when the police tried to bust down the door. Correction, when Officer Neal tried to bust down the door, dressed in running shorts and a t-shirt, drenched in sweat and blowing like a steam train.
Have we been invaded? He asked, opening up. Aliens? Meteors? What's... She pushed past him, ignoring the fact that he was wearing only a towel. Why don't you come in? With a sigh, women, he went back into the bathroom and continued shaving. She followed, flipped down the lid of the toilet, and sat herself down. We're engaged, she panted. Make yourself at home. What? I'm sorry. I know I said I didn't want the whole pretend boyfriend thing, but I told Kevin we're engaged. Then I demand conjugal rights. Shut up, Jack. Is that any way to talk to your fiancé? He rinsed the razor and continued shaving. He was being so nice. He even picked me a flower. Bastard. Exactly. Oh, you're being sarcastic. Save it, pal. Anyway, he was very sweet. Then he was all condescending, and then I said something about us being engaged. Just let it ride, okay? And your family? Shit. She closed her eyes. My parents are pathologically incapable of keeping a secret. I can't tell them. I'll call them after we leave this hellhole. Another set of frenzied knocking broke the quiet, this time on what sounded like Emmeline's door. Emmeline, said her mother, open up. Why did you keep this from us? Are you sure it isn't a mistake? Oh, the tangled web we weave, he said. Better open the door, Pooh Bear. And give me a second to get dressed, okay? She finally noticed. Her face went red. She glanced away from him, then back at his torso, and Jack smiled. We have a lifetime to explore each other, he said. Now open the door before they get a battering ram. I hate lying, she muttered. Your other option is to come clean with Kevin. I don't hate lying that much. Then she went through the adjoining door into her room and greeted her family. Jack finished shaving, rinsed his face, and pulled on jeans and a t-shirt. Doting fiancé, check. Hey, women did things like this. Hadn't Colleen O'Rourke asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend? Or was that Shalane Shanta? Whatever. Women got squirrely around their exes. It was a known fact. I knew it, Angela crowed when Jack joined them. Jack, you devil. Emmeline's father shook Jack's hand vigorously. Welcome to the family. Her mom looked puzzled. Emmeline? Are you... I was so sure you were... Angela gave her a gentle nudge. Well, she amended, this is very happy news. She gave Em an awkward hug. Awkward because Em looked as relaxed as a concrete wall. Do you have a ring? Angela asked. Tell them about the ring, sweetheart, Jack said. Oh, yeah, it's nice. Very, pretty. It's being resized. What kind of cut? Emerald, cushion, solitaire? Angela asked. Sort of round, Em mumbled. Why do you have two rooms? Mrs. Neal asked, glancing around. Jack lifted an eyebrow. He'd let Em handle this one. Jack has a medical condition. He can't, Shy bladder? Her father suggested. Don't worry, I'm the same way. Emmeline looked as uncomfortable as if she were giving birth to a large, bad-tempered porcupine. It's just more spacious this way. Space is good. We like space. The final frontier, Jack murmured. Exactly, she said. So who's doing all those stupid couples activities today? You said you were just friends, Mrs. Neal said. I try so hard to establish an intimate mother-daughter bond with you, Emmeline, but you've kept this entire relationship from me. I suspected, her father said, nodding. I picked up on something in her tone the last time we talked. No, you didn't, her mother spat. You thought she was gay, too. Jack's new fiancée looked pained. She started to answer, stopped, then said, I have to make a phone call. I just remembered. Coward, he whispered as she bolted past, closing the door to his room. Then she came back immediately, grabbed her phone, and went back, slamming the door. This must have happened fast, Em's mother said. Why the rush? Well, we didn't want to waste time, Jack said. You know. There was a collective gasp. Oops. Is Emmeline pregnant? Angela whispered. Jack grimaced. Oh, let her answer that.
Emmeline? Her mother shouted. Are you pregnant?
She burst back into the room.
No. What did you tell them? I'm not pregnant.
I misspoke, Jack said. She's not pregnant. Definitely not.
You are, aren't you? Angela crowed. Oh, hooray! I'm going to be an auntie.
An eon of muttered lying later, the Neals left, firmly convinced that Em had a bun in the oven.
How could you do that? Emmeline wailed. Honestly, Jack, I'm going to have to pee on a stick before they'll believe I'm not preggers, and my mother will want to be right there when I do, so thank you for that.
Well, I'm sorry, he said. It's all a little blurry, seeing that I only learned we were engaged 30 seconds before.
Exactly. I'd think it'd take a little longer to conceive.
Then let's get right on that.
In your dreams, Jack. And knock it off, by the way.
Don't we have somewhere to be right now? He asked. She flung herself into the chair.
Yes, couples volleyball starts in 10 minutes.
I can't wait, he said.
She got up and started yanking drawers open. And to top it all off, I have to wear a bathing suit. God hates me today. With that, she went into the bathroom and closed the door. Which was too bad. Now that they were engaged, Jack felt he at least deserved to see her naked. It wasn't couples volleyball, Jack soon learned as they walked to the pool. It was couples chicken. Well, it was called something else, something crunchy and fake sounding, like partnership water celebration. But it was chicken. The pool was a vast turquoise thing shaped like a shamrock, waterfall on one side, an organic kale smoothie bar on the other. Several very fit couples were shrieking and laughing and flexing, looking like a commercial. Beside him, Emmeline groaned. She was wearing what looked to be a white parachute. He'd seen burqas that revealed more skin. It was a shame they weren't going to swim in the ocean. Apparently, the ocean was too cold without a wetsuit. Californians had clearly never swum in Keuka in May, the way Jack did every year. At the memory of cold lake water, his heart began to thud. He stopped abruptly, and Emmeline, walking beside him, stopped too. Jack, you okay? Now his breathing was funny, shaking in and out of his chest. His heart felt the size of a cantaloupe. Something was wrong. He might be having a heart attack. Then Em was towing him to a lounge chair and pushing him in it. He grabbed her wrist. Nice and easy, she said, sitting so they were face to face. Slow down your breathing, big guy. She reached out with her free hand and pushed some hair off his forehead. Nice and slow. He was supposed to be looking after her this weekend, not the other way around. The weather's amazing today, isn't it? She said. Say what you will about Southern California. We have great weather. She smelled like sunscreen. Also, she had freckles. He'd never noticed that before. I thought we could take a drive later on. It would be good to get away from here for a little while. Not that I'm having a terrible time or anything. She smiled a little, twisted her hand so he wasn't gripping her wrist anymore, but left her hand in his. There's a great donut place not far from here. Well, there was. I hope it's still in business. I'll buy you a sugar. He leaned forward and kissed her, and her mouth opened in surprise. Her lips were soft, and that was enough. That was all he needed. Her soft, pretty mouth and her hair, hot from the sunshine under his hand as he cupped the back of her head. The panic attack drifted to the back of his brain. The breeze fluttered her hair against his face, and he smoothed it away, still kissing her, which he should probably stop. And he would, eventually. She did it for him, pulled back a few inches and didn't look at him, pressed her lips together. I'm sorry, he said quietly. No, it's fine. Colleen O'Rourke, well, Colleen Campbell now, was suddenly at their side. Jack hadn't seen her yet. They'd been on different flights out here, but she was an old friend of the bride or something.
"Holy St. Patrick, were you two just kissing?" she asked. "Leave them alone, Cole," said her twin. "Hey, Connor," Jack said. "What are you doing here?" "Penance." He sighed and looked at his sister. "I'm her babysitter." "He's my date," Colleen said at the same time. "Colleen and Connor," boomed a voice. "Please report to the pool immediately." Ah, the bride had a bullhorn. Nice touch. "Good God," Connor muttered. "Lucas couldn't come," Colleen said. "Believe it or not, Con wasn't my first choice, but Lucas's niece had an appendectomy, so he had to go to Chicago yesterday, and he forced Connor to come with me, because I'm a delicate flower, Jack, as you may have heard, and also percolating a baby." She paused for breath. "You guys playing chicken? Con and I are a team." "This is horrifying," Connor said. "I can't believe I have to do this. I don't even like hugging you." "Oh, stop. It's a piggyback ride. It won't kill you." "It might, the way you're eating these days." "Colleen and Connor, report to poolside immediately." Can you believe her? I didn't like her in college, and I don't like her now. Colleen looked up at Em. "Are you guys playing?" Emmeline, who hadn't said boo, cleared her throat. "We thought it was volleyball. By the way, Jack and I are pretend engaged." Connor gave him a look, and Jack shrugged. Colleen clapped her hands. "I told you. You should have just committed to that plan to start with. Come on, Connor. Naomi's summoning me. God, I wish Lucas was here." "You're not the only one," Connor said. "Well, believe me, I didn't want to be here with my grumpy-ass brother. Oh, and by the way, Connor, you should have said yes to coming to this with Emmeline, because then you wouldn't be here with your sister as your date." "I'm not your date, I'm your keeper," Connor said. "Emily and Jack, report to poolside immediately," boomed the bride. What was that term? Bridezilla? Yeah, that worked. "Well, shit," Colleen sighed. "Come on, Connor. Prepare to fight to the death. Your death, of course. You have to save me and my unborn child." "This is so wrong," Connor said, but he obeyed, and off they went. Jack looked at Emmeline, who was still not looking at him. "Sorry about the kiss." No, it's whatever." "Thank you, by the way." She looked at him abruptly. "What for?" Her eyes were blue, dark blue. "Talking me down," he said. "Letting me kiss you." She blushed, made a weird snorting noise. "It was a huge sacrifice, Jack. I mean, if you looked in the mirror, you're hideous. Hey, did I tell you I'm going to be a crisis negotiator? Well, sort of. I mean, I'm taking a class when we get back home. You know, hostage situations, suicidal people. So it was good practice. Not that you're taking any hostages or... never mind. It's fine. We're good." She was nervous. It was kind of cute. "Ready to play chicken?" "No." "Come on, it'll be fun. Take that thing off and let's get going." "I should never have come to this wedding," she said. "You're a cop. Be brave." "Bite me." "That's my girl." Her blush deepened. Then she scowled at him, grumbled a little more, and yanked the burqa over her head. Hello? Now why the hell would she be worried about wearing a bathing suit when she looked like that? She had long legs, a really nice ass, and an amazing rack that was on fantastic display. And whoever made that suit should be given a Nobel Prize in engineering because, wow. Emmeline wasn't lean by any stretch of the imagination, but Jack always kind of liked that. She looked like a woman, not a prepubescent girl. The kind of woman who'd feel soft and sturdy at the same time. "Let's find out," his brain told him. "What are you looking at?" she growled. He looked away. "My grandmother has that same bathing suit," he said. "Try a bikini next time." "Right. I'll also try setting myself on fire since it would be just as fun. Bad enough that I'm here in the land of plastic people." "Emily and Jack, get over here now," boomed the bride. "I'm getting you a bikini," he said, standing up. "Now that we're engaged." "Let's just get this over with. I apologize in advance for any herniated discs. Relax, be happy. We're engaged and possibly expecting a baby. He took her hand and headed for the pool. The thought of going into the water didn't bother him. A pool wasn't a lake. There was no chance of a car accident here. Everyone would be fine. The bride put down her bullhorn. "About time," she said, scanning Emmeline up and down. To her credit, Em ignored her and dived neatly into the deep end of the pool, then surfaced, looking as if she wanted to be banged silly. "Okay, Jack, enough of that. The poor kid is going through a tough time. Also, that may be transference on your part." He dived in too, the cool water sliding over his head. No problems. Good. He was a Navy man after all. He couldn't be afraid of the water. And he wasn't. Here was proof. He swam over to Emmeline. "Mount up, Pooh Bear," he said. "This is the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life." He seemed to be looking at her breasts again. Being in the water only made them look more buoyant. "You're rocking this suit," he said. Yeah, you're gorgeous yourself. And where does a winemaker get washboard abs, by the way?" Nice of her to notice. "I'm a Greek god, remember?" "I resent the fact that you remember that." But she smiled a little nonetheless. There was a splash from the deep end. "Oh, gosh golly," Colleen called. "We lost. Con, let's get something to eat. What do you say? I'm starving." Jack turned to Emmeline and smiled. "Upsy-daisy, Pooh." Emmeline was not happy. The miracle bathing suit was constricting her stomach to the point of Scarlett O'Hara's corset, and she was having difficulty breathing. The ta-ta-ta-das were in place, and while she was sure she never wanted to meet the weird, breast-obsessed, mommy-didn't-nurse-me person who'd come up with them, she had to give him credit. The girls looked quite ambitious. Jack kept looking, which might have been gratifying were it not for A, the look was fake, and B, the two cold, fake, raw chicken cutlets felt just as disgusting as one might think. And now she had to climb on Jack's shoulders. Hopefully he wouldn't cry out in agony and crumple. However, those shoulders looked pretty sturdy to her. In fact, all of him looked so. He was... What was the question again? Because even in this crowd, where wedding guests seemed to have been chosen from the modeling lineup for Abercrombie & Fitch, Jack stood out. Not only was he ridiculously handsome, he was working man delicious. He wasn't ripped and chiseled, or waxed, thank heavens, but he was, well, hell, kind of perfect. While Kevin and the other guys looked like what they were, gym addicts, Jack just looked strong. He had broad shoulders that would soon be put to the test under her weight, a flat stomach that rippled with muscle, arms that got their definition from lifting barrels, or whatever his job required him to lift, but picturing him hefting wooden barrels was quite satisfying. There was a happy trail from his navel to the waistband of his trunks, and... "Emily and Jack, can you please get going here?" "Ready?" Jack said, and before she knew it, he ducked underwater, and, oh boy, between her legs. Then he stood up, and she was teetering on his shoulders. And how did her stomach look? Was the miracle suit all it promised to be? She grabbed onto his forehead so she wouldn't fall. "You good up there?" he asked. "Yep, very good," she chirped. So good. Lottie, the bitter betrayeds were going to hear about this. Maybe she'd even get a tattoo on each thigh. Jack Holland's head was here. There was a DJ set up by the smoothie bar, and the theme song to Jaws started playing. "We're in it to win it," Naomi bellowed, clambering on top of Kevin's shoulders. Two other couples were also in this gladiator match, and both women were quite gorgeous, too, except not quite as beautiful as Naomi. Both wore string bikinis, as did the bride. Sigh, no, none of that. You will not feel like an ugly duckling, she told herself firmly. You have a 93% accuracy rate for headshots with your Smith & Wesson. You can pick up all 3 Cabrera triplets at once. You rock. "Let's take a dive like Colleen and Connor did," she suggested to Jack, somewhat concerned about squashing his vertebrae.
We can go get donuts instead."
"No way," he said. "We're in it to win it, too."
The rules were simple. Knock the other couples down. They were in a part of the pool where the water was about chest deep, and each couple had their own quadrant to defend. Hopefully, no one would fall and hit their heads, because if any blood got in the water, Em was pretty sure Naomi would go into a feeding frenzy. Even now she was flashing a shark-like grin. The music didn't help. Em suspected she was about to have her leg bitten off. "Do we have a strategy here?" Em asked. Jack's wet hair tickled her thighs. He looked up, the motion of his head making her squeak with lust. His beautiful blue eyes crinkled with a smile.
"Hold on," he said.
"On your mark," Naomi bellowed. "Get set, go!" There was a sloshing noise as all the couples charged the center. The DJ turned up the music.
Da-da, da-da, da-da-da-da.
Jack reached couple number 1, a red-headed woman on top of a very beautiful man. "Hi," Em said. "Hi." Emmeline reached out with one hand and gave the woman a gentle push. She went down like a narcoleptic kitten. Then again, she probably weighed as much as fog. "Sorry," Em said, guilt flashing immediately. No, don't worry," she said. Was it Em's imagination, or did the woman look relieved?
"Incoming,"
Jack said, turning around. Couple number 2 didn't wait. The man took a dive before Emmeline even touched the woman. "Oh, come on, Randy," Naomi bellowed.
"Yeah, come on,"
Kevin echoed. It dawned on Emmeline that no one wanted to compete with the happy couple. Indeed, Naomi seemed a little ticked that the other 2 couples were already swimming for the stairs.
"How badly do you want to win?"
Jack murmured. "I don't really care."
"Well, I do."
With that, Jack surged forward, and Em gave a little shriek. Oh, this was almost sexy time. Would it be wrong to ask him to do that again? Because the feeling of his head against her... Then Kevin and Naomi were right in front of them. Naomi's savagely beautiful face was right in front of her, in what Em could only describe as a snarl. "Don't mean to scare you," the trainer said, "but Kevin and I have never lost. Right, Kevster, babe?"
"Right, babe,"
he answered obediently.
"Neither have we,"
Jack said. "Well, you're about to," Naomi said. "The only difference between try and triumph is a little oomph."
"You deserve to lose for that alone, Naomi."
There was a smile in Jack's voice. "I never lose," she said. Then her hands were on Em's shoulders, and she shoved hard. Em locked her feet around Jack's back to keep from falling. She might have been choking him to death with her thighs, but you know what? She didn't care all of a sudden. All she wanted was for Naomi to lose at something, and she leaned in, grappling with Naomi. And really, this was idiotic. Why not just put Naomi in the Hunger Games and let her kill everyone else? But damn it, Emmeline was not going to lose. Even so, she couldn't help but admire Naomi's gorgeous shoulders. Then Jack stepped to the side, possibly because he was desperate to breathe, and Em leaned forward using his momentum and pushed. Hard. Naomi wavered, and Em imagined her as a threat to those adorable Cabrera kids, and pushed again. She wasn't a badass cop for nothing. There was a splash as both Naomi and Kevin fell. "That wasn't fair," Naomi shouted, smacking the water with her fist. "You can't use your body weight like that."
"Yeah,"
Kevin said, a sulk in his voice.
"Obviously you weigh a lot more than Nay does."
"What am I supposed to use?" Em asked. "A sword? My crossbow?"
"Shake hands, kids," Jack said. "Remember, humble in victory, gracious in defeat."
He grinned up at her.
"I feel very humble, don't you?"
Uh-oh. She was having feelings. That smile. Those eyes. The fact that he hadn't once complained about how heavy she was. Then he dumped her and she was under the water. She surfaced, pushing the hair out of her face. "Thank you, mighty steed," she said. "That was more fun than I thought it would be."
He was still smiling. Then his eyes dropped to her chest, and his smile faltered. Em, you seem to be deflating." She looked at her boob edge. Shit. One breast was plumped up and coconut-shaped, same as when she'd left her room earlier. The other was normal, which meant... Panicking, she looked around. Where was it? Where was it? Maybe it just slipped. She groped herself, patted her stomach to see if it had slid. No, it wasn't there. Where was her ta-ta-ta-da?
Is that what you're looking for?"
Jack whispered. Kevin and Naomi were talking in low voices, still in the pool, Naomi hissing, Kevin apologetic. And there, on his beautiful shoulder blade, like a giant leech, was the ta-ta-ta-da.
"What the hell is that?"
Jack whispered. A seagull cried out, circling over the pool, then hovered. Em knew that pose. That was the icy dinner pose. She lunged. Jack lunged. The seagull dive snatched the breast booster off Kevin's shoulder, causing him to scream in surprise, which would have made Emmeline laugh if her ta-ta-ta-da wasn't in the seagull's beak. But it was too heavy for the poor thing. The bird's head wobbled. It opened its beak and the silicone slab fell with a splat, back in the pool. She dived for it, but Jack was faster. He grabbed it and turned to her. "What the hell was that?" Naomi asked. It might be time to commit suicide. Jack surfaced next to Emmeline.
"Is this raw chicken?"
he whispered. "Shh, no, give it to me." "You guys cheated," Naomi said.
"How is there cheating in partnership water celebration?"
Jack called.
"Don't fuss, kids. Drinks are on us."
He turned back to Em.
"Here,"
he said more quietly, giving it to Emmeline.
"I'm so glad I'm not a woman."
"I want a rematch,"
Naomi demanded. Em grabbed the disgusting, slimy boob enhancer that had just been in a seagull's beak. Should she put it back or leave it? If the bird had any diseases, avian flu, for example, would the chlorine in the pool water kill off the germs?
"Well,"
Jack said.
"you gonna put that back or shall I?"
He lifted an eyebrow. Very funny.
"All right. At least let me... Here."
He pulled her a few steps away and hugged her.
"Go for it. You can tell me later why you're wearing raw chicken."
"It's not chicken. It makes... Never mind." She slid the offending object back under her breast. Couldn't help noticing how it felt to be pressed up close to Jack. Wet, warm, slippery.
"I was wondering how the girls defied gravity like that,"
he murmured. She could feel his voice rumble in his chest as she adjusted her suit. "Don't make fun of me," she ordered. "This is a stressful weekend." He pulled back a little and looked down at her. A drop of water slid down his neck and pooled against his collarbone, and Em suddenly, really, really wanted to lick it.
"Just for the record, you don't need any enhancing,"
he said, and her knees buckled a little. His eyes crinkled, and he kissed her forehead. Crap on a cracker. She was falling for this guy. "Thanks," she said briskly, and then, because the mortification of Jack, and possibly everyone else, knowing what she'd stuck in her bathing suit was settling over her, she swam to the stairs and got out of the pool. Chapter 10. "My kingdom for a cheeseburger," Colleen murmured. "You said it, sister," Em answered. The rehearsal dinner consisted of a raw vegetable buffet. Drinks were decaffeinated green tea, hot or iced, mint tea, non-fat soy milk, water, and cranberry juice, the real kind that made your entire body pucker. Emmeline had a raging headache, probably due to a frightening lack of caffeine, carbs, and ice cream in her diet for the past 24 hours. The first thing she would do when she got home, after loving up Sarge, of course, would be to take him to O'Rourke's. Sarge was theoretically a police dog in training, and order the nachos grande and 2 of the biggest burgers they had, 1 for each of them. Her stomach growled. "Where's Jack?"
Colleen asked, putting some kale on her plate. "I think he's sleeping," Em answered. She'd knocked on his door, but there'd been no answer. Maybe the jet lag had caught up with him. Maybe he was walking on the beach. Maybe he was in traction after the chicken game. Maybe he just needed a break from this dopey weekend. She hoped he wasn't, well, suffering. That lost look that came across his face just killed her. "Back to the bride's minions table," Colleen sighed. "See you later." Right. She and Jack had been assigned to a table of Russian-speaking older people. Naomi's relatives from Irkutsk, if Em had understood correctly, based on the map the sole English speaker had drawn on a napkin. A great-aunt or grandmother was filling her purse with cucumber sticks. One old man was asleep. Another kept looking at her boobs. Even untadad, they looked pretty nice in this dress, Em thought. But otherwise they just talked among themselves. Em smiled at them occasionally to show she was one of the nice Americans. Only the boob-looker smiled back, and he was missing 2 teeth. Angela, Mom, and Dad were seated with Kevin's parents. Angela had very loyally offered to sit with Em, but Mrs. Bates, who had once quite loved Emmeline if memory served, had almost given birth to a Komodo dragon at the suggestion. Em assured her that it'd be fine back here in Siberia, and the truth was, she was relieved not to have to make conversation. Kevin and Naomi sat at a tiny table for 2 under a spotlight. They really did look in love.
"Okay, folks, time to burn off some calories and dance," the DJ barked.
Yes, heaven forbid those 10 or 12 calories from dinner be allowed to simply rest. The black-eyed peas came booming from the speakers. Any minute, Em suspected, Kevin and Naomi would do a choreographed dance to their special song. The song she and Kevin were going to dance to at their wedding was Unforgettable by Nat King Cole. Em still couldn't hear it without a small brain bleed. "Naomi and Kevin wanted you all to have one of these as a party favor," said a little girl who was holding a basket. Please God, it was full of bottles of Jack Daniels. But no. The little girl held out something all too familiar. People magazine, half their size edition. On the cover was a picture of Kevin holding up a pair of his enormous pants. Pants that Emmeline had bought him, since he'd hated shopping for himself back then. Probably loved it now. The Russian relatives opened the magazine. Em slid hers into her purse. She could burn it later. Not that it would help. She had the damn thing memorized. Page 47. The usual stuff about how Kevin had struggled with food all his life. His blood pressure issues, his pre-diabetes. And then the killer blow. "I was living with someone who wasn't supportive," says Bates. "She sabotaged my efforts, always buying food that fueled my addiction. Then I met Naomi, and I realized I had to leave that other relationship. She was just too unsupportive." Naomi Norman, Kevin's trainer and soon-to-be wife, chimes in. "The people we surround ourselves with make a huge difference in our lives," she says, laying her hand on Kevin's now sculpted arm. "I believe in Kevin and support all his dreams and goals. He's the most remarkable person I've ever met." Gack. Also, ouch. And now, everyone was poring over their magazines, dazzled with Kevin's weight loss. Maybe tomorrow, rather than just walk out to the altar, new Kevin would burst through a picture of old Kevin, like they did on The Biggest Loser. Though there weren't as many friends from college as Em had expected, a few people knew who she was, and looks were shot her way. At least the Russians didn't appear to care. They were looking at pictures of whatever red carpet event had been covered in the same issue. My kingdom for a really strong martini, Em thought. She smiled at the Russians, then checked her phone. Angela had just texted her. "This is the tackiest wedding I've ever been to. I plan to burn my magazine in a dramatic pyre and eat ice cream as I do." Em looked over at her sister and smiled. Faith had also texted her, asking how things were going. So had Shalane and Allison. Shalane had sent a picture of Sarge sleeping on her bed, under the covers, and Em smiled. It would be so good to get back home. Jack still wasn't here. She'd go check on him. A great excuse to leave. Just then, the DJ tapped his mic.
"Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Naomi and Kevin in their last dance as single people."
The jolly beat of a familiar song came over the speakers. Bruno Mars, of course. I Think I Want to Marry You. How adorable. There were shrieks and screams and giggles. And then, yes, the choreographed dance. Kevin always had been a good dancer. "Mind if I sit here?" a woman asked. She was about Em's age. "I'm Trisha." "Emmeline, have a seat." "I just needed to take a break from dancing. Feeling a little lightheaded." "You're probably hungry." Trisha laughed. "Yeah, the food here isn't exactly filling, but I could lose a few pounds anyway. How do you know the bride and groom?" "I went to college with Kevin." Definitely the safest answer. "Oh yeah? I work with him now. I had a huge crush on him. Can't blame me, right? The guy is gorgeous." "That he is." How very well adjusted Emmeline was. She'd have to give herself a sticker. Perhaps a run to a package store was also in order. Trisha settled back and watched the dancing. "Guess what I heard?" "What's that?" "Kevin's old fiancée is here. She's stalking him. I guess she can't get over him and did all this hateful stuff." "Really? Like what?" "Said all these vicious things to Naomi. Tried to sabotage Kevin's weight loss." She pointed to the nearest people. "It's right in there. Sad that she was so threatened. Hey, you must have known him when he was heavier, right? Isn't his transformation amazing?" "It is. I'm the fiancé, by the way." It was kind of fun watching Trisha's face rearrange itself. And I was invited. No stalking necessary. Though I do have a dead squirrel in my suitcase for tomorrow. Em smiled sweetly. "Want to come back to my room to see it? It's pretty." Trisha fled.
"Having fun, Pooh Bear?"
"Jack, how are you?"
"Fine. Why didn't you wake me up?"
"I knocked. Figured you were sleeping."
"Well, you should have knocked harder. I'm here for a reason, after all."
He scowled, and his blue eyes were troubled. Bet that nap hadn't been exactly peaceful.
"Have you talked to Levi, by any chance?"
he asked. "Yeah, I checked in a couple hours ago." Jack looked at the dancing couples.
"Did he happen to mention Josh Diener?"
Em's heart squeezed. "Actually, yes. He said Josh is hanging in there." She was paraphrasing. No change was what Levi had said. Something flickered through Jack's eyes.
"Any improvement?"
he said, and there was so much packed into those two words. It would have been so easy to say something hopeful and vague, like some positive signs or no reason not to be hopeful, but she couldn't lie. No, but no decline either. Whatever had just flickered went out. Her parents emerged from the crowd. "Emmeline," Mom said, "are you feeling all right? I heard there was a fight in the pool. Should you be doing that in your condition?" "There was no fighting," she answered, suppressing a sigh. "And there's no condition."
"Jack," Dad boomed, "very glad you're here. Shall we discuss future plans, son?"
Now that Dad thought she was straight, he was moving right into doting father-in-law. "We were just about to take a walk, guys," Emmeline said. "We'll catch up with you tomorrow, okay?" "That sounds very wise," Mom said. "It can't be easy for you seeing Kevin moving on." "Thanks for the vote of confidence, Ma." "Honey, I just care. Is that so wrong that I care?"
"Spending intimate time together is the foundation of a strong relationship,"
Dad said.
"Which is why your mother and I didn't work out. She was too busy with her career."
"Me? Your father was the one who was obsessed with his patients, Emmeline, as I'm sure you remember. Jack, don't make that mistake with my daughter."
No, I won't," Jack said. She's just great."
"You make a very nice couple," Mom said, and her voice was oddly wistful. "Maybe we can go dress shopping together this time." Okay, time to cut bait. Even if they were doctor and doctor dysfunctional, her parents were good people. They loved her in their weird way, and Em's stomach was twisting at lying to them, or twisting because of the kale salad. Em would come clean on Monday, Sunday even, the very second she got out of this place. "When will you come home? We need to make plans for the wedding," Mom said. Soon. We're gonna take that walk right now. Bye." Emmeline forced a smile and rather awkwardly groped for Jack's hand, got his wrist, and practically dragged him from the dining room.
"Slow down, Seabiscuit," he said. "What's the matter?"
"I have to get out of here or I'm going to tell the truth."
"If you want to tell, do it," he said. "It's fine either way. You want to leave? We can go home, whatever you want."
"You're not helping." He smiled.
"Before we go anywhere, let's stop by my room first. I have contraband."
"Tell me you brought wine."
"Of course I brought wine. I'm a winemaker."
"Angels bless you, Jack Holland, though you might have mentioned this yesterday." He grinned and she felt it down to her toes. 15 minutes later, they were down on the beach. It was cold enough for a blanket, which Jack had thoughtfully provided. 2, in fact. One for the sand, one that he wrapped around her shoulders, as her dress wasn't doing much for her warmth. Very romantic indeed. She would have to be careful, she thought, taking a grateful sip of the wine. It was a well-known fact that Jack was like this with everyone, and half the women of Manningsport would eat a live puppy for a night with this guy. She couldn't read into anything. Not even that kiss. That had been a way for him to get out of a bad moment. That was all. He'd even apologized for it. The waves lapped at the shore, gentle at the moment. There was no wind and the moon was rising, making the sand look like snow.
"How old were you when your parents adopted Angela?"
he asked. 14, she said. The wine was good, mellow and smooth, and whatever other adjectives winemakers like to use. "I went to live in Manningsport, and Mom and Dad didn't like the empty nest, so they went to Ethiopia and adopted Angela."
"Was that weird?"
"It was surprising."
"You and she seem really close."
"Well, she's great, as you probably saw. Beautiful, smart, talented. She did some modeling in college and donated it all to the orphanage that took care of her. She's about as nice as they come. It's hard not to like her."
"You're nice too, you know."
She snorted.
"I take it back,"
Jack said.
"Do your folks still live out here?"
"They moved to Palo Alto to be closer to Angela. She's doing research at Stanford."
"Research in what?"
"Something about the evolution of stars in the ancient universe," Em said.
"Cool."
"You know, you could always ask her out, Jack. I'm sure she'd say yes." Imagine their babies, beautiful to the 1000th power.
"I don't want to ask her out. I'm a science geek, that's all." "You jealous?"
"Yes, aflame with jealousy." She took another sip of wine. "Seriously, you could ask her out."
"I'm here with you."
The words sounded amazing. The urge to lay spread out like a starfish and pulled Jack onto her. Wow, very strong. He nudged her with his shoulder.
"So, how do you like my wine?"
"Nice. So grapey." He gave a beleaguered sigh.
"Troglodyte?"
"I take it I've just been insulted with that big word?"
"It's our best Pinot Noir in 10 years, Emmeline. Don't chug it like it's Pepsi. Take a second to smell it."
She obeyed.
"Blackberry, currant, clove, and leather,"
he said. "Oh, yeah. Leather, Getting leather, sure." She sniffed again. "I'm really more of a beer person."
"That's it, we're done. Give me back your engagement ring and tell your dad not to worry about the dowry."
He smiled. He should really stop doing that. Every time he did, she became a little more of the bitter betrayed's cliché. Get dumped, make Jack Holland be her date for a dreaded event, fall half in love with him, return home, never to go out with him again.
"What year did you graduate high school?"
he asked. "I was a year ahead of Faith."
"Really?"
He turned to look at her. God, he was just beautiful. The salt air had made his hair curl a little, as if he needed something extra to make him more appealing.
Why'd you move?
He'd kissed her today, largely to distract himself from a panic attack, but he'd kissed her, and it had been a soft, gentle, amazing kiss that made her throb with something she hadn't felt in a long, long time. Tenderness. And lust, yes, no sense in pretending otherwise. It had taken all her self-control not to climb right onto his lap and take a bite. It was so delicious.
None of my business, sorry,
Jack said. Oh, right, he'd asked a question. I was bullied. This was usually when the response was, Really? You? You're so tough/badass/scary, Em. And Em would either agree or change the subject. Not that she brought it up much.
Must have been pretty bad if you had to move to get away from it,
he said, looking out at the ocean. Yeah.
Kids can be such little shits.
I won't disagree.
Why'd they bully you?
I stuttered. He looked at her again, then put his arm around her. He was warm and solid, and for a second she felt the prick of tears in her eyes. Don't get carried away here, a little voice warned her. Also, Kevin went to boarding school in Connecticut, and we were very close. Kevin's kindness had been an antidote to the casual, razor-sharp cruelty of her meaner classmates. And even worse, the kids who didn't instigate but just stood by, pretending not to hear, unwilling to take a chance on a nobody like Emmeline. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. How was that for a t-shirt?
It must have been tough, not being able to speak your mind,
Jack said. Yep, it was. She cleared her throat, took another sip of wine. I had this imaginary friend, Horatio.
Horatio?
My parents read a lot of Shakespeare, so me.
So what was Horatio like?
She slipped off her sandals and dug her feet into the cool sand. Well, he was very loyal, of course. I'd psychically tell him everything I couldn't get out, and he thought I was very smart and funny.
You are very funny and smart. You also have a wicked hip check.
He gave her another grin.
I had an imaginary friend, too.
Really?
Yeah, but mine had a cool name, unlike poor Horatio.
Listen, Bub, Horatio is incredibly cool.
Mine was named Otis.
Otis is not a cool name, Jack. It's sad that you think so. I'm very sorry to tell you this, but Horatio wins this round.
Says you.
Did Otis serve a purpose?
Absolutely. Whenever I got into trouble, I'd tell my parents that Otis had done it, and that he talked to me at night. Totally freaked out my sisters. They thought either our house was haunted or I was possessed.
And are you? He laughed, and the sound caused her stomach to pull in a wonderful warm ache.
I don't think so. Not anymore, at any rate.
Emmeline? Came a woman's voice. Oh my God, is it really you? Em looked up. Hi. The woman, who was thin as a whippet and had very long hair, gave her a disbelieving look. You don't remember me? She swept some hair around to the front and began stroking the ends. I'm sorry, the light isn't very good here. It's me, Lyric. Lyric Adams. We went to school together. Oh, yes. Em finished her wine and got to her feet. She remembered Lyric all right, the meanest of the mean kids. Hi. Wow, you look, great, Lyric said. And you look very, good, Emmeline said. Lyric had had a little work done, as the saying went, or more precisely, a lot. Weirdly inflated lips, the famous trout pout, huge breasts exploding out of her tiny, underfed ribcage, and a much thinner nose than she'd sported as a kid. I know, Lyric said, her voice taking on a different tone. I work out with this amazing trainer, and Pilates 4 times a week. No gluten, no meat, no dairy. Plus these cleanses, you should try them. Wheatgrass and fish oil. Amazing. I'll have to pass, Em said. OMG, you don't stutter anymore. I barely recognize your voice. Remember how bad you sounded? Hi, I'm Emmeline. It took you forever to get a sentence out. She laughed merrily, her mouth barely moving, courtesy of whatever toxin she had injected. "This is my friend Jack," Emmeline said, trying to ignore the burn in her cheeks. Lyric had been a piranha at age 12. No reason to think she'd gotten any nicer. Jack stood up.
"Jack Holland,"
he said, putting his arm around Emmeline.
"Em's fiancé."
"Hi," Lyric said. "I'm Lyric Adams Rabinowitz. And yes, my father is that Travis Adams. I'm an old friend of Em's."
"Doesn't sound like it,"
Jack said. The comment went right over Lyric's head. "So you probably heard what I'm up to these days," she said. "My baby clothing line? Totally adorbs. Beyonce's daughter? She wore one of my outfits. And Northwest? Same. Can you even believe it? So are you guys visiting? Wait, oh my God. You're here for Kevin and Naomi's wedding, aren't you? Oh my God, so am I." Em's toes dug into the sand. Kevin had been bullied by Lyric too. And yes, he and Naomi had moved back to Malibu, but still, the idea that Lyric had been forgiven was wrong somehow. Em's teeth ached, which meant she was clenching her jaw again. Lyric was still talking. "My husband, you can meet him. Not to brag, but he's a real estate mogul, and he made 8 figures last year."
"I think you mean mogul,"
Jack said. "Excuse me?"
"Mogul. You said mobile. You meant mogul as in tycoon, not mobile as in something that can be moved. I'm guessing your mobile didn't marry you for your beautiful mind?"
Emmeline bit down on a smile. "Whatever. So you and Kevin were together for a long time, right, Emmeline? This must be so hard for you." "We were together for a long time, yes." "And what do you do now?" "I'm a cop." "You are? Why?" "To protect and serve the good people of Manningsport, New York." "Oops, my phone's ringing. Gotta go." "See you tomorrow." Another whinnying laugh, and Lyric cantered away.
"Holy shit,"
Jack said, sounding almost surprised. "Yeah, she was kind of doomed from the start. Thanks for sticking up for me, by the way."
"You're welcome."
He was quiet for a minute, then asked,
"You okay, seeing her again?"
Em shrugged. "Sure."
"You should tell her off."
"I know her type. It wouldn't do any good. I'd tell her how miserable she made me, and she'd tell me how much her shoes cost."
"There was a kid in my class who made fun of Faith once," Jack said. "She had a seizure at church, and he did an impression of her. I beat the living snot out of him right there at Sunday school."
He paused.
"Too bad I wasn't your brother."
"I have no interest in you being my brother, Jack." "Well, we should get back."
"Whatever you say, Officer Neal."
His phone chirped, and he took it from his pocket. She saw the name Hadley on the screen. "So, how is it really, having your wife back in town?" she asked.
"Ex-wife,"
he said. "Right. And how is it?"
"It's fine."
His tone, which had been warm and edged with a smile for most of the night, was cool and formal. She understood. The topic was off limits. Then again, Emmeline was a police officer, and cops like dancers. "You still love her?"
"I'd rather not talk about Hadley."
"Yes, in other words." They picked up the blankets and headed back up the hill to the ranch. She'd do well to remember he was here as a favor. Jack, like a lot of men, loved a woman in distress. While Em appreciated that, she didn't like being in distress, though she was aware that this whole ridiculous wedding was distress-inducing. His ex-wife, the tiny and beautiful and vulnerable Hadley, she'd be dying to be rescued. Em would bet her front teeth, which had once been knocked out in a hockey match and had been very expensive to fix, that Hadley had put a great deal of thought and strategy into her return to Manningsport and would need to be rescued, often. Besides, Em wasn't the type to fight for a man. She'd tried that once and lost. Not that Jack was even interested in her. That kiss had been a coping strategy and nothing else. The walk back to Rancho de la Luna was quiet. In 36 hours she'd be on her way home. Hopefully there'd be a crime spree in Manningsport, and she could go back to doing what she knew how to do.
Chapter 11. So here's the thing. If you're going to your ex-fiancé's wedding, and he's marrying a woman who has twice been featured on the cover of Fitness magazine, you do try to look good. You do strange and exotic things like blow-dry your hair, even without the magic goop from Sicily. And when it comes out looking as if you've electrocuted yourself, you pounce upon a maid and beg her to find you something, anything you can use. The end result of which is an industrial-size can of Aquanet, and hair that might shatter if you hit your head. You wrestle yourself into Spanx, hating yourself for caving to the societal pressures of this type of undergarment. You attempt makeup, then get mascara in the white of your eye, then try for 10 minutes to get it out, then end up looking like you've been crying all night. You push your innocent feet into heels that look like something invented by the Holy Roman Inquisitor. You put the raw chicken breasts back in your bra. And you put on a dress that makes you feel like you're trying way too hard. Which, of course, you are. Emmeline looked in the mirror. She looked weird. There was a knock on the door.
"You ready?"
Jack called. Em sighed, grabbed her purse, and opened the door.
"Hey, you look... Have you been crying?"
he asked. No, I had something in my eye. I did. Don't look at me that way.
"We can skip this," Jack said. "Go get a nice juicy cheeseburger."
"Get thee behind me, Satan," she said. "We can't skip this. As for cheeseburgers, we can go to an In-N-Out on the way to the airport in just 22.5 short hours. Jack smiled. "You look very handsome, by the way," she said, then felt her cheeks flush. But he did. He had on a gray suit and a white shirt, and that smile could launch 1,000 ships.
"And you look beautiful,"
he said. She managed not to snort. He offered her arm, and she took it, abruptly and overwhelmingly glad that Faith had asked him to be her date. They were almost the last ones to the wedding, which was held on the lawn that stretched to the cliff edge. Rows of white chairs festooned with pink roses and yards of white fabric faced the ocean, where a justice of the peace waited in a snazzy red dress. A string quartet was assembled near the front. Her parents gave her a wave, and Angela made the shape of a heart with her hands. If it felt as if everyone was looking at her, they probably weren't. Besides, they all thought she was engaged to the man next to her. The string quartet started playing something slow and lovely. Bach, maybe, and the first of the 6 bridesmaids came down the aisle. All were clad in pale pink sheath dresses and holding white calla lily bouquets. Colleen went past, the prettiest of them all, and rolled her eyes at Em and Jack, then resumed smiling demurely. She was too nice to behave badly after all. And maybe she had fond memories of Naomi, no matter how loyal she'd been to Em. Then came the adorable flower girls, 4 of them, dressed in white tulle with pink sashes, scattering rose petals. And then there was the bride herself, unescorted, though her dad was here somewhere. Based on what Em knew of Naomi, she'd want to make sure every eye was on her and her alone. Naomi stood there a moment for dramatic effect, waiting for the bridesmaids to fall into place, or start doing burpees, maybe. They did, and the musicians stopped for a moment. If you didn't look into her glittering red, Smaug-like eyes, Naomi made a beautiful bride. There was that body, perfectly showcased in a low-cut, low-backed wedding gown that swirled around her, clinging in all the right spots. Everywhere, in other words. Elegant and really hot at the same time. Naomi's skin was lightly tanned, her hair pulled up in a stark bun, and her jewelry was a single fat pearl on a thin gold chain, tiny pearls in her ears. Very classy. Then the music started, and Emmeline made a startled noise, then tried not to let her eye twitch.
found herself wishing a severe case of anal fissures on Kevin, because please. The song was Largo, from the winter section of Vivaldi's Four Seasons. Emmeline knew this, because Kevin had chosen that very piece for Em to walk down the aisle to. He'd said it was the most beautiful music he'd ever heard, and he wanted to hear it play as the most beautiful woman became his wife. Would it be wrong to dry heave right now? Naomi started down the aisle, slowly, smoothly, frickin' beaming at her guests, seeming to make eye contact with every single person there, except Emmeline, of course. Her eyes slid right over Em, seeing and not seeing. Why the hell had Em been invited? Why the hell had she come? Emmeline looked at the groom, who was staring in a tearful, happy daze at Naomi. New Kevin looked different from her Kevin, and that helped. But his eyes were the same. And while of course Em had known for quite some time that Kevin wouldn't be looking at her with wonder and love and joy as she walked down the aisle, she'd managed not to picture those big dark eyes looking at someone else either. Funny how that worked. Denial, she believed it was called. Mom and Dad would be happy to spend several hours analyzing this for her later, should she mention it. This felt more like a funeral than a wedding. Maybe that was why she was here. To understand that old Kevin, her Kevin, was truly dead now. New Kevin flexing on top of his grave. Her shoes hurt. Yes, think about that. Maybe she'd have a blister. She almost hoped so. Naomi handed her bouquet to her maid of honor and reached for Kevin, and the guests sat down. There was a buzzing sound in Emmeline's ears. Then Jack leaned over and whispered, very, very softly, "I hate weddings." He kissed her temple, looking, she imagined, exactly like a fiancé who couldn't wait to be at his own nuptials. Without turning her head, she cut her eyes to him. "Knock it off," she whispered, as one of the bride's minions fluffed Naomi's dress. "You're giving my parents false hope." "You started it." "And stop whispering into my hair. You might chip a tooth. I've got so much crap sprayed in there." "I know," he whispered, sending a shiver down her side. "You smell like ethanol. I can feel my brain cells dying. You wearing those chicken cutlets today? Because the girls are looking fantastic." "Shut up, Jack." Her face was hot. "Is that any way to talk to the man you supposedly love?" Another kiss to her temple, a wink at her mother. "You'd make a wonderful prostitute," she whispered. His eyes were a distracting, magnificent blue. "I get that a lot." His mouth pulled up on one side, and the knot in Em's stomach loosened a little bit. "Good afternoon," said the justice of the peace, and 6 minutes later, Kevin and Naomi were husband and wife. At the very farthest table from the bride and groom, the mysterious Russians were cheerfully passing around a bottle of homemade vodka, and Em had thought she was being punished by being seated here. The contraband booze tasted like death, but Em added a healthy glug to her unsweetened, locally grown, fair trade, organic farm-to-table cranberry juice, which also tasted like death, improving both beverages, probably because her taste buds were committing suicide. Still, it was a very jolly table, more so with every passing minute. "Your hair is very beautiful," said Uncle Vlad, the boob-starer from yesterday. He reached out to touch it, winced, and withdrew his hand. "It's breakable," Em said, "but thank you." Uncle Vlad put his arm around her neck and hugged her, then refilled her glass. God bless him. Jack apparently had learned Russian in the Navy and was chatting away, and it was good, it was fine, because for one, it was a stressful day, and for two, this flirty, light stuff he was doing with her, it wasn't her thing. He kept putting his arm around her and murmuring compliments. It was making her very itchy and scratchy, and tingly. "How you doing?" he murmured. "See?" The tingle turned into a nearly painful buzz. "I'm good. Really good. Yes. Da." The one Russian word she knew. Well, that and vodka. Yes, vodka. What more did she really need? "Go easy on that drink," he advised.
That has to be around 100 proof.
Roger that, Captain, she said. Perhaps it had already taken effect. She took a bite of the Brussels sprout souffle covered in faux cheese, shuddered, and washed it down with another slug of cranberry vodka drink, which was becoming increasingly delicious.
"Ladies and gentlemen," came the voice of the DJ, "please turn your attention to the dance floor, where Mr. and Mrs. Norman Bates will have their first dance as husband and wife." "They're really hyphenating, huh?"
Jack said. But Em wasn't paying attention, because once again a familiar song was starting up. Unforgettable, by good old Nat King Cole. So, Kevin wasn't that original. Big deal. There went the last of the cranberry vodka. What were those drinks called? Cape Codders? Those Cape Codders knew what they were doing. Emmeline should visit post-haste. Have some clam chowder and drink some Cape Codders. Maybe meet some nice fishermen like Phil on Deadliest Catch. Wait, wasn't he dead? Okay, then, it would have to be Sig. Kevin and Naomi were very good dancers, all spinny and coordinated and stuff. Smiling, too. Very happy-looking. Had Kevin really been so miserable when they were together? There had been times when he'd brood, but who didn't brood once in a while? He had seemed to love her so much. How did that... Stop thinking about this, the sober part of her brain ordered. Angela waved to her, a sympathetic smile on her beautiful face. The song ended. Em applauded dutifully. Cake-cutting time, maybe a dance with her dad, then Betty by. She was almost home free. And when she got back, she'd send Jack a big case of, well, something, and thank him for being the best sport ever. There wasn't even dessert to look forward to. Naomi had announced with great pride that, like the dinner, the cake was gluten, dairy, and sugar-free. Brown rice cake with prunes. She wasn't even kidding. The icing had beet juice in it. Beet juice, for the love of God.
And now the bride and groom would like to invite their wedding guests to share a special memory of the two of them.
Oh, fun, Jack murmured. The Russians muttered darkly, and the vodka was again passed around. Em smiled and shook her head, but Uncle Vlad ignored her and filled her glass halfway.
"Don't drink that," Jack advised. "I'm getting liver failure just looking at it."
"I may need it," Em said, "to share my super special memories."
"If I said, let's make new memories, would you hit me?"
"I would. Yes, and don't forget I brought my gun." He smiled. That was something, that smile.
"Show off."
The best man, someone Em had never met, was first to share.
"The second I saw them together," he said, "I knew it was the real thing. I mean, Naomi was screaming at him not to quit. And Kevin, he's benching like 300 as it was. Right, bro? Anyways, it's times like that when you really know you've got a winner, dude. Can I just say?"
"Beautiful story," Jack murmured.
"And loosen up, okay? We're in love. Stop grinding your teeth."
"Right, got it." She unclenched her jaw and cracked her knuckles. Maybe she could flirt back if she gave it a shot. Then again, it was just that kind of thing that had her believing she was a fantastic dancer last year at the Bitter Betrayed's Christmas party. The footage from Shalane's phone had proved otherwise. The special memories sharing was more of the same. The marathon when Kevin had to crawl across the finish line just after he lost control of his bowels. The difficult time when Naomi had ruptured her Achilles tendon and could only run 7 miles a day. The hilarious time when they were doing an Ironman race and Naomi's bike had crashed, her shoulder dislocated, and God bless her, she'd just rammed it back in place on a convenient tree, got back on the bike, and caught up to Kevin, who of course hadn't stopped because it was emotionally important for him to give this race his all. And of course Naomi understood and supported this. "I don't know," Em murmured. "I think I'd want someone to stop and call an ambulance for me."
"I would do that," Jack said, "and I'd tell the paramedics to give you extra painkillers."
"And to think I didn't want to get married." She could flirt. He winked. Her knees quivered. Then came Colleen's turn. She tried gamely to pass, but Naomi was grinning ferociously, so Call took the mic and sighed. Well, Kevin and Naomi, near, far, wherever you are, I believe the heart will go on. She handed the microphone back to the DJ and stole a mysterious lump of something from Connor's plate. Connor was not spared the microphone either.
Good luck,
he said. The DJ reclaimed the mic and headed for the back of the room.
Who else would like to share? You, miss?
More vodka? Yes, I'd love some, she thought, snagging the bottle from the weird uncle, who smiled approvingly at her cutlet-enhanced breasts. Even worse, her mother popped into an empty chair at their table. How are you? Don't repress your grief. Let it out, honey. And why are you drinking? Isn't it bad for the baby? Hi, Mom. How are you? There's no baby.
Enjoying your dinner, Dr. Neal?
Jack asked, and Mom murmured that yes, she was, then turned to look back at Em. Her mother's eyes were worried. That was the sucker punch. Mom meant well. She tried. Em knew she was loved, despite her parents being pretty clueless. When it came to her, anyway, they were better with Angela. I'm so glad you have Jack, Mom whispered. Even though I was upset that you didn't want to share that with me earlier, I'm glad. It was so hard to see you heartbroken. Shit. Lying sucked. She looked away from her mom. The DJ was at their table.
Do you have a special memory of Naomi and Kevin?
The DJ asked the tiny, shrunken Russian grandmother.
Когда ужин?
The grandmother said.
When is dinner?
Jack translated into Em's stiff hair.
Poor thing doesn't realize this was dinner.
Great, the DJ said, handing the microphone to the boob-watching uncle.
And you? Many years ago, when I come to United States, Uncle Vlad began, I say, here is country of opportunity and money, ha ha. And my little niece, she is living dream. Zavas, Naomi.
He tossed back a shot.
Excellent,
the DJ said.
And you, sir?
He shoved the mic into Jack's hand.
Well, I don't know either Kevin or Naomi that well, he said, but I can only hope they're as happy as Emmeline and I are.
Mom beamed, squeezed Jack's hand. Em took a deep breath. We're not really engaged, Mom, she said. I lied about that. I'm sorry. Jack closed his eyes. There was a collective murmur. Seemed like the microphone might have picked that up. Shit and vodka, her luck really sucked these days. I knew that, Mom said hastily. It's fine. I've always known you're gay, honey. Are you really pregnant, though? Is Jack the father, or was it artificial in some... Nope, not pregnant, and still not gay.
Okay,
chortled the DJ, looking slightly panic-stricken.
Would you care to share a special memory?
Why not? Emmeline took the mic, stood up with hardly a wobble, and looked toward the head table. Kevin sat with his arm around Naomi, but he was leaning forward slightly, his head tilted a little to one side. Was that sympathy in his eyes? Understanding? Right, she said. I guess everyone knows that Kevin and I used to be together. We were friends. Right from when we first met in 8th grade, right, Kevin? He smiled in response. The old Kevin smile. The vodka whispered that not only was she an amazing dancer, but Kevin was finally listening, too. For the first time in years, maybe for the first time since he'd met Naomi. All of a sudden, it seemed as if that lovely, sensitive boy was here again. God, she'd loved him back then. When I knew Kevin, he was the kindest, funniest person I'd ever met. But no, her words slammed to a halt. Her tongue was behind her teeth, trying to make the TH sound, but nothing was happening. Her throat muscles seized and lurched, but nothing happened. The stutter. It rose up and wrapped its hot, bony fingers around her vocal cords, strangling her words. No sounds came out now. Nothing. Now she'd just be the stuttering, maybe gay, not engaged, not pregnant, former fiancé, who was so pathetic that she'd come to this wedding of the damned. He was Kevin looked away. Naomi smirked. Of course she did. It was her resting expression. And Lyric Adams, who was sitting a few tables away with a much older man, had her phone out, her thumbs flying away as she snickered. Jack took her free hand. She took it back. She didn't want pity, held to the no power. Think British, she commanded herself. Think Harry Potter or Tom Barlow or Colin Firth or... Okay, the DJ said, taking the microphone back and moving to another table. How about you, mother of the bride? You must want to share a special memory. Emmeline sat down. You okay? Jack asked. You lied to us? Mom asked. Emmeline, this is just, it's practically pathological. Why on earth would you? Dr. Neal, Jack said, I think you understand that Emmeline is in a tough... No, Jack. Mom, I'm sorry, I really am. Her heart sank as the words struggled to get out. She pictured the stutter leaning against a doorway, wheezing its dry, whispery laugh. Ha ha ha, got you again. I think you need time to process your feelings, Mom said, a world of hurt in her voice. See you later. Who could blame her? Finally, the speeches were done, though she'd stopped listening. The music started again, and Em sat there like a lump. Jack took her hand. Let's dance, he said, and she complied. Angela was fending off the best man, but she shot Em a sweet smile, flawlessly conveying camaraderie and humor with no disappointment or blame whatsoever. Somehow it made her feel worse. It was a slow song, something by John Mayer, and Jack pulled her close. It might have been sexy if she hadn't felt like a slab of oak. Hang in there, he murmured against her hair. His chin made a crackling sound as it broke through some of the hairspray. She would have answered if she wasn't terrified of either stuttering or crying. I have to say, I'm a little disappointed you called off our engagement, he said, looking down at her with a smile. I was hoping for a bachelor party at a strip club. Thank you, Jack, for being a perfect date and the nicest guy in the world and also gorgeous. Thanks for not making me feel worse than I already do. Instead, she just tried to smile and shifted her eyes to his shoulder. He held her a little closer, and she had to bite her lip hard. By tomorrow night, she'd be home again in her snug little house, with her good puppy and her excellent job. Levi wouldn't ask how the wedding was, because he wasn't that kind of boss, and Em would ask Everett if he wanted her to cover a couple of his shifts, which he always did. She'd meet with her at-risk teenagers and go to her crisis negotiations class and have a night with the bitter betrayeds, and by then she'd have had time to spin this weekend into a good story. Then her dad tapped him on the shoulder. Mind if I dance with my firstborn? He asked. Not at all, sir, Jack said, stepping aside. So she danced with her father, breathing in his comforting dad smell. You must be experiencing some powerful feelings right now, he said. She managed, hating the stutter even more, because it made her unable to talk to her father, who did love her in his weird psychoanalyst way. He kissed her forehead, and Em swallowed and gave him a squeeze. The slow song ended. I better go dance with Angela, Dad said. The best man isn't taking the hint. Em nodded, kissed him on the cheek, and watched him go. She'd have to come back and visit her parents to make up for lying to them. She'd call them tomorrow. Angela, too. Jack didn't seem to be nearby or at their table in the back, and people were giving her those embarrassed, sliding glances. She grabbed her purse and walked out of the ballroom, smiling at whoever made eye contact, not that many, and grabbed the nearest parking attendant. She wasn't about to drive, Not after 2, or possibly 3, zillion-proof vodka drinks. "I need a favor," she said, handing him a $100 bill. "Would you drive me into town?"
"Sure," he said, pocketing the bill. "Where do you want to go?"
"You know Nance's Diner?" He smiled.
"I absolutely do. You hungry?"
She folded her arms. "You have no idea." Chapter 12. Jack could swear he smelled bacon. He was back in his room. Em had ditched him at the wedding, leaving him to hear about Naomi's grandmother's colonoscopy last year, which sounded even more horrific in Russian. All those guttural sounds. He was a little worried. Emmeline hadn't answered when he knocked. Hadn't responded to his text either. She wouldn't have driven. She was a cop, and knew better than most that drinking and driving didn't go together. As Josh Diener would now understand, if he wasn't brain dead. For a second, Jack could swear he felt the lake water close over his head. The car seemed so far away, lying there on the bottom of the lake. All that cold and darkness. No. No thanks. He dragged his mind from the memory of that cold, that grim darkness. He was here in California, where it was now fully dark, a half-moon rising over the Pacific. 55 degrees, maybe. If there was a reason to live in California, it was the weather. And San Francisco, a place Jack had visited a few times. Also, California wine country. Flipping gorgeous. Good. He was thinking about other things. He packed his stuff, since they had an early flight, and changed out of his suit into jeans and a t-shirt. His phone chirped. Mrs. Johnson, of all people, texting him. "Jackie, dear, you are terribly missed. When are you leaving California and coming home? Your father longs to see you." He had several other texts, too. All 3 sisters, wondering how the wedding was going. One from Ned, asking if he wanted to go out for a beer. Then another saying he forgot he was away. 2 from Abby, asking for help with a chemistry project when he got back. One from Gagi that said, "Wujid sek to d." Gagi had just gotten a smartphone, and much to the chagrin of the entire family, complained about the tiny keys and had yet to understand autocorrect. That or she'd just had a stroke. There were 5 texts and 2 phone calls from Hadley. He answered Abby and Mrs. J, told Gagi to stop trying to text until Ned showed her how, and ignored Hadley. He really wished she'd leave town. Honor had told him that she'd moved into the Opera House apartment building. That wasn't a good sign. He heard a sound from Emmeline's room. So she was in there after all. That had been hard seeing her flail today, not being able to make her feel better. He knocked on the door that separated their rooms.
"I hear you, Neil. Open up or I'm calling the front desk and telling them you're a suicide risk."
"Don't bug me, Jack." She sounded irritable.
"Aren't we supposed to be in love?"
"Not anymore. I outed us."
"Yeah, why'd you do that? 12 hours more and you'd have been home free."
"I don't like lying."
"Can you open the door? This is stupid."
"No, I'm very busy."
"I smell bacon. Now open up and share, or I'll call Naomi to break the door down."
She opened the door, and the smell of bacon was much stronger. Well, her hair looked better anyway, out of that weird bun thing. She'd showered and her hair was damp. She smelled good, clean and citrusy, but the skin under her eyes was faintly pink. She'd been crying. A surprisingly strong feeling flooded his chest. Emmeline didn't seem like the type to cry, ever. She wore pajama bottoms and a tank top, and there was a smear of brown on her cheek. In her hand was a giant bag of Skittles, and on the table behind her were several white bags, an enormous slab of cake, and a bottle of wine. She folded her arms under her chest and glared at him.
"You ate meat without me? This is the thanks I get?"
he asked. "I could use some time alone, Jack."
"I think you've had plenty of time alone."
She huffed. "Come in, then. There's half a cheeseburger left."
"Have you been crying?"
he asked. "No."
"Liar. You have frosting on your teeth, by the way."
He picked up the half cheeseburger and took a bite. It was fantastic, by far the best thing he'd eaten since he got there. She flopped into a chair and grabbed a chunk of cake. "I'm eating my emotions. Show some respect."
"And what emotions are those, Officer Neal?"
"Irritation, embarrassment, frustration, jealousy, envy, gluttony. How many do you need?" Jack finished the burger and broke off a chunk of the cake slab. Incredible. It didn't seem fair that they'd been eating root vegetables and mist when there was food like this around. He poured some wine and looked at the label. A Mid-Coast Zinfandel. Took a sip. Not bad with beef and chocolate, actually.
"You're not really jealous, are you?" he asked. "Not to criticize your taste in men, but he seems like an asshole, Em."
"He wasn't always." She took a rather savage bite of cake and gnashed away.
"What were you going to say?"
Jack asked.
"When the DJ gave you the microphone."
"I don't know," she said, swallowing. "That he wasn't always an asshole. That he was good and funny and kind, until he cheated on me with that hideous, beautiful mannequin with the abs of steel." Jack nodded.
"How much of that homemade vodka did you have?"
"Oh, shut up. I'm not drunk. Unfortunately, I might add."
"You know, my wife cheated on me, too."
"Yeah, Jack, everyone knows that story." She winced. "I mean, thanks for sharing. It's just that your sisters talk a lot. Well, Prudence talks a lot. Faith and Honor have never said boo. But it was the best town gossip there for a while. I mean, not best, just the most interesting. Shit, I'll stop now."
"I'd appreciate that. Deeply."
"Is there something appropriate I'm supposed to say? Like, sorry your marriage went down in flames or something?" He smiled, unable to stop himself.
"You tell me. Maybe they should make a line of cards for people like us. Sorry your fiancé turned out to be a dick."
She laughed, choking a little, then took a slug of wine and stretched out her legs so her feet rested on the bed next to him. "How long did it take you to get over what's-her-name? Blanche Dubois?"
"Let's talk about you,"
he suggested. "Still a pulsating wound, then?"
"No, it's just that we're at your ex's wedding, and if there's a raw, pulsating wound, it's you."
His lovely date gave him the finger.
"Come on, Em. How are you doing?"
"I'm just great, Jack. I'm a stuttering, lying, not pregnant lesbian who puts raw chicken in her bra." He grinned.
"I can't tell you how many boxes that checks."
"Shut up." But she smiled as she said it, and it was kind of refreshing that she didn't want to talk. Her foot was propped up on the bed next to him, and he put his hand on it. Cute foot, very clean and nice, smooth skin. "Try not to think about that, Jack," the nobler part of his brain advised. "We don't sleep with heartbroken women."
"Is your heart broken?"
he heard himself ask. She made a face. "No, not really. It was 3 years ago."
"I remember."
"You do?"
"Yeah. You were moving in, and I helped you carry some boxes."
"No, I remember. I just didn't think you did. I bet you were an Eagle Scout."
"As a matter of fact, I was. We're trained to help damsels in distress."
"If you ever call me that again, I'll kick you in the soft parts." She had no idea how appealing she was. He poured her some more wine. She might have said she didn't know anything about wine, but she knew how to taste it, holding it in her mouth a second before swallowing, then licking her lips afterward. Even the way she held the glass said so, close to her breast, the red a deep contrast to the white of her. Ah, she was speaking. "Old Kevin? He was a peach. He was so nice, Jack, you have no idea. But that guy is gone, and I'm the only one who seemed to notice or care, and for some reason that makes me feel really, really sad."
"Sure,"
he murmured, making sure he was looking at her face. "All the things I loved about him, they seem dead now."
"So this was something of a funeral,"
Jack said. Something flickered through her eyes. "Yes." His hand slid up her ankle and rested there.
"I'm sorry, then."
She cleared her throat. "You know what sucks?" she asked. "I bought into the whole looks thing. I wore high heels and bought Spanx and tried to look like them, the beautiful people. And the thing is, I like myself just fine. I'm tough, I'm strong. But get me next to someone like Naomi, and I stick raw chicken under my boobs and hope that Kevin will say something nice to me. And of course he didn't. So I sold my soul a little, and for nothing." She looked at the painting on the wall and very subtly ran a finger under her eye. Because she was crying. Not a lot, but yep, those were tears. Which was intolerable. She took another bite of cake and didn't look at him.
"You know," he said gently, "we men don't really pick you women because of your looks."
"What does that mean?" she snapped. "Are you saying that Naomi has a stupendous body and a better personality?"
"Calm down, Simba. I'm saying that looks aren't as important as you seem to think."
"Said the Greek god." Jack smiled.
"Besides, you're very pretty."
"Don't make me shoot you, Jack. Go back to you have a great sense of humor."
"I never said that. Let's not get carried away."
She didn't smile back. Jack stood up and reached out for her hand.
"Come on, let me show you something."
He tugged her up and led her to the mirror, turned on the light. Emmeline flinched. "Damn, how did I get chocolate there?" She looked down at her shirt and rubbed a spot of chocolate over her heart.
"Look,"
he said. "At the stain?"
"No, Emmeline. Look at yourself."
"I'd rather not do this, Jack."
"Don't be such a baby. Look, see what everyone else sees."
He stood behind her and pulled her hair back from her face.
"You probably do have a great sense of humor,"
he murmured, breathing in the sweet smell of her shampoo.
"And you're very competent at handcuffing people, I'm sure. But you're also beautiful."
She rolled her eyes.
"Except when you do that," he added. "Stop being so grumpy and take a compliment."
"Where's that taser when I need it?"
"Shush. Look at yourself."
His hands were on her shoulders now, and her skin was as smooth as silk. Women and their secret weapons. Yes, the breasts and lips and earlobes were all ridiculously appealing, and then they went and threw in silky skin and the smell of oranges and honey. Without quite meaning to, Jack slid his hands down her arms to her hands and back up again to her neck. Her long dark hair was sweet and damp between his fingers. "Are you putting the moves on me, Jack Holland?" she asked, her voice brisk. She didn't move, he noted. He could see the pulse beating in her throat.
"Your eyes are
normal."
"Stop interrupting. Your eyes are very pretty."
She shut them. "What color are they, Jack?"
"Dark blue."
She scowled and opened them.
"Your nose is perfect and adorable."
"Yeah, perfect noses. So hot."
"Shush."
Her ass was pressed right against his pelvis, and if he leaned in a little closer, he could.
"Beautiful mouth. Made for kissing."
"Does that line work?"
"I don't know. I've never tried it."
He smiled at her in the mirror, and her cheeks flushed.
"You have perfect skin."
"Talk to me in 2 weeks when I have my—"
"You know, you suck at taking a compliment. Say thank you."
"Thank you, Jack, for slinging the bullshit. Is there any more cake?" She was beautiful, and the longer he looked, the more beautiful she became. Her neck was long and smooth. Her shoulders were strong and firm. Her breasts were, well, breasts, and a very nice set at that, and there was a very appealing fullness to her hips. He folded his arms over her chest and pulled her a little closer. Her eyes widened and her pink lips parted. He turned his head to breathe in her smell and felt her shiver. She didn't pull away. That skin smelled so sweet. He dropped a kiss on her bare shoulder, smooth as water. Emmeline inhaled, her breath shaky. Another kiss, this one to her neck. "What are you doing?" a small voice asked, but it was faint, drowned out by the hard, deep pulse that was thudding through his body. She tasted as good as she smelled. "You should. I should. We probably shouldn't," she breathed. But then his hand was wandering over her ribs to the fullness of her breast, which was soft and perfect, no push-up bra or raw chicken required. A small sound came from Emmeline's throat, and Jack took that as an invitation to turn her to face him. "I think we should," he said, and he kissed her, that sweet, full mouth opening beneath his. He pushed his tongue against hers, tasting chocolate, and that thudding pulse surged hard and fast. He backed her against the wall and leaned in hard against her. All that softness and good smells, that mouth. He didn't want to stop kissing her, because she was a drug and he was addicted, and he was throbbing now. He pulled her hands over her head and held them there, still kissing her mouth, her neck, the softness of her breasts against his chest making him drunk. She wasn't protesting. In fact, little sweet sounds were coming from her throat, and he could swear he felt her skin get hotter under his mouth, because he was kissing his way down her neck, scraping her skin with his teeth, because Emmeline Neal was edibly delicious. Then suddenly she pulled her hands free and grabbed his shirt in her fists and yanked, sliding her hands up his ribs, then unbuttoning his shirt in hard, jerky movements as he worshipped her neck, one hand covering the firm weight of her breast. Then he pulled her shirt off, and God, he was so greedy for her, urgent and hungry. And damn, he wanted to erase everything else from her mind except him and them, the two of them. She was fumbling at his belt, and without breaking the kiss he turned her and pushed her onto the bed, falling with her on top of her. A few more tugs and their clothes were off. She was soft and strong, and Jack wasn't even thinking anymore. There was only Emmeline and the taste of chocolate and her beautiful, solid, silken body underneath his. Emmeline woke up at 2:16 a.m., Jack sprawled on top of her. From the slow, steady sound of his breathing, he was asleep. Slowly, she extricated herself and tiptoed into the bathroom, closed the door, and turned on the light. And there she was, wanton woman. Holy shit. Her hair was tangled, her lips puffy. Her legs felt weak and shaky, and certain parts were quite pleased at having had some attention, the first in a very, very long time. Oh, and she was stark naked. Had she mentioned that? Also nearly dead. Cause of death? Orgasm. Not a bad way to go. No, sir, not bad at all. And looky here. Her reflection showed a shit-eating grin, she believed it was called, and it lightened her face, which she knew was usually serious. Kinda sort of forgot how great shagging could feel. There was a mass of thoughts waiting to be unleashed, protests and winces and admonitions, and some serious lecturing. But at the moment, she seemed to be quite taken with her reflection. She felt beautiful. Jack had said it a few times. It wasn't as if she didn't like how she looked. She had a good enough face. She liked being strong. She never really thought about beautiful. Until now. "Emmeline?" She jumped. "Coming." She pulled on the Rancho de la Luna bathrobe and tied it closed, then got a glass of water and went back into the room. He was gorgeous. The moonlight, which had been specially ordered for the wedding, flooded the room with white light, casting Jack's face in shadows and angles. His mouth was proof of a higher power. It was so perfectly shaped. And when he smiled, God was just showing off. The blue, blue eyes. His hands. Had she mentioned his big, strong hands, slightly rough from the farming work he did? Had she mentioned just what kinds of squeaky sounds those hands could get from her? Ah, she seemed to be in the throes of sappy gazing. Clearing her throat, she looked down at the rumpled sheets. "Hungry?" she asked. "Starving." He reached out, and very slowly pulled the tie of her robe. "There's still some cake," she whispered.
"I wasn't talking about cake," he said, his voice deep and rumbly, and her girl parts gave a hot, sudden throb. "But now that you mention it—"
And with one quick move, he had her on his lap, robe open, and proceeded to feed her bites of cake in exchange for kisses. He took his time, sliding his hands over her as if he'd never touched a woman before, licking chocolate off her lips, and damn if it didn't work. Very well indeed. Chapter 13. You know that expression, the cold light of day? Yeah. For the first few seconds that Emmeline pried her left eye open, she wasn't sure why she was suddenly filled with dread. Hangover? No, she didn't feel terrible at all. In fact, she felt pretty. And then she remembered, and regret and ruination rained down around her. Shit and grilled cheese. She'd slept with Jack. Slept with in all connotations, because not only had they had sex, he was dead asleep next to her. She bolted out of bed, then, abruptly aware that she was naked, grabbed the bedspread and wrapped it around her.
"What's the matter? What's wrong? Who's dead?"
Jack blurted, lurching upright. His hair was adorably mussed, and the muscles of his arms slid and bunched, and— "Nothing's wrong, nothing." She looked away from the golden glory that was her bedmate. I have to pack. It's late. We have to leave in half an hour. We overslept."
"Emmeline."
"Move it, Jack. Go pack." "Nice," said her brain. "Very tender."
"I'm already packed,"
he said, narrowing his eyes at her. "Well, I have to pack, so get."
"You can't pack in front of me?"
"No, I can't. So go shower and shave and eat something. Get out! I have to brush my teeth. And put on clothes fast." She hustled to the bathroom, grabbing her suitcase on the way. This had been a mistake. Okay, not that. Too ugly a term. Courtesy copulation? Is that better? Yep. Jack Holland, god of Manningsport, had done her because she'd been in the throes of the most pathetic moment of all pathetic moments. Jilted single woman, desperate to feel attractive, drinks homemade vodka with Russians and overdoses on Skittles. Well, maybe the homemade vodka and Skittles were unique, but otherwise, no. All those thoughts that Emmeline had ignored in the loo last night were making themselves heard now in a very bossy and disappointed tone. Things about sleeping with someone for the sake of sleeping with someone, about going easy on vodka and wine. So what if the resort stocked condoms in the night table drawer? That wasn't carte blanche to go cartwheeling through horny land, was it? No, it was not. She yanked her hair into a ponytail, took a marine-fast shower, and pulled on her clothes with angry jerks. Stupid, slutty, stupid, and wrong. She had used Jack for sex. Oh, sure, he didn't hate it. He was a guy, and it was sex. But here was a man dealing with some serious issues back home, not to mention an ex-wife looking for a reconciliation. He'd come here out of the goodness of his heart, and Em had done something that made her cringe. She made him feel sorry for her. A knock sounded on the door, and Em jumped. "What?" she demanded.
"Open the door and talk to me."
She opened the door. "Yeah, listen, last night was— Thank you, job well done." Automatically, she reached for her gun.
"You gonna shoot me?"
he asked. "Oh, sorry." She put it back in the suitcase.
"Why do you even have that?"
"Because I'm a law enforcement officer, and I can bring it if I want to." She closed her eyes briefly. "We really do have to hurry."
"You can give me 2 minutes. Are you freaking out because we slept together?"
"As a matter of fact, yes. Bad idea, fun time. Just—" a frustrated growl came from her throat. "It's just I don't want a relationship right now."
"Fine. That'll be $400 then."
"Don't sell yourself short. You were worth at least 1,000.
Wow.
She winced. Jack, look, I'm sorry. You're a nice guy.
I'm so tired of people saying that.
Okay, you're not. You're horrible. His mouth tugged on one side, and M's uterus responded in kind. Slut. She was a slut. She stuffed her hands in the pockets of her shorts. I imagine that you, being a very nice though horrible guy, want to be chivalrous and ask me out, because your image of yourself doesn't have one-night stands. Plus, you have sisters and a niece. You wouldn't want them to have a one-nighter with someone. I can't say that I'm the one-night stand kind myself, but let's not go there. Let's just chalk this up to a very brief vacation fling and never speak of it again, okay?
No, not okay.
You don't want a relationship right now. You have stuff and things.
Don't we all have stuff and things?
Yes, we do. But you never asked me out before. You're only here because I was desperate, and you wanted to get away from Manningsport. Also, you're invested in your ex-wife.
You really know everything, don't you?
Am I wrong? At that moment, his phone chimed. Bet that's her, Em said. How many times has she texted or called you this weekend? His face hardened.
A few.
A few? More than a dozen? He didn't answer. So it was way more than a dozen. Let me see your phone, Em said.
No.
Chicken?
Fine.
He handed it over and Em took it. What a surprise, she said. It is from Hadley. Just taking a bubble bath, drinking blue heron wine, missing you. The bubbles are sliding down my... He grabbed the phone back.
Point taken, he said. She's a little intense.
Is that code for crazy?
Maybe I like crazy,
he answered, reaching out and taking something from her hair. A Skittle. Then get back together with her.
That will never happen. She was mean to my cat.
Look, we should go. Thanks for the shag. I really do appreciate your attention. He looked at her a minute longer, his eyes beautiful and unreadable. And just as she was about to apologize and maybe ask to start over, he said,
Yeah, you're probably right.
And went into his room, closing the door behind him. It was for the best. She wondered if he slept with all the women who asked him to weddings and reunions, then squelched the thought. That wasn't fair. Also, if it was true, so what? He was single, he was straight. Women threw themselves at him. If he caught them as he'd caught her last night, who could blame him? Part of the bitter, betrayed speculation on Jack Holland was that he'd married Hadley because he wanted someone different. He'd never been serious with anyone local, and it hadn't gone unnoticed. His wife had been different, all right, as out of place, beautiful, and useless as a butterfly in a February snowstorm. But he had loved her. Em had seen them together. She knew what love looked like. Em hurled her toothbrush into the suitcase. Theoretically, she wanted to find someone. She definitely didn't want to be a bitter betrayed forever. And sure, this wedding had brought up stuff. And things. Maybe she wasn't ready for a relationship. Maybe she needed more time to get over the guy she'd loved for half her life. Maybe, too, she was just chicken. Couldn't get your heart broken if you didn't fall in love. Chapter 14. 5 days after they got back from sunny California, Jack was sitting in the hospital parking lot once again. Twice he'd gone into the lobby. He thought about what he would say to the Dieners. Debated over bribing a nurse. Jeremy Lyon was the Dieners' family doctor, and he'd once been engaged to Faith. Surely that meant he owed Jack a little insider information, right? Okay, not that. If he could just see Josh, then what? He could apologize? Did he really think Josh would wake up from his coma and say, "Hey, thanks for pulling me out, you're the best. No worries, man, I'm doing great." Jack sighed, his breath fogging the windshield. It was as if Malibu had never happened. There was a foot of snow on the ground, it was 14 degrees out. Josh Diener was neither better nor worse, and his family had just filed a lawsuit against Jack, saying that as an EMT, Jack should have recognized that Josh's needs were greater than the other boys. They were also suing the town for not having a better guardrail in place, and for not having a faster response time to the 911 call. Not that they could win, Jack's lawyer had assured him. Josh had been doing 64 miles an hour in a 35-mile-an-hour zone. Without Jack, the kid would certainly have died. No, this was just a grieving family, lashing out in whatever direction they could. Unfortunately, it did cause a collective gasp among the good people of Manningsport, and once more, Jack was the topic of conversation. It was enough to make Jack wish Prudence and Carl would get caught for public indecency again. And then there was Hadley. Jack had glimpsed her the first night he'd been home. He'd been driving back from the hospital again, and had to stop at the intersection on the green, where an ice-carving demonstration was taking place. Several dozen people stood, bundled up in parkas and boots, watching Carlos Mendez carve a wolf out of a massive chunk of ice. Jack saw a glimpse of some of his family, and for a second thought about joining them. But there were Sam Miller's parents, and rather than have them hug him and choke up with gratitude once again, he stayed in his truck. Then he saw Hadley. She had a bag of groceries in her arms, and she was standing on the street just outside the crowd. A few people streamed past her, and there was such a look of yearning on her face, such loneliness, that Jack almost called out to her. She had no one in this town who cared about her. Except him. He did care. He just didn't want to get involved again. But he didn't want her to be shunned or lonely or miserable. Fortunately, she went on her way, up the steps to the opera house, and Jack continued home. Unfortunately, he saw her again the next night, when she dropped off some dinner, bought from the caterer who had just opened in town, and stood shivering on his doorstep until he let her in. Just into the foyer, and only for 6 minutes, till he told her she had to leave. Speaking of difficult women, he was a little mad at Emmeline. Jack wasn't used to being rejected by women. In fact, he had the opposite problem. There was the time Shalane Shanta hid in the back of his truck like a serial killer. The time Shannon Murphy wrote her college essay on being in love with an older man, him, resulting in 2 extraordinarily furious parents threatening to castrate him, despite the fact that his interaction with Shannon had been limited to robbing her of a home run last spring during a baseball game. There was the time Lorena Creech-Iskin cornered him at O'Rourke's and told him in vivid detail about her husband's erectile dysfunction and how all she needed was 15 minutes of his time. So, being thanked for a good time and sent on his way, that was new. On Wednesday night, they'd had a hockey game. He'd said, "Hi, Emmeline," and she'd said, "Hey, guys." That was it. She didn't even hip-check him. He started as someone knocked on his truck's window. He rolled it down. "Hey, Abby."
"Hi, Uncle Jack." Abby volunteered at the hospital. "Guess you're wondering about Josh, huh?"
"Yeah."
"I don't know anything. Even if I did, I couldn't tell you."
"I know, but thanks."
She reached in and patted his shoulder. About a year ago, Josh Diener had gotten Abby drunk. He'd been one of those kids who was too spoiled, too indulged, always bored, always looking for trouble. Didn't look like he was going to be able to atone for any of that.
"You need a ride, Abs?"
he asked. No, I've got Mom's car. You know what I found in it last week?"
"Do I want to?"
"No, but I feel like someone should share my pain, and you could use a distraction. You ready?" She paused for effect. "A riding crop."
"Please tell me she's taken up horseback riding."
"She has not."
"You're a cruel child, Abby."
She grinned. "Have a great day, Uncle Jack. Get out of here. Go do something with people your own age." He watched to make sure she got to her car okay, and that it started, and then tailed her back to town to make sure she didn't speed or break any traffic laws, or careen into a telephone pole or a lake. She didn't. Turned onto Old Farm Road with no problems.
but his breathing was getting shallow and fast, and he recognized the signs. He couldn't go home. Not that his cat was bad company, but he needed humans. O'Rourke's it was. "Hey, Jack," said Colleen and Connor in unison as he came through the door. He nodded, figured he'd sit at the bar, maybe hang out with Lucas, who was there as well. If things were slow, Connor might come out and have a beer with him. Prudence, dressed much like he was in a flannel shirt and jeans, approached. "Hey, useless," she said, smacking his shoulder. "How's it hanging? Guess what? I'm officially in menopause. The results came back today."
"I'm thrilled for you."
"Oh, bite me. It's horrible, Jack. I want to climb Carl 1 minute, then slowly choke the life out of him the next. Speaking of Carl, do you happen to have any spurs?"
"No, Prue. Believe it or not, no."
"Damn. I back-ordered some, but they're still not here." Out of the corner of his eye, Jack saw a table of women. One of them was studiously holding a beer to the side of her face. She didn't even want to be spotted, in other words.
"Catch you in a little while, Prue,"
he said, walking over to the ladies. Shalane Shanta, Allison Whitaker, Grace Napton, and Jeanette O'Rourke. And Emmeline.
"Hello, ladies. Mind if I sit down?"
"Jack!" 4 of the 5 of them cried, moving their chairs to make room for him. "How are you? You look so handsome. Want a drink? Sit next to me. How was the wedding? Have you eaten?" One of them didn't say anything.
"I am,"
he said. "Jack."
"You want to go out sometime? Grab dinner? Catch a movie?"
She gave him a dark look. The rest of the women fell silent. "I'm game if she's not, Jack," Shalane said. "So am I," Allison said. "Just in case you're looking for an older woman with 2 not-terrible children." "I'll go out with you, Jack," said Hannah O'Rourke, coming up with a tray full of peachy pink drinks. "Me too," said Colleen's mother, "though I am dating Ronnie Petrozinski, on and off." "The Chicken King?" Grace asked, naming Ronnie's franchise. "I just love their maple glazed."
"How about it, Emmeline?"
Jack asked. "I'm very busy," she said, "but thanks just the same."
"That's too bad."
He looked steadily at his prey, who was staring determinedly at the jukebox over Allison's shoulder.
"Because I had a great time in California, especially that last night."
Her eyes jerked back to his. "Good. I'm glad. Good for you. That's great. I have to run. Sarge needs walking. Nice seeing you, Jack. Bye, girls." "You seriously don't want to go out with him?" Mrs. O'Rourke said.
"I'll walk you out,"
he said, following her. "Together again," Colleen called. "So cute. Coulda called it. Did call it, in fact."
"Stop harassing the customers, Colleen,"
Connor called from the kitchen. Emmeline was already outside.
"Em, hang on,"
he called, catching up to her.
"Why won't you go out with me?"
"Is your ego bruised?" she asked.
"A little."
She smothered a smile. "You're really nice, Jack, and you're not exactly the elephant man, but I don't think this is a good idea."
"I just want to have dinner."
She took a breath and held it, clearly on the fence.
"Just dinner, Emmeline,"
he said.
"Please."
Her eyes went a little soft and wide. Score. But then she looked over his shoulder and her cop face reappeared. "Have dinner with your wife. Here she is. Take care." With that, she turned and walked away, her feet crunching on the snow. "Well, hey, stranger," Hadley said. "How are you, Jack?" And so, not wanting to be a jerk, he held the door for Hadley, took off her coat when she turned her back, and gave his hand as she struggled to sit on a stool. Then, rather than getting webbed into a conversation with his too beautiful ex-wife, he opted for the company of his cat and walked across the street to where his truck was parked. There was a note on the windshield on bright pink paper. "You better watch yourself," it read, laser-printed, not handwritten. He glanced back at O'Rourke's. Was this a warning from Hadley? Something to do with his interest in Emmeline? She seemed to be talking to someone. Might be from Mr. or Mrs. Diener, but they'd been camped out at the hospital around the clock. You better watch yourself. The pink paper watered down the threat of the words. Might not be a threat after all, or it might have been meant for someone else. Half the people in this town drove gray pickup trucks. It was just a note anyway, not a big deal. He could feel the water slicing into his scalp as he went under. His chest burned from the lack of air. By the time the flashback was over, Jack's flannel shirt was damp with cold sweat. He started up his truck and headed for home, his throat raw from the cold, cold air. 2 days later, Jack, his father, and Pops were at work. It should have been easy, but for some reason, everything Jack did seemed wrong today. He bumped against a barrel, spilling his coffee, missed what Dad had just said, stepped on Pops's foot.
"You okay, son?"
Dad asked.
"Yeah,"
he answered.
"Not enough coffee, that's all."
Except he'd had 3 cups. The 3 Holland men had always been close. First of all, it was them against what seemed like dozens of women. Mom, back in the day, the 3 girls coming and going with their girlfriends, then Mrs. Johnson. When talk turned to periods or squabbles over who used whose hair goop, the 3 men would slip off to talk about baseball or vines. When Jack was in the Navy, Dad called twice a week, checking in, the gentle constant in Jack's life. Both Pops and Dad assured him he had no obligation to return to Blue Heron, and Dad only wanted him there if it was what Jack wanted. It was. The family, the farm, the wine. It was everything Jack had ever wanted. He was the 8th generation of Hollands on this land. But since the accident, he couldn't seem to get back in the groove. Today, they were racking a small vat of Cabernet out in one of the big barns. Racking was the process of siphoning the wine off the sediment into a clean vat in preparation for bottling. As soon as Jack pulled the bung, though, Pops looked up.
"Something's off,"
he said. The old guy had a nose like a bloodhound.
"It's over-oxidized."
Jack grabbed a glass and filled it halfway with the wine. It was too brown, and Pops was right. It didn't smell right.
"Did you add the Kempton tablets last time?"
Dad asked.
"I thought I did,"
Jack said. The tablets kept microbes from forming in the wine. They'd just racked this barrel for the first time 3 weeks ago.
"Well, don't worry, son,"
Dad said, as Pops pried the head off the barrel to dump it.
"Happens to everyone." "I'm really sorry,"
Jack said.
"Smells like your grandmother's perfume,"
Pops said, winking at Jack.
"Speaking of the old bag, I should get back." "That's my mother you're talking about,"
Dad said mildly.
"And the love of my life. Just don't tell her I said that."
Pops smiled and ambled off to his battered old truck.
"Let's get rid of this,"
Jack said.
"It can wait till tomorrow,"
Dad said.
"So, how are things, son?" "Good, fine."
Dad waited.
"A little tense,"
he admitted.
"I ran into Hadley the other day." "Yeah, she's like a dog with a bone." "Any chance of you two getting back together?"
"No." Dad tapped another barrel and started siphoning that one.
"This is better,"
he said, filling a glass.
"Smell that. It's beautiful."
Jack obliged. This batch was fine, no oxidization, a nice jammy aroma. He took a sip and felt his shoulders drop a notch. He'd never screwed up a batch of wine before. Winemaking was all about science and luck, but mostly about science, and he prided himself on the quality of wine that came out of Blue Heron. He'd grown up watching his father and grandfather make wine, and he had 2 hefty degrees that said he should know better than to forget something as basic as sulfites.
"Anyway, I was just wondering about Hadley,"
Dad said, not quite meeting his eyes.
"She was very, forthcoming with me. Said she'd made a terrible mistake with you, but she'd grown up and learned her lesson, and hoped that we'd be supportive if you decided to reconcile." "There's no reconciliation,"
Jack said.
"You sure? Because if you were over it, we could be too." Mrs. Johnson will never be over it, Jack said, forcing a grin. Dad smiled. No, maybe not her, but the rest of us would follow your lead, Jack, if that's what you wanted. It's not. He put his glass down. And I sure am sorry about this barrel. His father gave him a long look. Jack, maybe you need some time off. I just took some, Dad. If you need more, just say the word. You've been through a tough time. He gave Jack a slightly awkward hug. I love you. We all do. He pulled back and cleared his throat. You want to come for dinner? Mrs. Johnson would sure love that. Dad, you two are coming up on your first anniversary. Aren't you allowed to call her Hyacinth yet? Jack asked. Sometimes, Dad admitted with a sheepish grin. I'll take a rain check on dinner. You go home, I'll finish this up. He took the siphon from his father. And thanks, Dad. His father squeezed his shoulder, then left to go home to his bride. Odd to feel jealous of your own father for having a wife to go home to. As for doing something fun, there wasn't a lot of fun to be had in the middle of winter here in Manningsport. Hello, Jack. His British brother-in-law came into the barn. Just saw your grandfather. He said I'd find you here. Hey, Tom, what's up? I got an email today from Dr. Didier, the high school principal. You know her? Only a little, Jack said. I've seen her at the gym a few times. Right, a bit terrifying, isn't she? Tom grinned. At any rate, they've got a group of at-risk kids. The usual lot, hoodlums and the like, and she's looking for a chemistry tutor. I help out with math from time to time. Did Honor tell you to ask me? Spot on, mate. She said it might be good for you. Honor. Always trying to run the world. And succeeding much of the time, he'd admit. But the thought of being around teenagers other than his niece, and maybe Charlie, Tom's stepson, gave him pause. They'd all know Josh Diener. Levi's deputy runs the program, Emmeline Neal. You two are friends, aren't you? Jack looked up. Yes, we are. I'm surprised she didn't ask you herself. Jack wasn't. I'll talk to her. Brilliant. Thanks, mate. Tom clapped him on the shoulder and went off, whistling. Emmeline peered at the faux hostage-taker. What did she do that made you mad? She asked. She took the last Twinkie. Those were from my apocalypse shelter. Now what will I have for dessert? Atta girl, Shirley, said Jamie, the badass instructor. Sounds crazy, class, but I swear, you can't make this shit up. Em tried not to smile, but damn. This sure beat out consciousness and form in 18th century England, which she'd had to take her junior year. She'd gotten a B-. She was fairly sure she'd be getting an A in crisis negotiations. Jamie, who was a negotiator with the state police in Buffalo, was filled with stories, curses, and good advice. Em, what's your response to Crazy Pants here? Stole your Twinkies, huh? That's not good, she said. I love them. Thought I'd tear my hair out when they stopped making them. Good thing they're back on the shelves, right? She's establishing empathy, people, and creating a bond between herself and the hostage-taker. Keep it up, Neil. You know, I can get you some more Twinkies, Emmeline said. I can bring them inside and we can talk. I can't risk that, Shirley said. There are zombies everywhere. The rest of the class snorted. That's okay, Em said. I'm really fast, and I don't want you to go without Twinkies. Fantastic, kids, Jamie said. We have to call it a day, but good job, everyone. Your homework is to read chapters 4 through 6 and deal with your in-laws without losing your cool. Think you can handle that? If ever there was a time to barricade myself in a room with a gun, muttered Ingrid, a cop from Ithaca. Jamie came over and leaned against Em's desk. You're doing great in this class, she said. You ever think about working for us? I've only been a cop for 9 months, she said. So, think about it, she said. There'd be more chances to climb the ladder than in your department. That was true. Levi wasn't going anywhere. The state police handled the big stuff for a town like Manningsport. If there was an actual hostage situation, for example,
It'd be the job of the police force to keep everyone calm until the Stadies got there and took over. Homicides, kidnappings, bank robberies, not that they were commonplace occurrences, were handed over to the big kids. It was a thought. She wouldn't leave the Manningsport Police Department anytime soon, but maybe someday. She radioed in when she was 10 minutes from town, got a request from Everett to pick up donuts. Before the station had moved to the new emergency services building, it had been right on the town green, spitting distance from Lorelei's Sunrise Bakery. Everett had dropped 10 pounds since the summer, and much mourned the move. Faith Cooper was inside, hands on her pregnant belly. "Hey, Faith," Emmeline said. "Hi, how are you, Em? How was the wedding?" "It was great. I owe your brother something nice. He was a champ." "Well, if you're giving out presents, don't forget me," Faith said with a smile. "It was my idea, after all. So, he was a good date?" "Very good." So good. The memory of Jack on top of her, kissing her, made her left knee buckle. But then it was Faith's turn at the counter, and so Emmeline was spared further conversation. Didn't stop the thoughts from coming, though. "Wipe your feet," Carol Robinson ordered Jack as he walked into the police station. She looked up. "Oh, it's you, Jack. How are you, sweetheart? Still feeling famous? How's the Diener boy?"
"Hey, Mrs. Robinson," Jack said. He'd gone to school with one of her sons and had fond memories of her chocolate chip cookies. "You look beautiful in that color."
Carol beamed, her questions forgotten. "Call me Carol," she said. "Why are you still single, Jack? Oh, wait, I forgot. You got divorced. Do you want to marry my daughter?" Levi emerged from his office and handed Carol some papers.
"Stop matchmaking," he said to her. "Come on in, Jack."
Levi's office was tidy and bureaucratic-looking, except for rather a lot of pictures of Faith, and an ultrasound of the Mini Cooper.
"How's my sister?"
Jack asked, always a little uncomfortable talking to the guy who slept with her. Curse of the brother.
"She's good. Another few weeks to go." "You nervous?"
"Terrified." Levi smiled. He'd make a great father. Levi was one of those guys who was born to be a family man. Jack sat down.
"You heard anything about Josh?"
Levi's gaze dropped to his desk, then went back to Jack.
"No change. I check in with his parents every night." "That's good of you. Sorry to hear about the lawsuit against you."
Jack shrugged.
"I understand."
Couldn't blame them either. You left him for last, the one who needed you most.
"So, what can I do for you?"
Levi asked.
"I'm here to see Emmeline, actually. Is she around?"
Levi started to answer, then stopped. His eyes narrowed.
"Did you sleep with her?"
Guess he was a cop for good reason. Jack didn't answer.
"Be careful," Levi said. "She's like a sister to me." "And my sister's like a sister to me."
Levi gave a begrudging nod.
"Point taken. Em should be here soon. She was at a class in Penn Yan and has a thing tonight with her at-risk kids, but she said she'd stop by." "That's what I need to talk to her about. The kids. Heard they need a chemistry tutor."
At that moment, Emmeline came in, tossed a box of donuts on Everett's desk, and said something that made him laugh. A jolt went through Jack. Emmeline was in her uniform and wore a bulky jacket, a gun, a radio, and a few other things on her belt. Her hair was pulled back into a tight bun, and her cheeks were pink from the cold. And she was smiling. Until she saw him, that was, and the smile dropped. "Hey, Chief."
"Deputy,"
Levi said.
"How was the class?"
"It was fantastic. I get to tase someone next week."
"You and that taser. Enjoy."
"I will." Her eyes flickered to him. "Jack, how are you?" He stood up.
"I'm fine. I'm here to see you, actually."
"Got a complaint to file?"
"No."
He waited, and her cheeks got even redder. "Didn't you two go to a wedding together?" Carol asked. "Are you dating?" "Levi, I'm leaving. It's almost 5, and the neighbors are coming for dinner." Lucky neighbors, Jack said. Oh, you. Carol, who was about a foot shorter than Jack, wrapped her arms around his waist and gave him a hug. Come visit me sometime. Are you trying to seduce me, Mrs. Robinson? Jack countered. I've thought about it, she said. I might be a tiny bit old for you. Ask Emmeline instead. She'll go out with you. Is that true, Em? In your dreams, Em said. Damn, she was cute. I'm leaving too, Levi said. Jack, see you around. He left, holding the door for Carol. Everett was clicking through some pictures, his cheeks bulging with donuts. Jack looked down at Emmeline, who was fidgeting with her jacket zipper. Hi, he said. Hi. Tone not encouraging. I hear you need a chemistry tutor for your group of kids. How'd you know that? Tom Barlow? Right. She folded her arms across her chest. We do. You in? Yep, you could have asked me yourself. We meet every Tuesday night in the church basement at Trinity Lutheran. If you can't make tonight, come by next... I can make tonight. She gave a nod. Okay. I have to run home, change, walk my dog, and eat something. See you there. Or I could come with you. Meet your dog. Watch you change. Come on, Emmeline. I thought we were friends. She didn't answer. Look, he said quietly. The truth is, I like talking to you. I like being with you. My life is kind of a mess right now. I can't sleep, my ex-wife is hanging around, and now I'm screwing up at work. So yeah, I have issues. You were right. I'm not looking for a relationship, but I could really use a friend. Okay, she said almost before he finished. I'm sorry if I was rude the other night. I can do friends. Thank you. The blush flared again. You won't thank me when you see what I have for dinner. Okay, so this was nice, Em thought as they left the police station. Her kids' group did need a science tutor, and if Jack wanted a friend, well, hell, she liked him too. She could handle friendship. She'd love to be friends. Naked friends. No, none of that, she cautioned herself. Jack was looking for a distraction. He had just admitted he didn't want a relationship. Friends with clothes on, that's what they'd be. They left the building, and Em broke into a run. Levi was crouched on the sidewalk, talking to someone on the ground. Chief, she said, drawing her radio. Everything okay? Ah. Hadley Boudreaux was scenically arranged on the ground, her dress hiked up, just shy of slutty, and just enough to show that she was wearing thigh-high stockings, the tops of which were lace. And really, it was 18 degrees out, full battalion makeup perfectly applied. Em had never been able to pull off red lipstick, but Hadley sure knew what she was doing. Just trying to convince Ms. Boudreaux to go to the hospital and get this checked out, Levi said, giving Em a significant look. Em glanced over her shoulder at Jack. I think this belongs to you, she said to him, then looked back at Scarlett O'Hara. And, like Scarlett, Hadley Boudreaux had a way with men and a calculating look in her eye. I think my pride's hurt more than anything else, Chief Cooper. Jack, I was driving past and saw your truck, figured I'd catch you, and then the next thing I knew, I'm ass over tea kettles here on the ground. Imagine that, Jack said, his tone sawdust dry. Good for him. Hadley started to move, then pursed her cherry lips in pain. Em tried not to roll her eyes. She wondered how long it had taken Hadley to arrange herself so just the right amount of thigh was showing. Can you put any weight on it? She asked. Oh, Chief, Hadley said. I heard you're married to Jack's sister. She's the sweetest thing. I always thought of her as a kindred spirit. Em sure as hell hoped not, for Levi's sake. She clicked on her radio. Gerard, get your lazy ass out here. We have a casualty in the parking lot. Roger that, Gerard said. Hadley sliced a look Em's way. I don't mean to inconvenience anyone, she said, an edge to her perfectly lovely husky voice. "They're right here, no inconvenience at all," Emmeline said. "I just need a hand up. Jack, I feel like an idiot already. Don't make me lie here all the livelong day."
"Let's wait for the professionals,"
Jack said. The door opened and Gerard ambled out. Then, catching sight of a fallen and very beautiful female, he accelerated into a gallop.
"What have we got here?"
he asked, kneeling next to Hadley. "Might need to be amputated," Emmeline said. Levi raised an eyebrow at her. Right. She was in uniform and was therefore required to be nice to idiots. "I just need a little help," Hadley said. "I'm sure you're a wonderful paramedic, Mr. Chartier." Gerard's name was stitched on his jacket. "But Jack and I used to be married. He can help me." Her tone was firm and friendly. Jack sighed and went over. Emmeline followed.
"Up you go," he said, offering his hand to his ex-wife.
"Maybe if you didn't wear 3-inch heels in the snow, you wouldn't trip," Emmeline observed. "A lady always wears heels," she said, seizing Jack's hand. He pulled her up and she collapsed against him. He caught her right on cue. "Oh, dang," she said, tears filling her big brown eyes. She gave an awkward hop.
"That looks pretty bad," Gerard said. "Definitely a sprain, judging from the bruising. Let me take you to the hospital for an x-ray."
No, it's just a sprain. Jack, I hate to ask, but would you mind driving me home?" "Yeah, Jack, would you mind?" Emmeline echoed. He gave her a look.
"Get an x-ray,"
Levi said. No, I'll just get on home and pop it up on some pillows. Ice, compression, elevation. Right, Mr. Chartier?"
"Call me Gerard. And yes, exactly,"
Gerard said, smiling at her like a proud teacher. The guy was such a flirt.
"Throw in some Motrin and call it a day."
Well, Em had to give it to Hadley. Anyone could fake a fall in a parking lot. It took real commitment to actually injure yourself. Hadley deigned to glance at her, and Em saw the gleam there. And Hadley knew she saw it based on the twitch of lips. Watch, listen, and learn, Yankee. This is how it's done. "This is downright embarrassing," Hadley said. "But I think you're going to have to carry me to the car, Jack." Jack sighed and picked her up. Em had the impression there would be many more sprained ankles in Hadley's future. "Have fun," she said, starting for her car.
"Em, wait,"
Jack said.
"I'll just be a few minutes."
"Oh, no. You should take care of Blanche Dubois here." "It's Hadley," the other woman said sweetly.
"Em,"
Jack began. "I don't really want to have a conversation around the body in your arms," she said. "Have fun, kids." Because the opera house didn't have an elevator, Jack ended up carrying Hadley up the stairs. "I really do appreciate this, Jack," she said as he set her down. She leaned against the doorframe and got her keys out. "I guess I just forgot how dang slippery it gets around here. Oh, well." She smiled and opened the door. "Would you mind just coming in for a second? I did want to talk to you after all. And maybe you could grab me an ice pack? I'm so sorry to inconvenience you. Really, Jack." Right. If her ankle hadn't been bruised, he would have thought she'd staged the whole thing. It was right up her alley. She'd once confessed to him, while in bed, that she'd crashed her bike on purpose to get the attention of a football player in college. She hobbled inside, and Jack closed his eyes for a minute, then followed. He couldn't just dump her here, as much as he might want to. Sharon and Jim Stiles kept this apartment for people just like Hadley, folks who'd be in town for a few months at a time.